we collectively we're creating new types of money or new types of value that are not necessarily as tangible as money, but is value that we can account for and that we can accrue. So I think that DAOs are going to really change and shift the way that we see value, the way that we understand value, and also, yeah, the way that we create value for a better world.
Yeah, certainly the decision-making hierarchy suddenly changes. So the focus is on value creation. And, I think another element that everyone is discussing, kind of related more so to DeFi, but also maybe NFTs a bit too, everything is converging, is basically governance, right? So, let's talk, can you tell me a little bit about what are you currently doing with your community at Doing Good? And do you see a future where your own community could have some governance power and maybe
Oh,
delegating
for sure.
where the
For sh-
funds get diverted? Maybe, I don't know.
yeah, for sure. So currently we are, let's say, we're an organization that is at the very beginning, right? So we are kind of like taking all of the decisions on how the protocol should be like. So we are firmly believers in the progressive decentralization model. We don't think that you can launch something and that is going to be decentralized at the very beginning, like by by a gift of the nature. No, it's it's a process. It's something that we need to work for. And also decentralization is not a 0 to 1 thing. It's actually a spectrum. Like it's never ending. Decentralization never ends. The more you look from outside, the more you see centralized or more single points of failure. So I think that our sense of decentralization is also changing as our consciousness is also changing. And I say something very often, which is as well, that our sense of fairness is also evolving with our consciousness. So yeah, right now, just to come back to your question regarding Doing Good, right now we are a group of people. We're 6 people that came together, decided to fund this organization. We have stewards that are essentially taking care of all the different teams. But the idea is to, launch this governance token and enable anyone that is actually contributing to the community to have a say and a vote in the progress of the DAO. Also, we plan to do something that we call marketplace liquidity mining. So every time that there's a transaction happening in the platform, we can reward the creator, the collector, and also the gallery that is hosting the sale. So like that, essentially the users become owners of the platform that they're using. And that's kind of like the idea here on this progressive decentralization, to a point that obviously we want to distribute, to distribute to everyone that is actually contributing to the growth of the organization itself.
Definitely. And we've seen this model be very successful with things like Uniswap and others, where, when the airdrop happened, people were rewarded handsomely. I think that's the way it should go. I think Coinbase should have done that too when they went IPO. But, we're here talking about, something pretty important right now, which is NFTs, and looking at the use cases beyond that. So, related to NFTs, do you think that NFTs will stay static, or can they also be dynamic in the future, where you'll have changing NFTs? Like, is that something you're going to encourage on your platform?
I think there's going to be multiple cases for NFTs. There's going to be NFTs for proof of attendance. There's going to be NFTs for, let's say, accomplishing something within a community, or maybe receiving a diploma in a university, or maybe just a land registry. Those might not necessarily be dynamic. But there might be other type of NFTs that might be dynamic. There might be NFTs that are plugged to off-chain data. For example, let's say one NFT that it changed the background. If it's raining in the real world, maybe it's going in a specific city. Maybe the NFT is also going to start in the background to start raining, or maybe it's gonna have like different phases. Like maybe during the winter, it's gonna look different, and maybe during the summer it's gonna look different. So yeah, we can have NFTs that are always mutating and always changing, depending on off-chain data, but also we can use and we can create NFTs that might be mutating based on interactions that you do within the platform, for example. Basically, you can have an NFT that can become kind of like your avatar that is, upgrading itself. The more, let's say, knowledge you get, or the more points you get in something, it might be changing. So yeah, it's just the very beginning. For NFTs, and I think there's going to be multiple type of NFTs. I don't think that all of them are going to be dynamic. That's for sure. I think there's obviously a use case for static NFTs. But yeah, I'm actually super interested in what people are coming up with. There's a lot of innovation there. There's also even NFTs that have layers, and that one person can own one ledger, another person can own another ledger, and actually can swap the ledgers, and they can collectively create a piece, which I also find super interesting. Or there's even an NFT that was released by Blau that it didn't have a name, and actually the owner of the NFT could put the name of the NFT, and that name actually became the name of the song on Spotify, YouTube, and so on. So that was a very dynamic NFT where the creator involved his fan base, and actually created this piece of art together with his fan base. So yeah, I think this type of NFTs, where you involve the community and when you involve other people, and that the NFT is morphing and changing. I think this is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, I think it's an important distinction to cover that, NFTs are not only about art. In the past year, we've seen a lot of things being involved. People are even talking about fractionalized NFTs, I think, this week, which is just really exciting. It's like creating an
Yeah,
entirely new market.
the
Yeah,
problem with fractional NFTs is that, as you know, there's a lot of regulation in the world, and when something is fractionalized, it kind of becomes a security. And yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of issues. People haven't realized that NFTs that are fractionalized are going to be securities, and yeah, that's really dangerous. Actually, the SEC can come after those people that are fractionalizing these NFTs.
yeah, we'll see what happens, but that's a good point. But yeah, just overall, why do you think NFTs are, the key to kind of solving the social good problem, or actually, changing people's lives? Because a lot of projects claim to do this concept, right, which is like actually helping and actually making things move, things like identities. I don't think any of them have caught on, but yeah, what are you hoping to achieve in the next 6 months?
Yeah, I think that NFTs are giving everyone the opportunity to express themselves, and that someone else finds that valuable. Before we only had central banks creating value and telling you this has value because I say that I have value and I have a lot of guns. Right now, with NFTs, you can just create value, and if someone else around the world finds it valuable, then it has value. So like we're changing the dynamics and changing the way that we believe in value, and I think that's super interesting. We saw an NFT that was created by Edward Snowden. The NFT that he created was sold for over $5.5 million, and all of that money was given to the Freedom of the Press Foundation. I wonder who in the world is giving $5 million to the Freedom of the Press Foundation. Um, Without NFTs, like without these type of assets, um, I think it's actually more difficult to raise money for social good. Why is because there's actually two type of trends right now that are playing a huge role. The virtual signaling, like the collectors of those NFTs, they're showing that they care about the freedom of the press, or they show that they care about Snowden. Um, and actually was a DAO that came together to buy that NFT. So people came together, used to get that NFT. Maybe they have a lot of ETH, or maybe they just want to support. But yeah, I just find that super interesting because people are actually building reputation with us, by showing that they care about humanity, by showing that they care about other causes. So this is a way for people to really put their money where their mouth is, and to show that they really care about humanity, and that actually the money is being transmitted to do good for humanity. So that's what interests me the most, is because it's opening up new ways for people to create value and to support one another, and kind of like become self-owned, self-sustained, and self-governed.
That's an excellent point, actually. I'm gonna go back and listen to that. But yeah, lastly, do you think things like NFTs, will it be more focused on utility kind of this year, or do you think that people will go down the marketplace route?
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of people trying to enter in the space, and there are many people that just want to launch an NFT for the sake of launching an NFT, and just kind of the way that I see it, I see these type of NFTs like money grabs, honestly, because they're not really creating any value for the community. They're not really, bringing people together. But there are other NFTs where communities are super vibrant. For example, the CryptoPunks community, like the way that they support one another, and also the way that they're creating value, even for their own assets, is insane. Like there are people that are creating like remixes of the NFTs, or creating videos, or creating productions using those NFTs. So like creating value beyond only the collectible part, I think is what is going to be a game changer. Um, and yeah, it's interesting time. I think we're going to see more and more um people trying to just make money out of nowhere, and not really create value for their community and for their fan base, as this becomes mainstream. But I think those people that do that, they have a bad reputation, because everything would be on chain, everything would be available for people to see who did that or who didn't. And essentially, there's going to be the other trend, which is the cancel culture, that is going to play a big role here. Those are just trying to be money grabbers. So those that are not doing good for humanity most probably will be canceled. And yeah, maybe our generation is not necessarily like seeing that so fast, but younger generations, like they are taking care of the planet as much as they can. And we see these new type of influencers like Greta Thunberg, and all of these new kids that are coming up, that they actually want to show and display that we need to do something good for the world and for humanity. And I think this is going to be the new trend. Those that are doing good for the world are going to have more voice, I hope.
Yeah, I love what you just said. I think this is a great way to end things off on a very positive note, and looking forward. And yeah, lastly, I just want to give you a chance to shout out, any ways people can contact your project and even be in touch with you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you can find me online in any social media as Manu Alzuru. That's Manu. ALZURU. And you can find about the project. Doing Good is DOINGUD. Instead of doing good with double O, it's just with U. And why is because we are all unique, like NFTs.
Love it. Thank you, Manu, for your time here, and I look forward to your full launch and maybe talking to you in a couple of months again.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me here, Roshan, and it was a pleasure talking to you.
Sure, and those of you viewers that are still watching, stick around. We're bringing you more interviews from founders and innovators here at Reimagine 2021, and check out our full YouTube library. We have over 500 interviews to see all the great interviews we've done, and I'll let you all tune back into the show. Thank you.
I'm Robert Darby, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Held.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Vayer. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Hey, how you doing? It's time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Fork. A fork creates alternate versions of the blockchain, and then the split blockchain runs simultaneously on different parts of the network. A hard fork renders prior invalid transactions valid, and vice versa. A soft fork renders previously valid transactions invalid, but not the inverse. And that's it. Now I got no more forks to give.
Just caught word of some breaking news. People are outside of Parliament demanding that the High Chancellor answer their questions. The people are chanting, "When Moon, when Lambo." When Moon, when Lambo. Back to you.
Welcome to the 10th anniversary of Reimagine 2021. Presented by Mousebelt. Coming up next.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine 2021 version 10. So this is our 10th edition anniversary event. We've been doing virtual conferences for the past year now. I'm your host, Roshan Marajkar, and we're really aiming to bring you the latest innovative founders, new companies, and of course, the latest news and happenings in the crypto space. With me here today, I'm excited to bring you a new guest. I have Tiago Earp, who's the head of community and relations at Public Mint. Tiago, welcome to the Reimagine show. And before we get too deep into things, would love to know, how did you get into crypto, and tell us a little bit about your background.
Hi, Roshan. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. My name is Tiago. I'm from Brazil, and I am currently based in London. I got into crypto at around, I discovered Bitcoin at around 2015 when I was working as a screenwriter in Brazil, and I was doing some research on a potential documentary on new internet currencies and value, and that's when I discovered Bitcoin. It was in Brazil. It was not that big at the time. So I just started scratching the surface, and once I looked around, I found myself way deep into the rabbit hole. And then, after a while, that all-consuming crypto thing just kind of got into me, and I caught myself just weaving my life around cryptocurrencies, and I quit the job I had. I left the company I had founded in Brazil, a production company, and I moved to Europe, to the UK, to actually pursue a more tech-orientated career, and around cryptocurrencies in particular. I've been working with content, with writing, with all sorts of content, and everything crypto-related for about 3 years now, attending all sorts of events and volunteering. I've got a very mixed background, but I mostly work with creating, and right now I work with creating content and managing community relations in between crypto is all about community, right? So managing the community relations between the company and people via producing very educational and informational content for them. So yeah, that's how I got into crypto, and how I got into where I am right now.
Yeah, from my experience as well, once you go down the rabbit hole, you kind of do everything you can to stay there. So it's pretty interesting that you also decided to move, and you're in the UK now. But one of the reasons I'm very excited to speak to you is everyone's talking about mass adoption constantly, and there's things like NFTs and things other than Bitcoin that I think can get people in. So just to get started, tell us more about what actually is the Public Mint platform itself.
Yeah, sure. Well, Public Mint is, first of all, is more than just one thing. But Public Mint is a full-fledged platform that includes a fiat native blockchain, and includes the APIs that are designed to work to cross the chasm between the fiat economy and the crypto economy, and I'll get to that in a moment. And it's also comprised of the first application that we're building on top that uses the public mint network to actually create utility and to stimulate mass adoption, which is called Public Mint Earn. And I'll get into that in just a second. The Public Mint fiat-based, fiat-native blockchain is a Ethereum Hyperledger Bazoo-based actually network that offers really high efficiency in transactions. We have a block time of about 3 to 5 seconds, and that's just in immediate finality, which means that transactions that happen in the public mint fiat blockchain are confirmed with just one block confirmation, and that makes it very well suited for financial applications for anything that's built on top of it. And the whole custodial network that we built around it is the jewel, the crown jewel, right? Because it's not just about having a network that represents a fiat currency on the blockchain. It's also about building the bridge that will tie in regulation and the existing financial system, the existing fiat economy into the crypto world. And we do that by actually partnering with regulated and fiat regulated institutions, financial institutions like banks and trusts, so we can actually build connect the APIs to the existing fiat system and bring in fiat into the blockchain seamlessly without having to go through any exchange or without having to hold and transact in a different crypto native asset, which makes it a lot easier for everyday people and for more conservative people. Does it make sense so far?
Yeah, definitely. No, I think that's the first time I heard anyone talk about building a direct fiat bridge like into crypto and into DeFi. And I think, for all of our viewers out there, for them to even understand a bit more, like, let me ask you, what do you think the role of stable coins will have on mass adoption, and what role does it even play on a platform like Public Mint?
Sure. First of all, we just need to kind of make it's a slight difference between it's not as subtle. There's a difference between the stable coin and what we're proposing here with Public Mint, which is a fiat native asset on chain. A stable coin is something of a second class citizen in existing blockchains, as our CTO George loves to point out, in the sense that it was created to fulfill a role with trading and in offering like a safe, stable haven for people who are in between trades and not wanting to be exposed to the volatility of currency like Bitcoin or Ethereum or whatever other altcoin there is. So stable coins were built as ancillary assets onto other blockchains. Say, for example, if you want to transact or to send or to receive, say, for example, $100 via stablecoin, you on Ethereum, you would definitely not, you find yourself not receiving the full $100, especially with the current network fees and everything. And even on cheaper networks like Binance Smart Chain or Solana or any other, or Tron, you might get more of the currency, but you're still hindered by the complexity, and that kind of puts a little bit of friction to mass adoption. Which is not to say stablecoins are not important. Stablecoins have been massively important so far to adoption, because it brings one of the key elements for a healthy financial system, which is an anchor point, something that will preserve value and to actually be understandable as a store of value. And all the name says it all. The stability. but it kind of falls a little bit short on delivering all the crypto superpowers to existing fiat, which is what we're proposing we do right now, right? What we want to do with Public Mint is to serve as a platform for people to launch, or for us, or for other people to launch fiat currencies without having to concern themselves with the transaction fees being paid in another currency, with the on-ramps that require people to go through exchanges and that kind of thing. We want to build an entire suite of solutions that will enable frictionless and seamless passage from the fiat land to the crypto world. And that's kind of the key difference. But to long story short, to answer your question, stable coins and stability in the system is crucial for the next step in adoption and evolution of money, not just cryptocurrencies, but money in general.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. Like, to use all of these different chains and blockchain platforms that are coming out, you definitely need kind of a mastery. There's some like base level of mastery, but then you need mastery in each and every network. So it's pretty complicated. So on that note, like, I know you guys enable, I guess, DeFi for the masses. What do you think is the future of DeFi? And can you break down for our viewers some of the differences between like 100% DeFi and then what you guys are doing? Is that more like centralized finance, or they also say trade fi?
Again, what we're doing right now is we're building a platform where people can. There's two sides to it, right? Let me just. The first side to it is the blockchain that we built, which is an open blockchain where anyone is free to build whatever solutions they want. So it's Ethereum compatible. It's based on Hyperledger Kazoo, so it shares much of the same primitives as the Ethereum, and it's EVM compatible, right? So you can pretty much port with very little effort. You can port any DeFi or whatever other solution you want into the Public Mint ecosystem, into the blockchain, and it will work, because that was the point ever since we decided on what the network was. And there's Public Mint Earn, which is our incursion, the first application that runs on top of this chain. And that is where we kind of tied together the CeFi and DeFi world, the existing players in the world, and the fiat, the mainstream economy. So let me explain that. Let me unpack it in a way that makes sense. Public Mint Earn is sort of a vetted, curated, and incentivized platform where crypto savvy people can help create a returns and earnings bearing instrument to the application, and people who have no familiarity with the crypto world yet can actually, just with the touch of a button, they can implement, they can deposit their money in a way that takes advantage of the CeFi and DeFi platforms that exist. Let me just illustrate it. I know that was kind of it was not the greatest. Say, for example, via Earn, we tap into CeFi opportunities like Abra, which is our first CeFi partner, or Compound, or any other DeFi protocol that we might connect with. Also InsurTech, things like Bridge Mutual and Insure, and we create this whole ecosystem that makes it easy for people who don't have the knowledge of going through crypto and going through all the hoops and exchanges and that kind of thing, just to access the yields that you get from the crypto world, right? So two-pronged, just in summary, we can build, and anyone can build an entire DeFi ecosystem on top of public mint to run on fiat. So you can build simple applications like escrow and delay payments, and to more complex stuff like invoice factoring, or I don't know, any decentralized exchanges, Forex, all that kind of thing, to run on automated fiat money. That's one side of it. And the other side is Earn, which allows people that have very little crypto knowledge to, just with a bank transfer and a press of a button on the application, just take advantage of a curated DeFi and CeFi platform that we automated for them.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for explaining that. This is super important stuff, you know, for our viewers out there. Like, everyone should be paying attention to what Tiago is saying right now, because you know, we've all seen the likes of companies like Coinbase, and of course they're mainly focused on trading, but kind of being that bridge between you know, the decentralized world and the centralized world has proved to be pretty valuable. And yeah, I love all the work that you guys are doing to bring the yield opportunities, the exciting stuff to the masses, and not just to the, you know, people that have been in this industry for years. So what do you think is the future for, you know, I'm interested to hear, like, what are some of the partners you guys work with, and do you think in the future that you guys might work with like traditional banks? Like, what's going to happen to traditional banks? Will they do you think they'll switch over to DeFi completely, or have kind of a blend, and how will that look like?
Okay, so I'll answer that in a more in a personal way, and I'll say that this is my opinion, and I'm speaking for myself here. So given all that I've learned and everything that we're working with in public mint, I'll give my opinion. First of all, we, as a company, right, I'll just start with, as a company, we work with the idea that what we're doing is an evolution of money, not a revolution. We believe in crypto, we believe in privacy, we believe in all the values that crypto represents. We're sure, I mean, we're working towards actually bringing that to the masses, but we believe that the way to go about doing that is not by necessarily destroy. Fiat is not going anywhere anytime soon. Nation states are not going anywhere anytime soon. So we're working to within the system to bring the improvements that that blockchain enables to the existing fiat money, so that it can act almost like a Trojan horse, so as people will get more acquainted with the properties of good money, of actually good transaction token, and that will kind of nudge the evolution of money, right? And personally, what I think about working with the banking system, with the current banking and financial system, is that is a necessary step. The banking system was a very throughout history, it enabled innovation, and it enabled a lot of revolutions in the way, like even in businesses and new things are actually brought into light. So it's a very, although a lot of people, there's a lot of flack geared towards the banking and incumbent financial institutions, it's also important to kind of see their merit in a way. And I know that I've exercised this restraint and this every time I think of where are we going, I try to picture how can we make what exists better and not just do away with it, because that destructive revolutionary, just let's just shed everything until now, it's simply, in my opinion, it's not going to instill adoption. We need to work with what we got. This is the world we have to work with, and this is the world we work. So DeFi, to answer your question, DeFi, in my opinion, is a phenomenal way of making everything that the current incumbent system does in a way that's much more efficient, inclusive, cheaper, and transparent. The key word here, in my opinion, transparent is what's the most important bit of it. Or the current landscape for financial financial instruments for the regular person is very opaque. It's very hard to grasp. It's hard to measure. It's hard to participate. Whereas DeFi leaves it out there in the open. If you want to, you can learn. You can understand it. So I believe that banks will adopt it. Financial institutions will adopt the best part of it, while obviously with the caveat of the trying to bring it into their existing operations, which I'm not going to even try to predict how that is going to pan out. But I think that it will be a step forward. And I think it's going to be a step forward that it's coming sooner rather than later. And in my opinion, it will happen in a way that those who are not paying attention will be left behind. And I'm really happy with that, because I think we need this shake up in finance. And that's me personally saying that we need efficiencies, we need inclusivity, we need inclusion, and we need more people to be financially literate. And I think DeFi is playing a role I've never seen before in doing that.
Yeah, no, I mean here at Reimagine, we're kind of neutral. We welcome all different thoughts and perspectives, and I think yours is a very important one that I honestly don't hear as often myself. Everybody wants to rebuild everything from scratch, from the ground up, talking about disintermediation and stuff like that. But then you find out that, yeah, like you said, a lot of the infrastructure that exists in the world today is still heavily reliant on traditional banking system. And not all banks are bad. Alex Mashinsky said that when I interviewed him. So remembering that, definitely. But I think the other aspect to what you're building is also the community. And of course, you're the community relations manager. Tell us how important is community to your platform, and how do you go about community? Is it for you? Is it about going after these people that know nothing about crypto, or people on the edge, trying to convince them?
Okay, so first, community is a pivotal part of anything moving forward. I think the internet has made it obvious that people want to be a part of what the future is, whatever future is being built, information-wise, participation-wise. Not everyone is going to be a builder, or not everyone is going to be a manager, but people would. We see that in crypto, is that having a voice is something that matters. So community is a key part of what made Bitcoin first, and then all cryptocurrencies a thing in the first place, because it's only by creating and nurturing a community that you can actually create a network around it. Network effects are the make or break on the internet and of the digital economy. So given that is our starting point from our community approach, we have a two-pronged strategy in what concerns community right now, because what we're building will require first to win hearts and minds of the existing crypto community, because we need their input. We need people who know what they're doing to be a part of what we're building and help us bridge this knowledge gap and this participation gap between creating, like tapping into the very exclusive crypto. It's still very exclusive, despite the numbers going up. It's still very, very much a niche if you compare it with the overall fiat economy. But we need the crypto community to be on our side and understanding the value that we're offering, so that we can bring it to the majority, the even the early majority or the late majority on the curve of adoption. If you take that curve of adoption for reference. So our approach is, at this point in time, we're trying to we're at one time where we're fostering trust and getting involvement from our crypto connoisseurs in Telegram, on Twitter, on all our social channels, and even via email, or investors, everyone. We're getting them on board. And it's important to have people that are not just sold on the idea, but also that believe in it. And that's what we're trying to do, to share. I believe in the idea, and I'm trying to actually make people see what I see in the product. So this is the step we're in right now. Then once we deliver on our earned product, the earned platform will be the bridge for other people to find utility in bringing their money into the blockchain, right? Because we already have a fiat native blockchain, but we need to have some utility. Why would people bring their hard-earned cash, their hard-earned dollars into the blockchain? So we're giving them the first incentive to do that, which is for a regular person who has no idea or no intention even to understand how to install MetaMask, or how to go about buying Bitcoin or Ether in an exchange, and then exchange it for USDC or USDT, and then getting the best ROI on whatever APY or whatever platform, DeFi, CeFi. No, we just abstract all that with a very engaged community that we're actually engaging right now. And then we grow it to the normies. We call it normies, right? Because people they don't necessarily want to know, or they don't have to know or understand what's happening under the hood. Most people don't know how to operate a 4-cylinder engine, but they do know how to drive, right? That's the how we actually see the future of that. So after we get this first community behind us, we would like to expand our community into the world, the fiat economy as it is, right? Everyday investors, people who just want to preserve value of their hard-earned money, every person that they will need like a bank transfer and the press of a button to take advantage of that. And we would like to bring them into this, that's part of the evolution, right? It's not, we're not asking too much of them. We're working together with a community to grow another bit of the community into it. And that's
that's really awesome. And just hearing you talk about it too, I can tell how much you care and how methodical you are as well. As you know, in our space, a lot of, when we talk about community, a lot of platforms, to them, it's just the amount of people in their community and just kind of posting. But everything you just covered is completely, different and very important pillars. And I love the concept of it's evolution, not a revolution. What do you think?
If I may, just to complement it, because I ended up leaving one of the key aspects behind, and that is developers. What we do our best, and we try our utmost. We're planning, and we're always engaging with the existing ones in our community, developers. They're the Renaissance men and women of the crypto revolution, evolution, however you call it. They're nowadays, developers make or break space. They are the ones that are going to build the solutions that people are using. They're the ones that need to be attuned to what happens. We just want to give them the tools and the incentives they need as well. It's literally a subset of there's the on the current community that we're trying to nurture. Developers are key, so we try to make everything as easy and as friendly as possible for developers to build on top of what we're doing. That's just a given. We need developers, and we need more developers, and we welcome all developers, especially since most of the dApp developers that are already know how to develop on public mint, given it's a fork of an Ethereum EVM compatible blockchain. So yeah, I needed to make sure that I would praise developers here in this talk, because we can't talk about community in crypto without mentioning developers.
Yeah, 100%. Like, for those of you listening and maybe you're not in crypto, like in the blockchain and crypto space, I mean, you don't really have the large conglomerates, supporting the development of all these projects. It's a lot of independent developers, even kids with ideas, revolutionists, like all over the world. The great thing is it's open opportunity wherever you are. But while we're on the topic of independent developers, tell me a little bit more about some of the DEXs and the NFT marketplaces that you all are exploring as well.
Yeah, of course, that's part of the independent developer community that is it just is sprouting around public mint. We have one developer that's building. It's already built a proof of concept, a DEX, an order book based DEX on the testnet on public mint, and is now working on a DEX that once we move into the second stage towards the earn program, you'll be able to actually bridge that and deploy on the mainnet. A decentralized exchange, much like all the DEXs that exist on Ethereum, but it's built by mere and pure interest by him, because he sees the value in it. And another one is building an NFT marketplace, which will take advantage of actually having fiat index, and based on fiat, somebody who would like to purchase an NFT, no matter what kind of NFT, art NFT, a collectible, or whatever kind of contract or any kind of NFTs that might arise. Having an NFT marketplace based and anchored on fiat is something that will have a lot of value, and that developer really understands it. And we're working on, like, we really are planning on after we launch our main product, we would really, one of the key achievements would be creating a sandbox environment and a grant program, something of the likes, to stimulate more people to come, bring and port their solutions into public mint, because it's something that you can't really have a network without the builders. You don't have a city without the architects, so you can't have a future and the future of applications without the developers. And yeah, that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, no, that's actually, I mean, again, I've never heard anyone talk about an NFT marketplace with fiat, but it's such an important point to make, because our space, a lot of people talk about, let's take away the borders, let's lower the barrier to entry. But with a lot of these things, you need to pass like 5 checks before you can access or even purchase, right? You need Ethereum, you need a wallet, you need to know how it works, you need to know proper custody. So I definitely think, your guys' approach is going to get a lot of skeptical people to realize the benefits first. And that was also one of my kind of last questions. How do you think, how are the incentives different for a developer building on public mint versus someone who's still in the fiat world? Like, do you think the incentives are the same in terms of the people you're talking about that don't really maybe care a lot about about the crypto world, but they still want the benefits? But how about the developers? Like, how do you think a developer will benefit more, developing in the decentralized world?
Well, that's a very good question, and one that's actually quite easy to answer. Is the developer would own and benefit directly from working in a permissionless open blockchain, whereas, for example, if you take, for example, some similar service that puts money in a network, like, I don't know, maybe PayPal, which is a non-blockchain based permission system. If you want to build a DEX on PayPal, well, good luck, right? I don't think that that's even an option. And if it were, they would probably just do it themselves, or they would charge a fee, or any kind of thing that would make it literally a lot more work than it's worth for the developer. It's, in a way, it's a walled garden. It's much like Facebook and Twitter and all of these networks that are closed networks, right? You at the early stages, you get them to desperately wanting developers to come in and build stuff in it, so it will have features and actually functionality that will draw people in. But then as they grow, they start to close the doors, and then you start to business models start to not be worth anymore, and all of that. And in the fiat ecosystem, in the money land, when you talk about money, with these walled gardens really not communicating at all. Say Stripe is a different place than PayPal, which is a different place than a bank network, Swift, for example. But if you have a blockchain, an open blockchain space where you can do that, the developer has full creativity powers, full ownership over their creation. So they're free to charge whatever they want, or to not charge at all. A company is free to just go to the blockchain and automate a single process, a back office process, say, for example, invoicing, or automating a payroll, something like that. An independent developer can create a Forex exchange with a very exotic currency pair. I don't know, that is not necessarily one that would be profitable, but they would have a network that would draw people in. So the developer would be free to tap into their creation on the blockchain without us. They don't have to ask permission from us. They don't have to pay a fee to us to build it there. They just build it. And obviously, given we work with a for getting into and out of the blockchain, to getting that fiat money in and out of the blockchain, we still have to go through compliance checks, but that doesn't interfere in how people actually make their living or actually get paid for the work. So if you're building a legal and a product that gives value to other people, you're going to get however much you think it's fair in return for your work, irrespective of, we can't block you. It's not that we were saying that we want, we can't, and can't is better than want anytime. Because then if you're a developer and you build a tool on public mint, and you obviously compliant with the rules and regulations, and you're not doing anything illegal, you're going to be able to get paid for what you're doing, for any fees you think is fair, without us having a say in it, the way it should be, decentralized and open. So yeah, I think that's a pretty good advantage over centralized systems, wouldn't you say?
Definitely, and I think that's a perfect way to end things off on a strong note. And lastly, tell us, how can our viewers get in touch with you, and if you want to shout out any ways to get more involved with Public Mint as well.
Yeah, well, the easiest way to get a hold of us is just join our Twitter, join our Telegram community, where almost 50,000 there, and I'm always there alongside, well, leadership even tries to be present. So we try to not have a very big gap there. So join our Telegram. If you're a developer, consider joining our dev channel. I don't know if you can put a link to it in the description, but I'll share the links with you, and keep irrespective of public mint or of us, just keep building, because I think that our future is the more we work together, the faster we're going to bring about the future. And I say that irrespective of public mint or any other company. Yeah, I think crypto has a collective role to play in mankind's future. So keep building, keep believing, and let's make this a better world.
Love the quote. Love our discussions here. Tiago, thank you so much for your time and also your work and efforts at Public Mint. I wish you guys the best of luck.
It's my pleasure, Roshan. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. And for the rest of you that are still watching, stay tuned. We're bringing you more interviews with the latest founders, more news. We have many more interviews here at Reimagine 2020 version 10. And check out our full YouTube library. We've done over 500 interviews now. And thanks for being a part of our show and our community. Take care, everyone.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody. Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Vair. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Well, hey there, baby. It's me, Elvis Presley. It's time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Airdrop. An airdrop is a method of distributing cryptocurrency in which market participants do not need to exchange their existing assets for a new one, but rather receive it as if it were free money raining from the clouds. Recipients get their airdrops based on some prerequisite factors, such as holding a parallel cryptocurrency, baby. That sounds so good. I think I'm gonna name my next album Airdrop. Oh.
You thought DeFi was just a buzzword, did you? You thought you could remove our face from your books without a legitimate explanation, did you? Does a mask on Ben Franklin offend you? Or perhaps the symbolism frightens you, because it represents the end of your arbitrary decisions made in the name of elitism? Well, I've got news for you. The decentralized financial revolution isn't letting up, and we will not be silenced. The future is being determined under your nose. I suggest you wake up.
Welcome to the 10th anniversary of Reimagine 2021. Presented by Mousebelt. Coming up next.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine 2021 version 10. So we've been doing these virtual conference events for the past year now. And, our aim is always to bring you the latest founders, the latest in innovation, and, the just happenings in the crypto world. There's a lot of exciting stuff to catch up on. I'm Roshan Marajkar. I'll be your host for this event. And I'm very excited to bring you a new guest here at Reimagine today. With me here today, I have David Vachev, who is the venture development lead at R3. David, welcome to the show. And, to get started with things, would love to know, how did you get into the space, and, how did you first hear about blockchain?
Thank you, Roshan, and congratulations on your 10th anniversary. Thank you for having me. So, yeah, my career started before in traditional finance, in capital markets, and having spent most of my time there, watching the industry from the growth phase to very much a secular decline. And interestingly, what were some of the reasons why the industry started to go through the cost pressures and some of the regulatory pressures that were happening? A lot of that was happening at the front end, but really at the back end, technology and digitization was really taking over. And that really sort of got me interested to think about sort of where is the future going? Where is the world going? And having left that and moving towards more working with startups on various different capacities and helping them from an advisory role as well as with strategy and business development, what got me excited was that a lot of these business models were popping up, which had blockchain into them. And this was towards 2017, 2018, a lot of buzzwords were happening, but increasingly, we started to see the value extraction coming from this. And we started to see some real world projects and this top of the stack value. And despite the headline price booms and busts that you see in crypto, the continuous investment into that space was extremely interesting, both in terms of the intellectual and the actual monetary capital moving into that space really got me interested. And, one of the startups that I was working with over in the tail end of 2019 got me introduced to R3. What they were doing with the enterprise blockchain space, really pioneers in that industry, got me hooked, and was very fortunate to join then and loving it ever since.
Yeah, that's awesome. Everyone always has a different path in, but I think once people get in, it's hard to go back to traditional finance. But Yeah, for sure. Tell us a little bit more about what exactly R3 is and Corda as well.
R3 is an enterprise blockchain firm. So we started originally around 2015 time, where we were a consortium looking at how to explore the benefits of blockchain and at that time Bitcoin, but really bring this into the world's leading banks and financially regulated entities. So we really want to see, right, this is a fantastic new technology. And what can we do with this? What can we pragmatically do with this? And with this consortium, we ideated on various concepts to say, well, what are the best things around this? What are this peer-to-peer transaction mechanism? How can we make this, number one, private and secure for these regulated enterprises, and then importantly, scalable as well. So to be able to scale at the level of these large enterprises and the transaction volumes that happen, if you think about something like a stock exchange. And this is where R3 and our distributed ledger technology platform, Corda, came about, and this is where it was born. So it really delivers trusted data exchange between parties. Corda is built around privacy, security, and scalability, and importantly, interoperability within our network. So today, industry-wide collaboration really remains at our core. This is really our bread and butter. We now have other offerings around this concept of trusted data exchange, namely Conclave for confidential computing. And we continue to lead the world's largest enterprise blockchain ecosystem. So we have 400 plus members now, be corporates, think startups, regulators, cloud providers, systems integrators, and indeed tech firms. So really, really at the heart of blockchain and innovation.
That's awesome to hear. There's a lot of interest from enterprises right now. So it's great to hear you guys are, have a wide range of products kind of from the top down. Specifically, I'm excited to speak to you here today because you lead the you're the venture development lead for your venture development program. So tell us a little bit more about the structure of that and even some of the past startups, if you have any interesting stories.
Yeah, so really this is what got me interested, of course, in blockchain and how we did it with the startup innovation side of things. So R3 is, of course, an enterprise blockchain firm, but our venture development program is really the gateway into this wider 400 plus member ecosystem for early stage startups. So we really had a look at this and said, right, what can we best do to support this startup blockchain innovation? How do we help them find product market fit? How do we help them get production ready fast? How do we accelerate their go-to-market strategy by connecting them with enterprise customers and corporate partners? How do we help them connect to a wider investor base as well to get funded and be able to accelerate their growth prospects? So this is really what our venture development program is. It's a cost and equity free program, which is supported by this international team. We're a global team here. And we have global industry experts around us to help these startups progress. So we really lead this initiative and from a global lead perspective from each different region. And we have very much akin to an accelerator incubator, weekly events and workshops and mentor office hours by industry and enterprise leaders. We have over 200 plus mentors within our network. We have access to R3's corporate partners. We have partnerships with other high quality accelerator incubators to co-support these startups with us. We also have sponsored industry challenges where our enterprise partners say to us, look, we need a specific use case being sold. If somebody can provide this for us, we can get into a commercial partnership with them. So we help to facilitate this. Extreme diverse range of startups. We have over 600 plus globally in our cohort. I'll give you some sort of examples to illustrate the diversity of some of our successful startups. We have ProCredX in the US, which verifies credentials for healthcare professionals in the US. So think if you are obviously a medical professional, a doctor, you need your credentials and they need to be verified. You need to translate those from different hospitals or medical providers that you go for. And of course, blockchain is an ideal use case for that. So they, of course, leverage Corda. We have HQLAX in Europe, which allows banks to manage their high quality liquid assets. And they recently raised a very successful Series B led by a consortium with of large banks and exchanges, which are part of our ecosystem. And another interesting one is Blue Box, just to keep things even further afield in the interesting space. They leverage Corda to manage music copyright information. So if you imagine in streaming how much multi-billions, I believe the last estimate was around $2 billion, is lost in royalties for artists this year. And this is the gap that Blue Box addresses. So some really interesting and diverse business models coming from our Corda startups.
Yeah, it's exciting to hear that it's kind of a global program. As everyone knows, you know, you can be anywhere in the world and work on blockchain products. What are some of the biggest challenges and problems do you think like current startup founders are facing right now?
Yeah, and you know, we get asked this question quite a lot, and a lot of people pass this to, or I guess look to this problem towards, you know, what is it within blockchain startups? The reality is, if you look at this, and we've looked at this a lot in terms of structuring our program, 9 out of 10 startups fail. It's just statistics. And the primary reason for that, CB Insights have done numerous analysis on this with various parts of failure, is no market need. Now, whether you're blockchain or not, the situation is still very much the same. And this is a huge problem. And it can be avoided right from the start by validating with end customers. Is this solution needed? Is blockchain just a buzzword within there? Are these various other emerging techs likewise an accelerator enabler versus the be an end all? So typically, where startups succeed is when they start with that customer validation first. Don't build anything, you know, on ledger or vice, but understand what pain point are they really solving? Will customers pay for this at scale? And can they feasibly produce this? So once they've verified that, and this is part of the work that, of course, we help them at that early stage, then their chances of success are that much maximized. To answer your question, where the failure becomes, most of the time, even regardless of what's happening in current market pressures, the real failure comes because they've not done that. They've just thought, this is a needed problem, we'll start to build. Of course, cash becomes tight and there's no customer at the other end of it. And then very soon the drive and that initial innovation just fizzles out. We see this over and over again. And this is something we try to really help hone down that business case in the right from the early stages.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me, you know, in terms of a lot of these crypto and blockchain projects, they should be seen as being evaluated by the same, you know, metrics of success, so to speak. But on that note, you know, what are some of the metrics you look at that point you to a successful project? Tell us, like, what is same between, you know, the crypto and the TradeFi world, and what is different, like metrics that are completely brand new?
Yeah, it's interesting. And in fact, the two worlds are increasingly coming together, you know, from a high level, especially a lot of the work that we're doing around central bank digital currency and, you know, various other drivers to this shows that there is an angle to all of these aspects. So if you imagine something which is issued via a regulated, so obviously the most regulated central banks into wholesale banks at the wholesale level, it's a very different use case to a consumer level where a wallet, which can also hold crypto and various other stable coins and DeFi tokens, it's a completely different use case. But increasingly, these two worlds are coming together because, of course, consumers will interact at different levels, and likewise, different layers will need to interact. So we're starting to see more and more of this coming together, definitely within our ecosystem and definitely within our startup community, which starts to do this. Where we find some of these sort of metrics for real success are very much if the project is driven around a DeFi or crypto angle in terms of adoption, is very much the network effect. So what incentive mechanisms have they done towards building a network such that an open source model is defensible? You know, we definitely see that part of it. Many of our startups that we have, or increasing number, I should say, are leveraging both public blockchain for example, a token issuance or a network effect. And then when they need to transact business and do this with an enterprise, then they use Corda and our functionality for that privacy part for this. So we see both ends of the layers. Where we see the most successful metrics are at the incentivization there, getting that network effect, getting those users and locking them up. So despite somebody else coming up with a slightly superior protocol or a way to do things, the network effect is already there and the liquidity is already there and it becomes self-fulfilling. So that's one aspect of it. From the enterprise layer and from the actual go-to-market strategies, the most important thing is an understanding of the customer needs, especially when they're an enterprise customer, because here you don't have that many customers, you have a few targeted ones, and understanding their needs is the biggest driver of success we found, something that aligns with the customer success journey, as well as helps integrate the product easier into the customer's very complex tech stack and long business sales cycle. Those two things by far are the biggest drivers of success metrics that we see.
Yeah, love how you said incentives. Actually, I think it's a huge part of what drives the entire blockchain and crypto economy. It's pretty strong and unique to our space. But from maybe your view in general, tell us, what do you think is important for enterprises, in terms of how much exposure they're getting into blockchain and crypto? Like, do you think, other companies out there are starting to have their own programs like R3 has, or do you think they'll just, get exposure in a different way from maybe mergers and acquisitions?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, and one we obviously ask ourselves a lot. And because we started off as this consortium of enterprises, we have this ecosystem where we have these open discussions with them. So we are very much ourselves customer led from what's needed. What we found is, like everybody else, the recent year has accelerated digitization dramatically. So this has, as I mentioned previously, from the top down with central bank digital currency to the consumer level with the rise of cryptocurrencies, and then obviously the exponential growth in DeFi has really brought this to fruition. What we're really seeing is this paradigm shift of, before people had to use an innovation budget around blockchain, it's increasingly becoming another layer that has to be done within the digitization. So it's the need is certainly becoming far there. Increasingly now, the next stage of this is being able to find those delivery partners and the expertise to be able to do this, because the in-house expertise is just not there at that many enterprises, and it's increasingly becoming so. And this is certainly, something which we've been positioned for right from the start, and what we've been trying to work towards from the early stages. How people are sort of looking at doing things at the moment is, if a startup, particularly if an institution wants to transact in, say, crypto or DeFi projects, a startup could potentially provide an easier route or access to this, but you at the same time also lose so much of that ability to regulate and to KYC and to know your customers. So this is really the trade-off around how, to answer your question, enterprises are interacting with this. So at the business level, they continue to leverage blockchain, like, for example, the Italian banking sector does for interbank reconciliations with Corda. This is something which is a completely different use case and brings about the leverage of blockchain as a technology. For other growth projects, such as DeFi and crypto, very much they try to do a parallel offering to understand this is the risk parameters, but we can segregate them over to here and know where we stand, and hopefully maximize the growth potential, especially for their end customers, which is clearly where the demand's coming from.
Yeah, and you're definitely right. There isn't enough talent, for all the companies to have their in-house talent right now. But my hope is that over time, each company recognizes the importance of it, as R3 has. Because I think it's really important to also hire people like who are already in the space and embedded to really get the culture and the entire philosophy. But going back to specifically talking about solutions, what are some of the core use cases of Corda and some of the solutions you offer?
Yeah, so I guess the industries where Corda complements the most and where we were designed for are threefold, and it's really ultimately enterprise regulated enterprise use cases. So if you think sort of banking and financial services, so Corda was purpose built there right from the start. So the banking space is really 4 times more heavily regulated than the pharmaceutical industry. So just to give you an idea of how heavy that regulation is and how ingrained that is within the entire ecosystem. So, banks can transform cross-border payments and, things like treasury management with digital assets. They can streamline client onboarding with collaborative KYC and AML solutions between each other, and of course can construct these future payment rails that incorporate these digital assets. So there are partner customers, things like DTCC, as a lot of people now know with the recent GameStop thing, how much actually the clearing and settlement of equities is important. We've had things like Wells Fargo and MasterCard and NASDAQ. So, as I mentioned, about 90% of the banking sector leverages Corda. So this is a huge use case. Then we also have insurance, which addresses a lot of the end-to-end issues which faces insurers. Again, you're really trying to streamline operations and lower expense ratios. Things like claims can just be processed much quicker. You can understand exactly where the liabilities fall. Again, all this can be automated and the process efficiency increase. So things like B3I Consortium, which is owned by 21 insurance participants around the world, is a good example of that. And then finally, trade finance. So this is just a very opaque and fragmented industry. Again, it's sort of heavily dominated by paper processing and multiple participants along a transaction lifestyle. So this is where something like a blockchain is an ideal use case, where you can remove so many of these intermediaries and extract so much value and new efficiencies. So things like Marco Polo and Consor for digital letters of credit, automations, and the digitization of workflows. These will be prime Corda and R3 use cases.
Yeah, you're totally right. There's a lot of inefficiency still in the traditional finance system, and a lot of people, have 2 viewpoints. One is either they're going to get disintermediated, or they're going to catch up. So what's kind of your view on that? While you're offering these solutions to all of your partners, do you think that a lot of the legacy business models of how companies have only made money from fees and custody, really not really even providing any application value, do you think that's going to change, or will they exist and just adopt blockchain?
Yeah, and your question really touches on a very important point there, which is a lot of people say, well, why has X innovation or digital transformation taken so much time away, isn't it? And the reality is it's not the technology. As you mentioned, a very valid point. There is certainly a gap in hiring talent, which can be addressed as long as the incentives are there. But the real question here are the incentives, and where are the multiple stakeholders in these old industries aligned, and what's their workflow? So the inherent nature of a disruptive technology is obviously it removes these inefficiencies in intermediaries, and very much those legacy processes are still being hung on to. In terms of the wider inefficiencies, they're still there, but there's a lot of multiple stakeholders still stuck in their ways, and that takes time in order to progress. So this is a lot of the reasons why progression takes so much time, but increasingly companies are seeing the benefits on the other side and are starting to realize there is a better way of doing things. As more and more of these projects become live, as more of those become production ready, and we see the use cases and the examples of this, and we're starting to see this popping up from different parts of our ecosystem, the more incentives there are for these other organizations to move forward and leave the past legacy systems behind.
Yeah, I think that's pretty interesting. There's some hybrid companies doing both. There's some companies who are kind of going all in. But how do you think public blockchains and private blockchains can kind of connect with each other as more institutions adopt blockchain? I've seen a lot of them, just make private blockchain. So can you kind of paint us a picture of how do you think the world would look? Is it going to be multi-chained, or everyone using one chain?
Yeah, it's a big talking point, and it grows about your question around the adoption of blockchain more generally. So, okay, once you decide and you're committed to removing these intermediaries and the process, then you go to, well, what blockchain should I choose? it's very much a sign of times, the fact that this is still a very difficult question for people to decide. And it's something, of course, different use cases have been carved out, which is the way the industry is. And we view this as very much a case of holistic growth in the market. There's some cases, and this is where Corda and R3 serves for the use case of private permission blockchain. So very much in these regulated industries, that is still the case. This is private information that cannot be disclosed or shared out there openly. It has to be. Corda is peer-to-peer, and we very much protect who's in the network on a need-to-know basis. And at the same time, scalability is an issue for these. But if you look at your question more holistically, conceptually, public and private working together is very similar to the way private companies operate their own intranets within the company, but also, of course, connect to the public internet. That still happens, and that happens all the time, and there's nothing wrong with that. So some files, documentation, values sit behind the wall, and others are happy to be more public and released. And that's the model of the way blockchain will also evolve into layers, is more interoperability. There's the best way that blockchain can grow is to leverage the best combination of both of it. Public blockchain gives you that openness and true decentralization, and you have a wider network, and you're able to leverage those tokenomics to incentivize and align users, developers, and indeed investors with that token value. Private blockchain just allow for trust and transaction resilience. So only verified parties can participate, and KYC, AML, legal enforceability, and underlying regulatory frameworks can fit in. So aligning the two together gives you the best of how this works. And as I say, we see more and more enterprises thinking this way, and likewise more and more startups setting up business models to align with that.
Yeah, they're two completely different schools of thought per se. You have things like Bitcoin, which is more of a public blockchain, and then, like you mentioned, a lot of enterprises, it makes sense for them to maybe not solely rely on public blockchains alone. But in the past year, and even currently here in the US, and I'm sure where you are right now in London, there's been a lot of regulations, and they're all so different. So how much do you think, what's the regional impact for people building blockchain projects? Like, do you think that we should have a uniform regulation, or how can we sort of improve this part of the industry?
It's very difficult to, even though that would be the almost easy solution for that, is to have a global regulatory standard and one size fits all. As we know from normal laws and indeed regulations, it's all on a jurisdiction basis, and even within countries, of course, this is still the case. Now, in terms of blockchain, and let's give the example. So again, to delineate the two, the way we work at Corda is code is not law, like law is law. So very much we work with the legal and regulatory governance and the frameworks that's been given by the country or the jurisdiction or indeed the asset class, and follow on that. And the code simply aligns with that. And so all of that is really abstracted away. There isn't really a need for that. But now, if we take this into the public blockchain space, things get a little bit more complex, because especially as a decentralized protocol, what is there to regulate? Who is there to regulate? And in what jurisdiction? It's inherently global. So it's very difficult to set laws or legal frameworks around this. And where the only layer at which there can be some kind of regulatory certainty is perhaps at the centralized layer on the top, which sits at the user interface or the parent company that has a restriction for this. And you see this increasingly popping up, where when there is a central entity which is doing something which is, for example, classed as a financial asset class, the SEC and various other regulators in different countries say, well, you've digitized something, you've tokenized something, but ultimately the underlying or the representation of it is a financial asset class. So it falls under those rules. But if there's nobody at that central public interface, consumer interface layer to regulate, you can set as many laws as you like on different parts of it, but there's just a decentralized protocol. So this is really what has to be accounted for in the public blockchain sphere. And this is why regulated entities are still very cautious of interacting in that space.
100%. And I think even from technology perspective, there are a lot of people trying to figure out, in a lot of jurisdictions, like, is the code even valid? Are smart contracts even valid? I've seen some jurisdictions like even reject that. But even kind of zooming out for a second and kind of talking about a different topic, what's your view on ESG and impact investing? How kind of like how can we use blockchain for good?
Yeah, a big topic, and obviously the recent antics of Bitcoin have brought this into focus for people. But I think on the good aspect is it's brought this into awareness. What Bitcoin and what blockchain is and what it isn't, and that's helped to educate a lot of people, and it has moved the conversation forward. So ESG is a huge topic. The environmental impact of things and people and industries is becoming a greater focus. From my work before in the financial industry, and now what we see from our enterprise customers is it's both a environmental impact as well as a financial impact, because positive ESG ratings assigned to companies, to industries, to investment funds have a superior outperformance. So everybody's incentivized to move that way, both for the environment as well as for financial gain. So it's really a win-win scenario. Now, if we look at this and perhaps just taking a step back of what this is for the audience, really how Bitcoin, going back to the original white paper, that was designed is obviously a peer-to-peer transaction mechanism where we provide cryptographic proof that a transfer of value has happened without this need for a central intermediary. So we disintermediate the entire financial system and allow it to happen. But in order for that process to happen, a huge amount of energy has to be consumed, an increasing amount, as the network grows and becomes more secure in the process called mining and validation. And that's really this proof of work algorithm. And that's really just specific to Bitcoin. So this is a huge topic, but it's very specific. Most chains are now beyond that, and even Ethereum is obviously moving to a proof of stake, which isn't necessary at all. You simply put up as collateral your holdings to be able to provide that same verification mechanism. And likewise, there's even newer mechanisms which are coming out. Obviously, some like Solana and some of the others have moved further on that. Corda is not a blockchain at all. It's really a peer-to-peer distributed ledger technology. So we avoid that completely. And it's really brought to the public awareness that, in fact, it is only a Bitcoin issue that this is big. And it is a big issue. And it's just one that should be noted. Now, where this is more holistically a more open conversation and a more interesting one is if you think about generally various other processes and how much energy they consume. So I'm thinking manual reconciliations, printing out of papers, things like going back and forth with intermediaries, the amount of energy consumption of those and the impact that something like blockchain can do is inherently very positive. Removing out those intermediaries, removing out that reconciliation process has a huge positive effect. So blockchain in general is very positive and supported towards ESG initiatives. Bitcoin is not currently as things stand, but again, increasingly, just like with a lot of blockchain and incentivization mechanisms, as we can see from the movement of Bitcoin mining facilities from China into more ESG friendly facilities when the hash rate drops, again, things incentivize and adapt to help things. And this is really sort of the real benefits of that public open ecosystem, because the incentive mechanism will shift to where we align things that work for everybody.
100%. And I think that was a great comparison. I really love that. I would love to see in the future, maybe there's a report that compares exactly what you said. And maybe we can host this kind of on chain and see everything be transparent, like what actually takes more energy. But for viewers out there, I think that was a great distinction. And yeah, to kind of end things off here, what makes you the most optimistic about the future of blockchain right now?
What makes me most optimistic about the future of blockchain is the amazing amount of public adoption out there, which is really, really great to see. It's not just seen as what is blockchain anymore, what are cryptocurrencies, what are this, really, it's now become second nature to people to really understand more of this, which is exciting. And the biggest thing which sort of I feel is coming, and I think conceptually more and more people will start to understand, is how much the previous world of the internet gave us this abundance of information, the transfer of this information. But we really lack this transfer of value in a secure mechanism. And more people are starting to grasp that concept now. And it's really great to see when people understand how we're translating real world value to digital value. Now this is becoming more and more a concept that people are thinking about, getting excited about. And you're seeing these business models and these interesting concepts around, call it DeFi and call it NFTs, hitting these consumer use cases. And that's really exciting to see, because you're starting to see that top of the stack application and value creation. And that's really where users and most of the world's population will start to see the benefits.
Exciting times for sure, as more consumers, start to learn about the technology, and like you said, they get more positively impacted by it. And my final question to end things off: what are some key pieces of advice for entrepreneurs and new builders coming into the ecosystem?
I'll reiterate the advice we started off, and we keep reiterating this again, but it can't be said enough, is please, validate with customers first, create a needed solution and test that market first before you build anything. This is it. So number one, do this. Number two, surround yourself with an amazing team who can execute that business model. And number three, have fun in the process. Being a startup founder, whether it be blockchain or anything, is a very tiring and many times stressful process. So try to enjoy it as best you can, and enjoy the journey as much as where the destination is.
Great advice, 100%. And how can people connect with you and learn more about R3? It was a pleasure speaking to you here today, David.
Well, thank you so much, Roshan, for hosting me. And, please feel free to connect, of course, with anybody on LinkedIn, and sign up to our flagship conference, QuarterCon, for this year. We've got 100+ sessions and networking opportunities, and it's hybrid this year. So we have sessions which is all in person in London. And then we have another 2 days, which is virtual. So this is the 28th to the 30th of September. So please sign up, and hope to see as many of you there as can make it.
Awesome. Wishing you the best of luck. And for those of you who are still watching, stay tuned. We're bringing you more interviews here at Reimagine 2021 version 10, and check out our YouTube library for all our interviews. We've done over 500 interviews. So thanks to our community and all of our great partners and speakers for supporting us. And I'll let you all tune back into the event. Thank you.
I'm Robert Darby, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody. Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Vayer. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
The coins
podcast was really amazing, and the timing was so perfect. To sit in the San Francisco Mint and talk about the future of finance was a lot of fun. I'm just one of a whole bunch of excellent people you have, right? These interviews are very good. It's not often that we get a chance to talk at a bit more length about some of these capabilities. So there's plenty of good interviews in there. I definitely recommend watching.
The message is something that's important to get to people. People are pretty primed right now to be, willing to look into a crypto product and excited to do so.
Absolutely fantastic. I think you guys do a great job organizing everything. The interviews and the dialogue is fantastic. I've had nothing but great experiences.
It's a good reminder to people that money is a story that has changed throughout human history. Money has changed, how it's used, the technology around it has changed. And Bitcoin is clearly like this next evolution of how money and value can work. And part of understanding it is to understand the history of the monies that came before.
It was a great interaction. I think, again, you guys always organize amazing events, amazing speakers. I always learn new things.
So you had the patience to take a person like me that is a shy developer and trying to express myself, tell my story. I believe that was great. I know that you had many great guests, so I cannot wait to see that.
It's so important to me personally and to our efforts to have so much support and backing from so many wonderful people, including you all. Yeah, how you really made me feel. I was sick. I was very ill, and you sent me flowers. It was so nice. And besides, intellectually very savvy, have a heart. You really do. And I just really am very uplifted by that. And through me, Ross is too. And so I'm very grateful.
What matters is the next billion people. It was an honor for me to participate in the Coins project. And this is big. Getting the next billion people. That's what matters.
Ooh, hey, well, hello there. Lord Squattington here of the Royal Society of Big Feet with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. DAO, also known as the Digital Decentralized Autonomous Organization. Alternatively, the first known example of a DAO was named the DAO. The DAO served as a form of investor-directed venture capital fund which sought to provide enterprises with new decentralized business models, Ethereum-based. The DAO's code was open source. The organization set the record for the most crowd-funded project in 2016. However, those funds were partially stolen by hackers. The hack caused an Ethereum hard fork, which led to the creation of Ethereum Classic.
My friends, I am glad that you can join us in the decentralized financial revolution. The only way forward is if we continue to educate ourselves and those around us, and that is certainly what we intend to do. The value of $1 can diminish with the click of a federal button, but the seeds of wisdom may never die. Don't let them catch you, be bold, and dare to reimagine your freedom.
Hi, my name is Supi Yang. I work here at Pantera Capital as quantitative researcher. And for disclaimer, nothing I say will constitute as investment advice, and everything I say is on my personal behalf. It does not represent Pantera Capital. Thank you everyone for watching.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 1-year anniversary and 10th edition of our conference. Super excited about that. We host these events as part of our monthly series, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mouseball team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator or providing development support to a growing number of projects, as well as education within the Mouseball University program. Our main objectives and goals are simple across all of our platforms, including Reimagine. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real-world applications. We seek to really educate our audience, our viewers, everybody that's tuned in on blockchain by helping them understand crypto's real impact. So I'm super excited. It's enough talking for me at the intro. Super excited to introduce Suki Young, Pantera Capital. She's a quantitative researcher here local in the Bay Area. How you doing, Suki? Appreciate your time to participate.
Yeah, I'm doing awesome. Thanks for having me.
Good. So, we've been in this quarantine bubble. COVID was here. You and I were able to go to an event last Friday. How did it feel to kind of get out and kind of meet and hang out with our colleagues again?
It feels super interesting. On the one hand, after 1.5 years of quarantine, like I say yes to like every single event, like yes, like coming in. On the other hand, like when you actually see people, you kind of like forget about like the social etiquette, like how to do small chats and whatnot. So slowly like adjusting to the new world and super excited about like this summer coming in and moving forward.
Awesome. Yeah, I know. We were trying to figure it out as everybody was there and we were all hanging out and talking. It felt good. It felt a little weird. It's funny because I had just done an interview and I met my interviewee there. It was the first time, so it was kind of a small world. It was funny. But cool. So let's get into this. So Reimagine, we've hosted this conference now for a year. This is our 1-year anniversary. Super excited. Glad you can join us and support us and participate. And really, we just try to highlight and showcase partners like yourself, projects in the space, what they're building, what we've been working on, and everybody has an interesting story, how they got into Bitcoin and crypto. And we'd love to hear yours. How did you fall down the rabbit hole? What were you doing before crypto and how did you land into crypto?
Yeah, awesome. So I started trading and doing studying like quant since I was age 18, and historically speaking, like I've always been exploring, seeking alpha in the traditional like equity space in both like U.S. market and as well as like Chinese like A stock market. And it was in 2019 when I was doing my master at the business school at Berkeley. And a lot of my friends, they're like super big in crypto and they keep like introducing me about like, how like crypto trading works. And so from there, I kind of just like went down a rabbit hole of like exploring how do I apply like my quantitative background to be able to do the kind of research that we traditionally do in like the equity space, but use that in cryptocurrencies. And that has been super fulfilling and a lot of learning to be done and super excited about it.
Awesome. Yeah, that's a great story. Glad you can apply it. It's emerging. We have some internal traders as well on the quant side, and it's been a roller coaster ride for a period of time. So let's get into it. Like, what is Pantera Capital? What do you guys do in this space? And then what do you do on the team?
So a little bit background about Pantera Capital. We're one of the earliest fund in the crypto space. We invest primarily on the venture side in different blockchain companies, projects, tokens. And we also invest in like liquid tokens, which is a fund that I work primarily with. So under the liquid token fund, we have both discretionary and also a fully systematic quant strategy vehicle that we trade systematic strategies that runs on an hourly basis. So that's about what Pantera is as an entity, and how my role at Pantera is I work on the quant strategy platform. So what we do is, if you can imagine, like we have all kinds of like different data sources, and then we build in-house like a lot of different models, and those models will generate signals to trade into a target portfolio weights. So in short, it's like if you think about traditional like quant hedge funds in like equity space like Citadel or Two Sigma, we take similar approach and we apply that in the asset class of cryptocurrencies. That's about what we do here at Pantera.
And so before we get into some of these token projects and how the tokens work, how do you allocate your time for each token, for each project, whether it's on, on the strategy side, whether it's on the deal side? What does your days look like in terms of, prioritizing, how you structure your day, your week, to work on some of these deals?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I would say usually it's twofold. The first one would be the most like liquid tokens that we trade in the quant portfolio. And those we're very, very selective about the tokens that we trade in our quant vehicle because we care a lot about like high liquidity. It cannot be, we have like different kind of criteria for like what tokens we can trade. And so on that end, I think actually probably 60% of my time goes into like modeling, goes into building the quant platform for trading different tokens or different strategies. And the rest of my time goes into like a whole like spectrum of different things, right? It can go into like talking to different data vendors, like sourcing what data we could use for the quant vehicle or for like liquid token fund, which includes like less liquid tokens. But when we invest in a project or companies, some of them we have equity, some of them it's like a token round. So we have like the tokens from our investments. And a part of the tokens will go into our liquid tokens, and where we are able to, like manage actively exits, and do a lot of like different magic to it. So that's about sum up about like what my day is.
Yeah. Awesome. And so when you look at these tokens, right, from an investment standpoint, a quantitative standpoint, what do you look at on the research side? And we can target, specific, like, do you look at the team itself? Do you look at the tokenomics of it? Or is it more like technical trading and signals on when to get in, when to get out versus, looking at this team, this is a long-term play. How do you like distinguish, I guess both strategies, right? Kind of a hodl position or more of an active, short to medium term kind of a play?
Yeah, that's a super great question. I would divide that into mostly two parts, like two stage. The first is like pre-investment, like before we invest in like certain protocols, before we make like venture investment, what do we look at? And also on the quant side, like after like we already decided to invest in a specific token, or we already decided to include a specific token into our quant portfolio, and then how do we think about what are the indicators we can gather to analyze the price or to generate different models to predict the price. So I would say the first part, like it's very similar to traditional like venture investing, where you look at the team, you look at the company, you look at the whole marketplace, and yeah, it's kind of like similar to traditional like venture investing. And moving on to like the second part of the puzzle where you know, like we already make the decision of like, oh, we want to trade this token. And there's a lot of different ways that we can like source the data that we can get to go into like the quant models. And I would say, so we definitely, you know, like the most fundamental data, like market data, and then there's like on-chain data, and we're also looking for like sentiment data. And basically, the first step of like sourcing the data, we try not to be limiting ourselves to one specific kind of data, but looking, you know, like at every type of data that we can possibly get. And then we have an engine of like feature selection where we can analyze how much of like underlying alpha there is in those data. And once we decided that, oh, this is an interesting indicator, and then we're moving on to using that to model specific tokens.
Wow, that's interesting. I think there's a lot going on there, right? And how do you explore these tokens, right? There's utility tokens, there's security tokens, there's governance tokens. How do you know, identify the opportunity there? And then, you know, how do you attack or strategize around each one of these tokens, or do you stay away from one or the other? Curious to know like how you break down the token itself, because there's a lot of variety, right? There's different token uses within the ecosystem, within, you know, the platform itself and the network.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good question. That's something that I've been thinking about a lot too as well. So in terms of like different tokens, like they have different like use case, they have like different, the whole landscape can be entirely different. And in terms of like how we evaluate different tokens, I would say that primarily, you know, what's most fascinating about cryptocurrency and is that the landscape of each token is very different. The fundamentals of cryptocurrencies about different tokens are very, very different from if you look at like stock market, like, oh, what moves the Tesla price, what moves like Coinbase price, or what moves like SP 500. But when you look at different tokens or, you know, like cryptocurrencies, it's a whole nother story. Like each token, they can have like entirely different like use case, different indicators. However, though, I do have to point out that, you know, like on the trading side, we different tokens, they're not just, you know, from technology perspective, they have certain technology usage, but they are also like a trading item in the sense that it's a financial, like the financial perspective of the token. Which sometimes, as you can see, that like if, for example, like one token price went up by a lot, it might not be because this is the most awesome project. It could just be because like Bitcoin went up a lot and that drives like the rest of the market or some other indicators moves. So to be able to dive into the surface of what moves price ups and downs, there's so many different indicators that we can't like, that we human cannot possibly monitor at all time. So which would require us to do something quantitative in order to capture all those like indicators work with each other. And that would be really fascinating to look at, because like you like for example like Ethereum, it's like a transforming technology. On one hand, it's also a financial asset, and also you can like say that it's also like commodity. So combining all different aspects of Ethereum, you will get like what eventually like moves the price up and down. So,
you know, a lot of it does correlate with Bitcoin. What have you seen from the research side in terms of, is there strong, you know, there is correlation. Do you notice that there's non-correlated also tokens or projects? Because I feel when Bitcoin goes up, it all goes up. And then, you know, when it comes down, pretty much everything comes down. So how do you like manage that risk a little bit?
yeah, definitely. That's a great question. Actually, I can talk a lot about this specific topic because that's a lot of the job of a quant. You know, even when the market is going down, like you still can capture that downturn and make money out of that. But first, let's start with like everything, as you said, like could be kind of correlated to Bitcoin. I would say every market cycle, it changes a little bit. The market dynamics change a little bit. You know, in 2017, everything super correlated to Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And if you look historically, you know, like all the asset prices, it's just going up. Like if you look at S&P 500, if you look at like all asset classes, like real estate, you name it, like it all goes up historically speaking. So especially right now, we're in this high inflation era where, you know, like we've seen high valuations, we've seen high volatilities, and in this time, like the price long term is expected to go up. And you know, as a class of cryptocurrency, if you think about all the amazing things that it does, there's no reason for it to fall. Like in like a longer time span, as our CEO Dan Moorhead has also said. And to manage the risk, I think so there's two paths we can take to manage the risk. One is that you know, the job of being a quant is to predict like when there's a bear market or when like the price is going down. And on the quant portfolio, we're able to take risk off, so we can, you know, like we see the market crash and then we can like stay in cash. And another thing that is worth mentioning is that we recently, our head of quant strategies, he deployed a fixed income vehicle. So that vehicle alone will be really beneficial for if the market was to enter like a bear regime or because like there's a lot of like different strategies, different arbitrage you can do that generate fixed income, that we can, even when the market is not like moving up all the time, we can still make positive returns.
Yeah, no, there's a lot happening there. And like you said, you know, it does over the last few years, the correlation maybe is not as strong. Do you also follow the traditional markets as well? Do you guys keep an eye on that in terms of in part of your research with crypto and traditional markets?
Yeah, we do, even though that's not something that we're directly invested in. And I would say like most of our team on the investment team, we come from traditional finance background. So we like have a solid background in like traditional finance where we understand the microeconomy. Dan was from Tiger Management and Goldman, and so the rest of the team also from like traditional finance background. So we do keep an eye on, you know, the macro finance, definitely.
How do you think like you know, VCs in the past weren't really active on blockchain, in crypto? They pretty much stayed away from it. How do you think, for many reasons? One, you know, maybe time horizons, you know, maybe mandate thesis. How do you think like the token well, at one point it was ICOs. Now there's like different private deals and crowdfunding. Like, how do you think that has disrupted VCs in general? You think that's played an impact where it's democratized a little bit, or it's opened the doors for everybody else to kind of get into the space? You guys are a little bit of a hybrid. You understand that the how these things work, that it's very quick, innovation happens fast, and then you really got to understand, you know, is this a long-term play on the equity side, or is this a token deal on the, you know, short to midterm, and then, you know, manage that risk? So my question is how disruptive, I guess, is like crypto to traditional VCs, where you guys have an advantage?
Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't use the word disruptive in the with the intonation that everything is a zero-sum game. I don't think it's a zero-sum game. I think it's something that has a longer term. It's a positive sum game. And being in the space like early on really gives us an edge that a lot of the traditional VCs aren't able to capture in the early days of cryptocurrencies. And I think like people are scared of like what they don't know. But the alpha in the market, the alpha both in like quant is those areas that other people don't know, or other people are not as aware as like special like people or folks with like specialties. So I would say long term, and like in the venture investing world, like being able to invest in like blockchain companies, you can have like the tokens, and that makes like a lot of the exits really easy, and also like you can apply a lot more like quantitative analysis on like when to exit, what deals to invest in. You have like a lot more data than traditional venture investing. So I would say that's actually a big edge for us, definitely in the space, and being able to get into like good deals early on, and being in the space for long enough to see the cycles of like ups and downs. Yeah, it definitely helps.
How does your team, talking about like getting in early, seeing deal flow, understanding crypto and blockchain and kind of its impact and how it operates? How, what do you think your biggest edge is as a company, or maybe as yourself, or as your team, that allows everybody, to kind of target some of these companies? Are there, what kind of team members are on your team that identify, what's good and what's not? Because there's like, companies that are grounded, that know what's going on the projects, and then there's these like forks. So like I'm assuming your team knows how to identify a little bit, to the best of their ability, what's like a fork, and then what has true value. So what gives like Pantera like an edge in terms of like identifying these opportunities early on?
Yeah, definitely. I want to start off by like giving a short introduction about our team, and that really, I think everything after like go beyond like is built like upon that. Dan, as you know, is a legend in the space, and Joey, our CIO, he's a genius. He founded one of the earliest like DeFi protocol, Anchor, and he's one of the smartest person that I know. And Paul, he's our venture partner. He's also like super well connected. He basically know every single person who's working on like blockchain, even related. And we also have our head of platform, Franklin. He's working on helping with a lot of our portfolio companies, like how basically any help that like the portfolio company needs help on, Franklin will like jump on, like gather different resources to help in that regard. Lauren is our principal on the venture side, and William, our head of quant strategies, he's as well like a genius who's been working on a different quant strategies. He's they're all like amazing team, definitely. And so I would say what gives us an edge, one is the deep knowledge that we are able to have by the virtue of like both being like in the space for like a long time, and also like being able to like really be the pioneer in the industry where we see like the trend of, oh, this is going to like be like a next big thing, and being able to be the strongest like supporter in that sense. And within Pantera, we're all like really helpful people. Like when our founders need help in whatever regard, and we like brainstorm and like think about ways how we can like support them. And another edge I would say is outside of like having like amazing team, is that the philosophy of like how we're doing different kind of investing, we're all like working really hard, and definitely having the mentality of like always like working, always like finding the best thing. And I think at the end of the day, there's no secret outside of like working hard. That's my philosophy. So
Totally. Crypto and crypto's a 24/7 job. And yeah, what I realized in the space, meeting individuals like yourself and other teams and founders, right? Is yeah, everybody's just constantly working hard, trying to understand. Every day is like something new. Trends are completely changing. To go into trends a little bit, like how does your team diversify amongst maybe a sector or non-correlated sectors, I guess, within in crypto versus like a concentration position, similar sector, or like going heavy in one across the board, across a variety of projects that are the same. How do you diversify, or how do you see it maybe from a quant side? Like we're too, we're too overweight here versus we want to be overweight here, and like diversifying across the thing or concentrating in one area.
Yeah, I think there's two things that usually go into the function of like how we want to put in different weights of different either assets or tokens. One is, the fundamentals of like a specific project or specific token, how much conviction we have, like how good are the founders, like are they in a good time of like building, and the other perspective that come into consideration would be a lot of the technical analysis. So that would be very data heavy, very quantitatively like focused. That would be also like a big part of like how we decide how much weight we want to position into different, like tokens and projects.
Because it's so tough, right? You see one project and then you see its competitor, right? And that's kind of like what I was trying to identify or like figure out. When you see project A and project B, they're the same. Some people invest and make multiple bets kind of on the same, within the same area within crypto. So thanks for kind of clarifying that on that. Do you follow any like and what are you seeing right now in the market in terms of trends? At one point it was like, I don't know, layer ones, protocols, DeFi was last summer, NFTs are now, everybody's trying to figure out the application, the use case, how to build crypto stuff. What are you seeing, I don't know, the last 12 months, or give me kind of your perspective over the last year on like some of the trends and opportunities that are really like, I don't know, maturing maybe or super innovative. What are you guys seeing coming across the table?
Yeah, what I think what I can speak for myself, what I've seen is that cryptocurrencies, like the trading, like asset class is getting more and more mature. The incidents where we see in the past, like one tweet moved the price by so much, or even in like early days of like cryptocurrencies, the price can like go up based on like random news or whatnot, or like fake news. We've seen that much and much less over the time of like the past year. Also, and recently, the EIP, like the 1559, and a lot of the London hard fork, and a lot of the other news is driving the price. It's having impact on the price, but not to the same extent as we've seen in the past. And that's a good sign. That's a really good sign. It means that crypto as an asset class is getting more mature and less affected by like random factors like someone's tweet. And yeah, that's definitely good news, for us quant, and excited about it.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of crazy, and the cycles, right? They come and go. You think those are good signs in terms of the bear markets and the volatility? How excited do you get when you hit some of these cycles? Is it more of a challenge? It's been known like during these downtimes, a lot of the projects get better.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They're developing, they're building, which ultimately, I guess, in the end, the token valuation and maybe could be better than the previous year and the previous year, right? It's kind of building on top of each other. But how did the bear markets and the volatility support, I guess, like the maturity of our industry?
Yeah, that's an awesome question. So, Pantera, including myself, like we're long-term players in the space where like when and actually some of our portfolio companies benefit from like the volatility of the market, or even like some certain companies would benefit from like a bear market regime. And if you look historically, there's no asset that just keeps going up without any correction ever. Even like a lot of the like equity companies or SP 500, one thing just doesn't go up like all the time. So as a long-term player, like once you understand that it is a risky asset class, so is other risk like asset class. I think the volatility of cryptocurrencies actually of Bitcoin might not be higher than the volatility of SP 500 or some other like stocks. And to look at that in a way that understanding like nothing goes up forever, and also like we do invest in companies who would benefit and make money out of like bear market and volatility. So knowing that, as like an institutional investor, you really benefit from having a piece of the pie from all different kinds of companies.
That's a good answer. That in terms of like understanding the advantages to various companies, the types of markets they're targeting, the opportunities they prevent themselves, the solutions that they're delivering. It could be what's the word, neutral, right? Depending on what's going on, it maybe doesn't affect it, and then if it goes the other way, vice versa. So that's kind of interesting that you guys take that that type of approach. Now, when you on the investing side, or like the I don't know, the LP side, have you noticed like more people coming into the space wanting to invest, whether it's institutional, whether it's family funds? Have you noticed more people interested in what crypto is? And then not only that, have you noticed an uptick in people wanting to invest with Pantera, or at least to get some exposure?
Yeah, definitely. We want to protect the privacy of our LPs, definitely. But I think in general, it's kind of a consensus that even like in a lot of the news that a lot of the traditional funds, they're interested in having exposure in cryptocurrency as an asset class. And even when they themselves might not be like, oh, I want exposure to crypto, their LPs might be very interested in like, can we have some exposure to crypto? And then they will like have to like learn a lot about crypto. And most of the times, and it's a lot of effort to build out a separate vehicle for like doing like crypto analysis in-house. So we've seen like more recently or like in the news that there are fund of funds approach. There's different approach that you can have access to crypto, and within Pantera we have different fund vehicles depending on your like risk tolerance, what you want to get exposed to, what you want to invest in, all of that. And and it's really exciting to see more people are very interested in cryptocurrencies.
That's good. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear that more people are, just like the support, right? That very hands-on approach. And you guys have the Rolodex and like resources to support, your portfolio to try and help them out, because I've noticed, which is what our approach as well too, like during the ICO craze and like raising off white papers and that whole narrative of like scams and frauds. We wanted to start an incubator, and one of our advantages really was like development support. So we have 30 plus devs, and we would invest these resources. So my question was like, when you invest in these projects, what other resources do you provide them, like hands-on?
I would say like on a high level, we are pretty hands-on. We're very supportive and helpful. And like a lot of it like comes to like combining different resources. Like this founder needs A, B, C, D, E. We know this people who has like A, B, C, that person has like a D, that person has an E, and then we connect them together and being able to like reference a lot of like different folks to kind of like combine the resources. And another perspective I would add is that we support the founders like 360 degrees in the sense that we understand the landscape and we understand like how you like being in the space for so long, having seen like so many like investments. I think Pantera is able to, you know, like help direct the like the point out the directions or, you know, like help with addressing a lot of the issues or problems in that sense. And yeah, so definitely happy to help.
So like, what do you see we got a couple minutes here. What do you see moving forward? Like, what do you forecast? We're mid-year, post-COVID. Crypto in general, like, was pretty great for up until like maybe mid-spring, and then now we're kind of settled down. There's been some corporate companies like getting into Bitcoin in general. What do you see for the next 6 to 12? Not a prediction, but just how do you see the markets panning out? Obviously, you're seeing more companies come in, more projects come in, more mature projects coming in. So how do you, what's your vision, I guess, for the next, 6, 9, 12 months?
Yeah. So disclaimer, nothing I say is investment advice. Don't make any investment based on what I say. And so post COVID, like we're really going to see a time, not just cryptocurrency, but also like a lot of the other technologies integrating into like people's daily life and in a way that we have not seen during the past like a year and a half. So there are a lot of sectors where it will like take off by a lot. And with the current inflation, I would say like again, this is not investment advice. I would say like
do your own research. Your own research.
Yeah, it wouldn't be shocking that a lot of the asset prices will go up, and more people will be holding like don't want to like hold too much cash at hand. So in which case, like cryptocurrency is a good asset platform
alternative.
Alternative investment for people to like get in. And in terms of like prediction, it's I think I'm long-term bullish on cryptocurrencies, and I think we're still haven't seen like there's still a lot of the movers, the needles that move up that haven't shown the entire result during COVID, which will gradually or even drastically make the landscape like more attractive in the next like year or so. So a lot of the part of the landscape that hasn't played off, or like the factors that were affected by COVID will slowly show up and increase in the market impact in a lot of positive directions. So
it could be a little bit lagging. Do you follow DeFi? Like, does DeFi affect the quantitative side? This whole yield farming and aggregation, right? Like yield aggregation and being able to lend and borrow. Like, how does that go into your guys's strategy, I guess, in general on the quant side? Because that's kind of a whole new innovation, product solutions that we've never seen. And, that can impact a lot of, opportunities, good or bad. How do you see DeFi affecting quantitative investing moving forward?
Yeah. So at Pantera, we invest in a lot of DeFi protocols and DeFi projects, and we're also able to stake. Like we have like the best partnership with them. And like we can stake different assets with them. We can do different yield farming, which we're currently also like exploring. And a lot of the companies like Staked that we invested in, Perpetual. And we've also seen a trend where, like the DeFi space is taking off by so much, and being able to being at the the front seat of the ebbs and flow of the whole DeFi landscape has given us like a lot of the advantages to be able to explore different farming strategies, like doing something like fixed income, and a lot of those has played out pretty well.
Awesome. And I think one of the good things with this overall strategy or like deployment is you get to see how the technology works, right? Like you're actually hands-on. You can see like how it works, how it operates, where the innovation lies, how the tech is implemented and integrated, which gives you a leg up and an advantage overall when you start seeing, because I asked a question earlier, like how do you differentiate, like different projects and the same projects, just a little bit different. This really gives you insight into like, this is great. This doesn't work. We should explore this further. This is the future. This is not the future. So that's kind of cool that you guys are active participants. Even though you're VC and quant strategies, you're also active participants in the ecosystem.
Yeah.
Which provides a lot of benefits.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, great. This has been a great discussion. I mean, we've talked about like the quant side. We've talked about Pantera in general, like, your guys' approach, how active you are in this space. Your team's been around for quite some time. Where can people learn more and maybe get updates regarding Pantera?
I would say the easiest way is to go to our website and our investment relation team. They're really dedicated. So it's you will get like response from them and and chat about like what we offer here, how we can help, and how to like invest with Pantera.
Awesome. Well, we've come up on time. We'd love to have you back. This market moves pretty quick. So hopefully, our next discussion, we do this every month, we can have you or somebody else from your team kind of give us some more updates as the year kind of concludes. We appreciate you taking time out of your day before the weekend to come speak with us. And so we hope to, see you again soon and we'll talk again. For everybody tuning in, this is Suki Young, Pantera Capital quantitative researcher. It's been a real pleasure. She shared some insights and all the above that's happening, not only in the market, but with them and how they view different strategies and approaches. And very, very thankful to have her today. So Suki, we hope to have you back and we'll talk again.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks for having me.
All right, everybody. Thank you for tuning in to Reimagine 2021. You can check out all of our interviews on YouTube for free. Hopefully you're enjoying the conference. Thank you.
I'm Robert Darby, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody. Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Held.
My name is Lou Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell. Roger Vair. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Hi there! I am Maurice the Cow, and I'm here with another crypto vocabulary lesson, okay? Brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Non-fungible token, NFT. Fungibility refers to an object's ability to be exchanged for another. For example, an individual dollar is considered fungible, as we can trade dollars with one another. Artwork is usually deemed non-fungible, as paintings, sculptures, or masterpieces are likely to be unequal in quality or value. A non-fungible token is a type of token that is a unique digital asset and has no equal token. This is in contrast to cryptocurrencies like Ether that are fungible in nature. And that's no bull.
Breaking news, this just in. Justin's son has officially announced when he will officially announce that big announcement he announced on Twitter last week. More details to follow as they come in. Back to you.
Welcome to the 10th anniversary of Reimagine 2021. Presented by Mousebelt. Coming up next.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine 2021 version 10. So we've been doing these virtual conference events for a whole year now, and we're really bringing you, the latest and innovative project, the founders out there, and the latest breaking news. Our space moves at light speed. I'm your host, Roshan Marajkar, and I'm very excited to bring you kind of a different interview here today. So with me here, I have the Webland team. And we first discovered them through our Mousepell Startup School program. It's a program for early stage blockchain and crypto projects. So, I let the Webland team kind of introduce themselves. And I think just to get started, it would be great to give everybody some perspective on, what you guys are building right now, and why choose like this time to, build a crypto startup.
Sure thing. So my name's Kai, along co-founder, CEO of Webland, along with my partners Nate Thorson, CMO, co-founder of Webland, and Carter Rizink, CTO, co-founder of Webland. And what Webland is a socio-digital economy that pays people to get involved in their communities through local media events while improving on the relationship that local businesses have with consumers within their area. The main thing that we're really focusing on with Webland is being able to address the triple bottom line in our cities and communities. The triple bottom line being revenue, environmental impact, as well as social life. We are aimed to make a system that pays us to be involved in what's going on around us. What we do in real life is able to have an effect on what happens on the internet and vice versa. Typically, these days, with the rise of technology and COVID-19, there's been a rise of loneliness, depression, anxiety, and isolation, and people are gradually becoming more and more disconnected from one another. The consequences being 2 out of 3 people, specifically in the US, have been reporting feelings of loneliness, not having anything to do with those around them, feeling disconnected. We are spending over $960 billion each year when it comes to the ailments of loneliness, depression, such as depression, social anxiety, suicide. And when it comes to small business contribution to the GDP of the country, it's been declining since the late 90s, and it's dropped a total of 20% so far. The biggest factor driving this is lack of community engagement. So with our system and Webland's social economy, things that do not intrinsically have any value or monetary value, such as humanitarianism, volunteering, attending events, watching streams, people like you and me are able to earn a living, get paid to be involved in what's going on around us.
Yeah, that's awesome. And Mukai, I know, we've talked multiple times, and yeah, it's a huge problem in the world right now. I'd say like not enough of the actions we do on a daily basis can be tokenized right now, or there's a lot of value that's lost. But yeah, kind of like, what are some of the problems you guys see that are in the crypto space right now, and how is your approach different, and how you're trying to get people into the crypto space?
One of the biggest problems that I see with cryptocurrency right now is there are a bunch of really cool ideas out there, but when it comes to how valuable can they really be, that's where it comes into the question, where you have, a majority of coins that are out there that they might have some product underlying them that some people might be using, but a majority of them are just as a way for people to, buy the crypto, hopefully it goes up and make some money. What Webland is all about is we are first a mission-oriented company, and second, a crypto company. So yes, Webland has the ability to make a bunch of money, but if it doesn't accomplish its goal, then if we don't accomplish our mission, then what was it all really for? So one thing that's really cool about Webland is we take out all of the barriers to entry that normal people are intimidated by. So my parents, for example, won't get into crypto because they just don't understand it. So for Webland, if you download the app and you're able to talk, or you're able to see things happening in your area and then get paid to go to them, that immediately brings up, people being brought into the crypto market. So we really do see Webland as being a way to not only adopt people into Webland, in the Webland cryptocurrency, but bring people into the fold more generally. So getting, the numbers up from about 15% of people in the country, I think, have crypto right now, and trying to pump that up, bring them into Webland, and then let them see the vast array of things that they can do with cryptocurrency generally. So that's one of our biggest things with Webland, of bringing people into the fold with as little friction as possible. And some people might not even know that it is cryptocurrency. All they need to know is that they get paid to do things that are cool in their community.
And I do want to hit on that a little bit hard too. I mean, I think that's a massive issue right now in the whole in the space entirely with DeFi, for example, right? DeFi is revolutionary on multiple fronts. They are changing the way we deal with money fundamentally, and I'm a huge fan personally. And so we've seen this with adoption. It's changed the way we look at money and looked at crypto and blockchain technology in general. But the issue, like Nate said, is you need to know what a private and a public key is. You need to know, I mean, fundamentally, like there are very important factors you need to educate yourself on that very few people understand. And that's kind of an issue across the space. If you want to play crypto games, you've got to understand the tech, at least to some degree. And so, well, like Nate said, we're trying to remove that friction, that knowledge, so that hopefully we can kind of instigate change across the space to where you don't need to know very much about the technicals. In the same way, if I'm trying to go on Twitter or watch YouTube, I don't need to know what, secure socket layer and encryption is. I'm just watching a video.
Yeah, I think, go ahead.
You could say in a nutshell that what's important to take away is we all use the internet, and not everybody knows how it works, but we all use it for specific solutions. The crypto space, the blockchain space, DeFi, we need more solutions that are able to be of value, easy to understand outside of just the technology itself. You're not selling technology to people, you're selling solutions. How can we get more people into this space without them worrying about how it works?
Yeah, I think that's awesome. I love your guys' approach to like kind of being crypto second, but at the same time, allowing like everyday people to benefit from crypto. I mean, a lot of people have talked about it, but I think there's a vast array of different products, like you guys said, in the DeFi and crypto space, where a lot of them are just retail based, and you need a lot of knowledge. You need to know how a wallet works, and there's multiple steps. But just in general, what do you guys think is the proper incentive models? Like also play to earn has been really popular, all these blockchain games. Do you think more people will get into the space through participation like you guys are working on, or gaming, or can it also be commerce, like an existing process?
It really is all over the board, isn't it? Sure, the angle we're taking it is from participation on your end, but isn't that what every platform is focused on? How do you get the consumer, the end user, the person who's actually going to be involved in the system, how do you get them to participate? How do you get them to be engaged? There's a huge push. I do strongly believe, along with even the rest of our team, that when it comes to projects that are really blazing the path, Axie Infinity specifically, been using it even on our end for a few months here. And for the fact they've recently broken, is it over a billion in transactions? I think like Nate and Carter can actually talk more about the specific numbers. But
yeah, I just got an email this morning about, I think they're the first DApp to get over $1 billion in revenue, I think it was.
I think that's super interesting because like you said, Roshan, the play to earn model is super unique, right? I mean, you can kind of subsidize it with ads if you wanted to, like the conventional non-crypto approach. But something unique to Axie Infinity is in the crypto industry and with games in general is they have a super high retention rate. If you look at their numbers, it's somewhere around the lines of 90%. And if you're trying to compare that to something, we can look at other conventional tech. Google has about an 87% retention rate. And so if you're going to look at that, you're going to say crypto has the ability to change retention rates because of the way it integrates, currencies and the play to earn model and adoption and engagement. You can apply that to many other fields. And that's kind of the approach we're trying to take. Empower the users so that they are more they have higher incentives to be engaged. They're doing it for themselves.
People are essentially able to get rewarded for their data and contribution and involvement, as opposed to just getting milked and used like some dirty rag.
Yeah, it's very true. And yeah, exactly. We've never seen these economic models in traditional finance or even in traditional games. Like it's crazy how there's going to be a combination of everything. But I think if you really look at it still, though, one thing that stays consistent is the community, right? It's like very valuable. Your community members, people to support your same goals. So can you guys talk about like, starting off, how many years have you guys been working on this, and how did you guys find your initial community, and like what are some advice or things that you guys have learned along the way of doing that?
This is pushing, this project is actually pushing 6 years now. And originally what it was a platform to put all social media in one place with an event notifier. And we wanted to essentially be that de facto social experience of being really able to integrate not only virtual social life, but digital as well. However, we kind of scrapped like trying to put working with larger social media sites into our company, because, why would you want to have a business that's so dependent on other businesses like that? So we were getting a lot of reception with the event notifier and honed that in, and found ourselves in the position of, okay, so we have a glorified event calendar. What is going to make somebody want to go to these events? And that's when we really started to understand the issue with not only how engagement is in the physical world, how people get engaged, what's going on around them, but the same question can be applied to virtual products as well. What really makes somebody want to stay engaged and come back and stay involved? This was around 2017 that we had seen Bitcoin was kind of having a moment, right? It was really starting to get some mainstream attention. And around this time, we had stumbled on another social economy called Steemit. And we saw, hey, they are able to create a social economy from people being involved through posts, a social media that is also a social economy. And we saw, hey, this can be applied in a lot of different ways. And in fact, we may have just found our answer for what is going to make somebody want to stay involved and get engaged in the community. And through that, through our focus of that, getting people's feedback on the idea, being able to hold it in iteration after iteration, that's how Webwin and other projects in the crypto space can really see success, as opposed to just trying to sell cryptocurrencies or technology for the sake of cryptocurrencies and technology.
And I do want to touch on that a little bit more specifically too. That's very interesting. I think something slept on by a lot of projects and startups is the value of community and human engagement. Right? You can't have a project that doesn't have a community and isn't engaged in the human experience in some interaction, some way. And I think across the board for our team and our project and our mission, we want to be human centric. Our goal is to have that social and technology interwoven together, so that it's a very unified experierience. And without you can't have one without the other. You're not going to watch YouTube if it's just procedurally generated videos. That doesn't make any sense. You need the human interaction, and so that's a very big point that we like to touch on, is the human-centered focus. It's the human attention that's valuable, not the content itself.
Yeah, it's very interesting. We're living in a period in the crypto and blockchain world where everyone is trying to build different rails, like NFT rails for content creators. And then you have DeFi trying to be like the new finance rails. But it's hard to forget sometimes that there are, real people behind these things and real problems. So how do you guys think, even with what you guys are working, kind of the socioeconomic, conditions and situations, like kind of the macro world we live in right now, where COVID is still present, we have things like inflation. How can, what you guys are building and maybe what are some other crypto products you guys think can actually solve some of these situations if the traditional products can't, right?
Yeah, so I think you bring up a really good point. So there's a couple of things, like as Makai mentioned at the beginning, about how people are starting to crave being involved with one another again. Because I mean, it's only been 2 decades ish that we've been in the age of the internet, where you can connect with somebody on the other side of the planet, like we are doing right now. And Facebook, for example, their original mission was to connect the world and make people be more engaged with one another, but they did exactly the opposite of all of these social platforms, saying, yeah, you can connect with people from all over the world, but is there really any true human connection there? And I think now people are starting to see that social media is dangerous in a lot of ways. And people need human connection, because it's been, for tens of thousands of years, we've all been dependent on our communities, and now we're starting to crave that again. And then COVID just put that in the limelight of everybody was spending all of their time on social media because they had nothing else to do. And now that we're kind of coming out of that, hopefully the Delta variant doesn't do too much damage. But as we're kind of coming out of that, people are starting to really crave human interaction and human attention. So from a macro perspective, Weblen, I think, is in a perfect position to help people realize those needs of wanting to get back into the fold, but also still have that digital aspect, which is so important to our lives now.
And then from like the economic perspective, where it's kind of funny, within the next few transactions, there's like a 60% chance within the next 5 transactions of you spending $1 that it's going to be going towards big tech, and you're not going to get really anything out of it. It's just them acquiring more data and more value in order to, you could say, have a stronger hold of how our socioeconomic situation is globally. And cryptocurrency projects not outside of Weblen are really able to provide a means of generating value in a way that evens the playing field, as opposed to just a given few that is able to that has created a system that ultimately does not empower you as an individual or a community as a whole. It just empowers the people who've put the system in place, which is kind of sad. It's like trying to put on shackles onto your users and asking them to say thank you for the experience. And if we're able to more so not provide shackles to the end user, to the people who are using these products, to anybody who's actually trying to use what you have to offer to benefit not only themselves, but those around globally, I will come back to Axie Infinity, because what they're doing is so incredible, and a prime example, and even the way they have their system, that economic system set up, that we are even looking at them as role models for what cryptocurrency projects in blockchain is promising us, to be able to empower us individually in receiving and creating value in more ways than one.
Yeah, definitely. Like living up to the branding and all the advertisements of what our space is about is super important. Especially for the new entrants of people that, as in any new technology, you have like an adoption curve. You always have those later subset of people. They need to be able to see how it adds value directly to their lives. We live in certainly a weird time just in general, when you have companies like Facebook mentioning the metaverse, in their earnings report, and other companies, I think this is going to be a term for the next year. When you guys see things like that, like what's kind of your response? Do you think companies like Facebook and big tech have the know-how to, build things in this so-called metaverse, or do you think that a lot of the things in our space right now, I feel like they're already in the metaverse? I mean, do you guys agree with that, or feel kind of different?
What is the metaverse? Because these people, though they have a lot of money in their bank accounts, these people have been behaving in a way they are morally bankrupt. And if we're talking about the future here and what is value, the value can shift and change, and how it's going to look in the future. They may have it technologically speaking, but unless they actually decide to look at the world for what it is and respect humanity, it's a losing game that they're on.
Yeah, I think it's tough too, because you say with big tech, they have big aspirations and they have big money, right? But the downside is that they're not as quick to move on a lot of these ideas. So they're not as agile as these small community-based projects. And so you can see this with Libra or DM, depending on where you want to go in timeline. They tried to do this whole, essentially they're taking what is built in the physical world with financial aspect and make a metaverse of financial instruments is what they were trying to do. And they failed. There's too many hurdles. They're too big. It didn't work. And so let's take a step back and let's look at someone like us, as Webland, our team, and what we're trying to do. You could say, in a sense, what Webland's trying to do is we're trying to take the technology and augment it with the physical world to make a augmented metaverse of social value. Is really what we're trying to do. And so that overlap is not something that's super achievable with these big companies. They don't have they have the tech, like I said, they have the people, they have the capital. They don't have the community insight in the same way that we do. We're engaged. We are literally the people that are pushing the path, the innovation down the road to where we believe it should go. And we're working with people in the same industry, and we're all on the same path. And they're kind of in their their ivory tower, and they're not as connected as we are. And so it's a little bit tough for these big companies to do what we're doing. And so with regards to the metaverse, I think that's for sure the future. It's the next step in integrating technology in what we do. And I think getting the physical world, socializing and interacting with people integrated with technology, the conventional approach is the Ready Player One metaverse, right? So you have the whole infinitely creative, crazy augmented reality with the headset and the haptic feedback suit. And that's what most people think of when they think of metaverse. That's not the first step. The first step is probably going to be, I can see what's going on around me. I can party up with people like I can in video games, but in real life, or I can earn points for doing things with my friends that I enjoy that is redeemable for real goods. That's the first step. That's the metaverse that most people are going to be aware of in 15, even 5, 10, 15 years. And that's kind of what we're trying to do here at Webland.
That's a great point. And I think I agree with you on that as well. Like the big tech, they're going to have their engineers, and many of them, they literally own the cables under the sea, right? Like Web 2.0. But that doesn't mean, they might have that same connection, and people will be as friendly to them, as amiable in the future as they learn more about, how they actually control data. And what Mukai said as well, like what do people actually get in the end if you are the product? But I kind of learned about Webland, through our Mousebelt startup school that we had for early stage blockchain and crypto companies. That's how I kind of discovered Mukai. For Mukai, you want to just talk about like what was your experience like so far in startup school, and how has it been just building in COVID? Like, what are some of the positives and negatives?
Startup school was honestly super. The timing was great, and honestly, to this moment, it's like extremely lucky that we managed to get involved with startup school. The timing with our timing, because we're in the position where yes, we're like iterating through our product and starting to get more eyes and attention to what we're doing, and to be able to connect with other projects that are in the same position, as well as having an easier time to connect with groups and individuals who have a interest in the blockchain crypto space outside of just the speculation and the value of cryptocurrencies that we currently see in mainstream media today, but people who are actually trying to solve problems and solutions, and being able to see how this stuff is happening on the ground floor is quite amazing, quite amazing. And the amount of support and the connections that you're able to make with other people and other blockchains and organizations, priceless experience.
Yeah, awesome. And you know, can you give him some advice as well? Like, what does it take to kind of build through COVID? What you know, what are some struggles or things that have gone better just building in this weird time where you guys talk about a lot about human interaction, but that's been lacking in the world. So how did you guys like overcome some of these problems?
We really had to look at what are all the ways that people can engage with one another beyond physically. And as we've all seen how we are able to connect with each other, like we're not together in a room right now, but we're still able to talk to each other, and to look at how that process takes place. For example, we did not have the ability to stream media or post video on our platform prior to COVID. That's not where our focus was at. But when COVID was a thing, we saw, okay, there are levels to human engagement and interaction. And we have to really look at these different avenues in which we connect with one another, and how can we hone it in further to using these systems and solutions that fits Weblin's mission and improves on the engagement that we have in the physical realm as well, like with what's going on around us. COVID really put us in the mindset of there is so much to the human condition and how we connect with one another that we probably would have not been able to really understand unless we had experienced it for ourselves.
I'll piggyback off that a little bit too with what he said about streaming. Like I said earlier on, the community and the local area is still our highest mission, which is why oftentimes we say that Weblin is like a hyper localized platform. So for me, for example, I'm in Fargo, North Dakota. I look at the app, I see a certain culture, a certain feed, I see different streams, I see events, things like that. Versus Roshan, if you're on the East Coast, you'll see something completely different. So Weblin is super hyper localized, and I think it's really cool that with our streaming platform, we're able to disrupt local news. We're able to basically make like local influencers, local celebrities kind of, which is kind of cool. Whereas every person in that area, for example, if I'm streaming in Fargo, only people in Fargo will be able to see it. That I think is super powerful for saying the internet is great. It's great to connect the world, but it's also fantastic to keep your local communities connected, even when we can't see each other through COVID. So like I said earlier, COVID, obviously net bad, not good for the world, obviously, but it came at a very good timing for us specifically. It's been a challenge, but we've had the opportunity to improve a lot and really hone in our mission and expand our features and stuff.
I did want to piggyback on that too, Nate. You hit it on the head again. I think it's super interesting. I look at a bunch of different startups across the board, and a big factor is timing. And if you were to ask any of our teammates prior to COVID, well, how a pandemic would affect our platform, we would probably say that that's probably not a good thing, generally. And originally we were like, oh man, what are we gonna do? This is like our core value. Like that's what we are. And so in addition to the fact that we had the chance to do a whole development cycle, we reviewed what we were as a company, as a team, what our values were. Something that I think was revealed to all of us was the timing. The timing that in COVID and what it showed people, not just us, but regular people, was how valuable socializing is. And so I think following this whole pandemic and the impacts it's made on people's ability to socialize allows Weblin's value or core value prop to really shine. It's now the place to go for socializing, for seeing what's going on. Now that you have the chance to go out and interact with new people, we are the platform to do that.
100%. And, whether people realized it or not, the whole hyper localized thing you guys are talking about, that's exactly what people had to rely on. Like everyone in this entire country, right? Like you couldn't necessarily go too far, or there's a lot of restrictions, but what you could rely on was your community members. And you had to, right? For resources, we're short on resources, and yeah, even socializing, right? To kind of stay sane in this world and, not lose all of our human touch. Definitely, even myself, I congregated with, people in my community. So I love how you guys took a lot of these problems in the world and, kept learning, kept iterating, and kind of turned it around to a positive note. So I love that balance you guys are really building, like the human touch, but also kind of evolving to where we're going, like back to the metaverse thing. Yeah, we might live a good, maybe some portion of our lives like online, so to speak. So my last question for you guys is, tell us like a little bit of your future vision, and also, kind of your short journey of like, how did you guys win the Algorand grant, and like what that process looked like?
I'll let you guys take lead on this one.
Sure.
Yeah,
So for I'll talk on the vision a little bit. So for our vision for the future, we really do believe that Webland is going to be the platform that people use to get involved in their communities. And as Makai mentioned at the very beginning, of being able to hit the triple bottom line of people, planet, and profit, that is going to be huge, because humans, we have dominion over the planet. We have the ability to change things. And if we have a tokenized way to encourage positive, engagement and positive actions, then I really do think that the world is going to change for the better. At the center of every one of our conversations, whether we're adding a new feature or anything like that, we think, how is this going to affect our communities, and how is this going to affect the human psyche? And I've already told Makai and Carter this, if we start to deviate off of our mission, I'm out. Like, I quit. I'm good. So our mission is number one. That is what we focus on. And the money will come second. It will come as long as we keep our mission front and center. For the future of Webland, I really do see it as being employed by cities and companies to retain their people, retain their customers, and have a much more engaged presence with their communities. And this is just a little bit of an aside. I hope that Webland does something to put the big social media companies, not necessarily out of business, but knock them down a little peg.
A little
because, I mean, as Gen Z, we've seen firsthand the negative effects that they've had, and somebody has to be the hero to stop it. So
they're killing us, man. We have to do something.
They are literally killing us. So that's where I see Webland, and so far we're on the way.
Yeah, and so basically all those really high value points that Nate made, we kind of realized that, hey, this is something that we should take to the next level. And so stuff about the triple bottom line and cities adopting what we're using as a platform, a digital dashboard for auditing a city, if you will. And then, take it to the next level. How is this going to impact people on a fundamental level? And how is blockchain going to integrate into that? And all these little pieces came together into our grant. And Algorand saw the value that we offered and saw that what our path is upward and in a positive direction. And so they agreed and aligned with us, and they kind of had that stamp of approval, and they partnered with us, and we partnered with them. And so they kind of had the foot in the door for us. And so that was kind of the process. We showed what we were doing and what that value was to somebody who could, a foundation who could help us, and they agreed, and here we are.
There's a reason for everything, right?
Absolutely.
We're Algorand, like we chose them for a multitude of reasons, ranging from the speed, their vision with their technology, they're carbon negative. So therefore, using Weblen, because we're built on Algorand, it's actually making the environment a better place. Socially on our end, we've created a system in which we reward engagement and social behavior. Ergo, communities and cities have the ability to employ tools and solutions to improve on the health, audit the health and environmental impact, the revenue of a certain city. In the near future, with a upcoming update, for example, to kind of give a visual of how that experience looks, that people in the community, like you and me, are able to look and just click on the city, and we're able to see how much revenue does it have? What is the air quality? What is the population that we're working with? What are our carbon emissions looking like? Being able to really look at the information of a city, the community that you're in, understanding its health, provides so much opportunity and empowers all of us to want to make the world a better place and to be able to pay attention to the leaders of who is focused on helping sustain not only Earth, but the human species. And that's pretty much what our vision is.
No, I mean, I love your guys' huge vision. And as I think Nathaniel said too, like you guys are so mission driven. So I really love that. And it's really great how you guys are combining, multiple like spokes, like taking the incentive models and also trying to be socially aware. So yeah, thank you so much for you and your team being here today. And yeah, we look forward to helping you guys grow in startup school, and yeah, maybe help you guys win more grants. That would be awesome. And lastly, tell us, I'll give you guys a chance to shout out, how can people get more involved with Weblen, any websites, and even your guys' contact information?
We are currently on a race to see who's going to employ Weblen, whether it be a city or community, to be the first smart, sustainable city. And we have systems in place to make it so. And right now we're in talks with specifically Miami, Florida, Boston, Massachusetts, where Algorand's based, Fargo, North Dakota. This is where we are based, where our strongest connection is. And if you have an interest in seeing your city, your area, your community, doesn't matter if it's in the US, this is an opportunity even in underdeveloped areas to employ a solution that incentivizes community engagement and helps create value within a community in a way that we've never seen before. There is a lot of opportunity here, and what the relationship that you'd like to employ with us is really up to you, as well as we focus on the technology and the experience of what Weblen is. The culture, how this solution is used, is going to look different from each community and city. And hopefully, maybe when we go to Mars, what system do we have in place to make sure that people actually get rewarded to be engaged in the community? Is it going to be a country? Is it going to be some individual's rules? No, we should probably all agree with how we should go about that.
For more information, you can weblen.io or .com, WEBBLEN. There's contact forms on there. Otherwise, you can reach out to all of us individually on LinkedIn. Nathaniel Thorson is my name on there. So yeah,
Also-
Roshan, thank you for having us.
Yeah, we're also pretty active on Twitter, hence the crypto side of things. I'm on there pretty consistently, as well as we have accounts across most of the social medias as well. So you'll
This
probably
includes Weblin. Yeah. Feel free to reach us through Weblin. You really can.
Yeah, hop on the app and get started. Be your first community member there. We'll give a little bonus as well for the first couple people. So keep it between us.
Yeah, that's awesome. I really encourage you guys, everyone watching this, connect with the Weblin team. And, for the rest of you that are still watching, we're bringing you more interviews here at Reimagine 2021 version 10. And yeah, check out our full YouTube library. We've done over 500 interviews now. And yeah, thanks to our Reimagine community for staying engaged with us, and all of our great sponsors and speakers who have helped this event, come time after time. So I'm Roshan Marashkar, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raul Powell.
Roger Ver. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. Get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Oh, hey there, pallies. It's your old pal Paulie here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. AML, Anti-Money Laundering, a set of international laws enacted to diminish the potential for criminal organizations, or individuals to launder money through cryptocurrencies. But I wouldn't know nothing about that. And neither would you, capiche?
Hi there, I'm Dr. Fauci Nakamoto. We all know accidents happen. For example, you might have accidentally forgotten to convert all of your directly deposited fiat into cryptocurrency. And that's okay. I'm reminding you that when all else fails, there's always Plan B for Bitcoin.
Welcome to the 10th anniversary of Reimagine 2021. Presented by Mouthbelt. Coming up next.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Reimagine 2021 version 10. So this is our 10th edition anniversary event. We've been doing virtual conference events for the past year now, and our goal is to bring you the latest in innovative founders, entrepreneurs, as well as the latest breaking news as our industry moves at light speed. I'm Roshan Marachkar. I'll be your host for the event today, and I'm very excited to bring you a new guest here. With me here today, I have Ricky Dodds, who's the head of US operations at the Icon Foundation. And Icon is one of the sponsors as well for Reimagine, and we've interviewed Icon multiple times. So, thank you to Icon and the Icon Foundation for all of the great support. And yeah, it's a great ecosystem of partners. Ricky, welcome to the show. And, as I ask everyone, how did you first get into the crypto and blockchain space?
Yeah, thanks for having me, and congrats on 10 renditions of this conference. Good stuff. So a little bit about myself. I got into crypto full time about 3 years ago. But before that, I've been sort of around it for a year and a half or so prior, just investing, reading about projects, going through white papers. And I was doing that while working more traditional finance role. I worked at an investment bank for about 7 years across investment banking, like equity capital markets and equity research, and really got interested in blockchain around the time that JP Morgan was calling Bitcoin a scam in sort of like the 2016 timeframe. I just started to poke around the technology a bit. I heard a lot about distributed ledgers and really got interested in Bitcoin probably during the beginning of 2017, before we had like a huge run up in the price. And then decided to make it sort of a career towards the end of 2017, sort of as the bull market was sort of coming to an end, and into 18, and then was introduced to Min, one of the founders of the project, early in 2018 through a former colleague of mine, Scott Smiley, who also works on the Icon project. So met with Min, discussed sort of the progress, the roles available, and sort of the project's vision over time, and fell in love with it. And here we are today.
Yeah, it's awesome to hear. Great story. Like, you kind of came into it at kind of a speculative time. I mean, I feel like it always is, but not really. There's great builders and protocols like Icon. What are some of the interesting projects or even use cases on Icon that you just find interesting and you think more people should know about?
Yeah, so I think what really attracted me, at least initially, was the idea that there's going to be a lot of like disparate blockchains. Like, there's no sort of one blockchain to rule them all. And I really thought about that a lot, and I believed in that sort of framework. And I think we're kind of seeing that today with this sort of explosion of other sort of layer one platforms and these cross-chain communications and the idea of interoperability between all of these different networks. So once I heard about Icon and sort of that being the vision for the project longer term, that's what got me hooked. Obviously, there's lots of competitors out there like Cosmos, Polkadot, Thorchain, and these others. But I liked the team behind Icon, thought that they were diligent, thought that they were sort of taking the right approach. And also we had some actual users of the technology. So it was sort of vetted by, corporate companies in Korea and elsewhere. So, I got some sense of comfortability there that, the team has the ability to sort of execute and alongside like the vision with interoperability, connecting private, public, data, basically providing a free flow of information longer term. That's sort of the goal we're trying to achieve.
Yeah, the free flow of information is super important, especially in these countries that are more susceptible to censorship. And I think even the free flow of money is pretty important. So we also kind of helped out on the Balanced Network, one of the DeFi application on Icon. So do you think regionally there's any regions that are more important to you guys just in general, maybe not even to you guys, like in crypto, like how much of the region affects development or even the perception?
Yeah, so I think as you've seen with the recent things going on in Washington, that the U.S. is obviously like very important, and hopefully, regulators don't take such a sort of heavy-handed approach with regards to like regulation in the U.S., particularly around the things that are happening on the innovation side. Obviously, like regulators should do whatever they can to root out like bad actors and form some semblance of a framework that people can rely on. Right now, I think things are sort of fairly vague and maybe a little gray. So I think having the U.S. Supportive of the industry and supportive of the builders and all of the sort of innovation that's going on behind the scenes is sort of number one. And then outside of that, I would say the major sort of players within the crypto ecosystem. Korea, I think in our home market, we hope that regulators there take sort of a similar sort of pragmatic approach to the innovation that's going on in this industry and doesn't sort of stall it out with heavy-handed regulations or burdens on projects or exchanges, etc. So I think those are sort of our two key markets. I think if we were to look at the geographies that interact with a lot of the platforms and protocol or projects built on Icon, you would see a heavy sort of skew towards those two. And then outside of that, we're making sort of inroads in Europe and also Australia and New Zealand and those sorts of areas. We have a lot of teams and interest there as well. So, it's a global project. We now have individuals working on the project in, I think, 12 different locations. So we're fully distributed, remote work first. So, we're taking the approach that, we're location agnostic, but we want to sort of play within the rules within, our own, regulatory environments.
Yeah, I think that's definitely well said. And that's why I'm excited to speak to you here today as well, because a platform like Icon, although it's global, where you are regionally can have different challenges. And I know the community is super important to a protocol like Icon. Recently, I think you guys have been making some new key hires. And before we go into any updates, tell us more about, how important the people are to you and like what types of roles have you guys been expanding and hiring to?
Yeah, so I think the community is number one. And I need to get out there more on Twitter and engage because I do love the community. I think we have a devout following, very supportive of all the projects that are coming on board to Icon. I would call them almost like power users within our community. So what we've built over the past 3-4 years has been a very solid foundation. So looking forward to seeing that grow. And then just maybe just a quick anecdote there. If you were to look at some of the stats out of Balance, the DeFi project that you mentioned earlier, you could see the amount of interest just by looking at a handful of the proposals, network proposals that have gone on that platform. You have nearly 1,200 voters on simple sort of adjustments to the protocol parameters. So we have like a very strong community that's engaged. And if you were to compare that to like a top tier sort of Ethereum project, you would see that, Icon's participation and governance dwarfs those. So we have something strong here. It's just a matter of sort of building that out further. And that's what we're hoping to do with some new hires. So good segue into that question. So we have hired 2 new people to sort of help on the community communications and marketing side. One has a very strong background in digital marketing, and then the other is going to do a lot of sort of content writing and interactions with the community. So the pair of them will be, I think, vital to the growth and success of the platform, particularly, if you were to look at the backdrop of what, Icon's hoping to do over the next sort of 3 to 12 months.
Yeah, exactly. Apart from just the technology, it's very important to have people in business, and communications is big as well. I really hope more blockchain networks can be more interoperable. And kind of on that note, if you want to tell us a little bit about the ICE project, ICE 2.0, kind of the evolution of Icon. What can people expect, and why is this even being launched at this point in time?
Yeah, so I think we had a couple options with ICE versus like building EVM compatibility natively into sort of Icon 2.0. And I think ICE was just sort of the simplest approach, and it allowed us to execute more, speedily with the developer resources that we had available. And it allows us to grow our ecosystem. So we're going to be engaging with a number of core development teams and business teams to help grow and expand the ICE blockchain. I think there'll be some news on that front very soon. And then, I think the key sort of takeaway there is, as well as that we will have EVM compatibility near term. So instead of waiting, maybe a year or so to build it natively, and maybe even longer than that, given how the development process works, we'll now have it within 1 to 2 months. So the sort of speed to market is important in this industry, and paired with the fact that we'll be able to onboard new developer teams very quickly is sort of the most attractive piece of ICE to me.
Definitely, developers are important and kind of hard to find. But also going back to the governance aspect, or even cross-chain. So why do you think interoperability and cross-chain is so important right now? Like, what kind of world do you envision, just in general, blockchain networks fitting into?
Yeah, so I think if you were to look through some posts that we put out maybe a couple years back, 2.5 years back, talking about sort of blockchains as digital nations, I think is the name of the post. But basically the overall takeaway there was, we're of the viewpoint that these blockchains are sort of their own entities, right? Like, they're effectively governed by a community that comes to some sort of consensus about sort of the rules and the way that things operate. And we think that, just given humans, we're all different. We all have sort of different values, different things that we place higher than others, and we see the same thing with blockchain. So maybe decentralization is not the most important facet of a blockchain to some. Instead, it's speed, or instant finality, or other sort of things that you can sort of take away there. So each blockchain will sort of have different trade-offs, not only on the technical side and sort of the distribution side, but also with regards to how people are incentivized to use it. So we think that this sort of proliferation of different ecosystem is going to continue to grow. We've seen that, you can kind of take like a number of projects this year as an example, like Polygon, for example, really flew this year because of its ability to latch onto the Ethereum ecosystem and provide a better experience for the core ETH community. and it's seen significant growth because of that. I think we'll see that more and more as different networks provide additional benefits to other networks by either providing like some sort of niche technology improvement, or like you said, interoperability. So, allowing things to be composable with one another, allowing, applications that run on, one network to utilize the community from another network, and sort of vice versa. That's sort of where we see this space going, and we hope to be a big part of that.
Yeah, and that ideology is so important for the next generation of builders and companies that want to build. Like, I don't think you can just service your own chain and get very far, or you get to a stifling point. But I think there's another interesting and exciting piece of news. The Icon Foundation recently partnered with Wintermute, and I think, to help enhance their cross-chain and liquidity providing. And I think Wintermute recently raised about $20 million, I think, from Pantera Capital. So can you talk a little bit about, like, what does this kind of mean for the Icon Foundation, and what can we expect, like even your future or current partners you work with?
Yeah, so obviously engaging with like a top tier market maker and a liquidity provider is something that is necessary for a lot of large projects within the space. Market making in a traditional sense is something that is very sort of widely known and done in traditional markets. In the crypto space, there are a lot of leading players, and I would say Wintermute is right up there near the top. So we're really excited about the partnership, and we're really excited about them being able to engage with exchange partners, providing liquidity near spot, and being able to also integrate into our DeFi project. So we have Balanced already out there in the wild with 150 million in TVL. We have Ohm that's sort of on sitting on Go almost at this point. So and then we have Equality, Craft Network, and another a couple other projects in the works that are going to be launching in the next let's call it 1 to 3 months. So having a sort of institutional liquidity provider to be involved in those launches, I think is going to be very, very great for not only like the user experience and the accessibility, but also for the branding side of these projects. So I think having a strong partner like Wintermute is going to be something that's needed to sort of bolster not only liquidity, but also the sort of reputational side of these projects that we're bringing on online very soon.
Yeah, I think that was a great explanation, even for the people watching this, to understand, like, in the crypto and DeFi world, there's all these other metrics that are super important. Like you said, we don't have the traditional market makers or like a Goldman Sachs to just provide all these funds. What are the metrics you specifically look for either new startups building on Icon, or just in general? What are like 2 to 3 of your metrics for evaluating a successful project?
Yeah, so I think first and foremost is probably like a good project lead. You want to invest in like strong founders, people who sort of think out of the box and are dedicated and hungry and are talented. Like, you just want to invest in talented people, and I think all the other things sort of fall by the wayside a bit as long as you have a talented individual who's sort of leading the project. And I think you could look at Balance, for example. Like, I think Scott is one of the hungriest guys in the space. And I think its success is because he is so driven to make it successful. So, that's a good example of like someone we would be willing to invest capital in. And we have a lot of those people within the Icon community. And, kind of a segue into like what the plans are forward. Like, we're looking to continue to invest in the community and invest in sort of hiring within the community, or putting people in place to launch their own projects. So, we want to provide this sort of avenue for folks who have this itch to be a part of the team, or to work on their own project, or even help support other projects that are already sort of in the market. So, we want to be aggressive, like you mentioned earlier. Like it's hard to find developer talent, but we like to, when we do find it, like we like to make fast decisions and move pretty quickly. And we like to grow sort of development talent in-house and then bring them on board, I mean, to the extent they're interested. So that's one of the focuses for the remainder of the year, and we're looking to sort of grow very quickly.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, everyone's looking for development talent, and even I like how much emphasis you're putting on like the importance of hiring the right people, because these protocols are decentralized, but behind them, there's still like people and operators, and especially your role as well, like managing your whole team here in the US. And I also wanted to ask you, kind of coming from your background as well, do you think, what do you think is the future of custody as well? Like on Icon, there's a lot of people doing self-custody, people being in, running nodes as well, like kind of helping to decentralize the network. So how is that different, and what are the benefits compared to traditionally where you have JP Morgan or like these large, investment banks that are just custodying like all of the world's assets with or without us asking?
Yeah. And I think that's a good question. It's probably one of the biggest hurdles, I think, for mainstream adoption, just this idea of like self-custody, and how do we make that, simple enough for like the average user. And I guess the counterpoint there is like, do we want to make it simple enough for the average user? Because then you can, potentially, cause mistakes or whatever. So you want someone to have, adequate knowledge of sort of what they're dealing with. So there's a big difficulty, I think, on the user experience side and onboarding like the Main Street person. That being said, I think there are a lot of improvements that are ongoing in that space. A lot of wallets that I use these days are very smooth, feel very much like a fintech application. There's a lot of things that we're doing internally or with partners on this front. We'll be launching Bridge Pay very soon. It's actually, I would call it in like a beta phase now. You can go on and mint US dollars on Icon or a digital dollar on Icon through Stably, our partner. So, we're trying to smoothen that user flow. So like you mentioned like a regulated partner. So, Bridge Pay, you deposit your dollars and through our partner Stably, those dollars reside in a trust account and are sort of secure and under sort of the regulatory regime that manages a trust. And you have some sort of semblance of, safety, right? Like, that your digital dollar is backed one-to-one with, a US dollar. So, there's going to be that approach. And then there's the approach that, you kind of mentioned is like, you're kind of interacting with your own wallet and you're storing your capital in maybe a smart contract in order to, either like provide liquidity or earn some, yield, or maybe you're taking out a loan with your capital by providing it as collateral. So, there's a lot of different sort of ways that you can go about it. I think that there'll be like a hybrid approach. I think there's still people, around to keep money in a safe versus like keeping it in a bank. Or keep value in a safe rather. I think there will be some form of like self-custody and some form of, third-party custody. It's just a matter of, probably preference. And then, I think probably the user's own sort of comfortability interacting with the space.
For sure. Yeah. It definitely is a good point that, self-custody, I don't want to say it's not a good thing, but, sometimes it's like, it's just more secure for the majority of people, I would say, still to use like a third-party custody like Coinbase or something like that. But again, it depends on what you want to do. For example, if you want to use a lot of the applications on Icon, you actually need a wallet and you need to go through all that process, which I think is also important, kind of the fundamentals and frameworks of DeFi. And I know even you guys are, you have a lot of updates like we covered with, ICE 2.0 kind of. But, I've also read some news that you guys are launching like parachains and, more partners in the BTP ecosystem. So can you kind of talk about, I think you guys are also expanding or being interoperable with the Binance Smart Chain network, right? So what do you think will be kind of the result of kind of launching these parachains or being interoperable with other chains? Like, do you think DeFi users will just easily go to another ecosystem and it'll be cross promotional, like beneficial for both?
Yeah, so I think that is the goal, right? Like, I think we saw with like last year's sort of DeFi summer, this whole idea of like, obviously like yield farming really exploded. And you saw this idea of like wrapped assets utilized on, Ethereum applications. So you had wrapped Bitcoin, you had like REN BTC and these other sort of wrapping solutions that were provided for users to basically leverage their Bitcoin to earn like a yield on it, right? Each of those has sort of their own sort of trade-offs, but we think what we're building with BTP is going to be the best wrapping solution for individuals who want to utilize their tokens to take advantage of opportunities on other networks, be it like maybe higher yields or more incentives or whatever it may be. Maybe it's just a better community that they maybe have latched onto, but want to keep sort of the underlying exposure to another network. So I think, what we're building is what we hope is the best solution on that front. And then, I think as the next sort of phase of, the development of BTP's capabilities is, all right, so this works for value transfer. You can, put ICX on Polkadot and vice versa. You put Polkadot on Harmony and vice versa, utilizing BTP. But what about if you can put data from Icon on Polkadot, or what about if you can put NFTs on Polkadot from Icon, or vice versa? So like the overall architecture of BTP is scalable to not only provide this sort of value transfer, which I think people are very comfortable with now. Asset bridging has been sort of around and sort of tested. I think for product market fit, like it's there. But what's sort of the next growth avenue that we can sort of pursue? And I think that's something we're going to spend a lot of time on over the next sort of 6 months or back half of this year.
I love that thought for all of our viewers and even me to ponder, like what you specifically said about transferring data from one chain or another, because it seems like for things related to oracles, a lot of the companies use the same oracles, and I would say it's really needed, this collaboration between teams as well to make these chains happen. But also going back to what you said about wrapped assets, can you sort of explain like what are the benefits of wrapping tokens, and is that the same as synthetic assets? Because I know there's synthetic assets that for example track the price of something, but you're talking about kind of wrapping the value and how people like wrap their Bitcoin and put it on the Ethereum network. Like, what do you think will be the future of that? And maybe just explain for our viewers, like, what's the benefits of wrapping and like, what do you even mean by that?
Yeah, so like I'll give an example with Bitcoin, for example. There's a couple of sort of major players in the Bitcoin wrapping. I think one is Thorchain, which I think is probably still down. I'm not sure where they stand on their sort of relaunching of the platform, but they were a big proponent of sort of providing access to BTC. They say that it's not wrapped, but it's basically put into a contract, or like almost like a multi-sig, more complex than that. And but they allow for sort of native BTC to be utilized for yield. You provide your BTC and pair that with Rune, and you can earn a yield as a liquidity provider. And it's very attractive because you keep sort of your native BTC that's locked, and you pair that with your rune, and you can earn very attractive yields on an asset that you want underlying exposure to. The same thing, or fairly comparable technology would be like RIN. So RIN uses many effectively like validators to you send your BTC into like a RIN, let's just call it a RIN contract, and it's validated, and you can mint RIN BTC, which you can utilize for other applications that provide maybe it's providing liquidity for a cross-chain sort of DEX, or maybe it's for like a Uniswap pair, and you can earn like liquidity and fees based on the assets that you hold. So basically, you're taking your BTC and you're adding additional upside from your BTC while maintaining the directional sort of bet on BTC longer term. So it allows you to basically juice up your potential return. Obviously, there's like risk involved with that. You got to trust either like Thorchain or you got to trust like RIN as the sort of underlying technology that backs it. But you have a potential to increase your investment hundreds of percents, at least during like the DeFi summer of last year. Like that was definitely within reason. And then you have other solutions like BitGo that has I guess it's maybe Galaxy now, but they have a wrapping solution that's more custodial, and it's actually like a multi-sig that has a number of members, and basically you send your BTC to BitGo, and it's like multi-sig setup, and with that you can mint wrapped BTC, which you can also use for the same sort of purpose. So mainly people are using wrapping services to leverage incentives on other platforms. So think about like the idea of just like trading value, and I think that there's like arbitrage opportunities for more sophisticated sort of participants in this market, and I think that's one of the main uses. And you can see if you follow like Alameda's sort of wallets, you can sort of see that they're one of the larger players in this space. And trying to sort of leverage opportunities on the incentive side. So, and incentives, I think, still like very much drive narratives, very much drive activity, and I think providing an avenue for a number of projects to utilize their tokens for this increased incentives, is a way to sort of bootstrap interest in these protocols. And I think once you get people interested, then at that point it's kind of like, how do we maintain the interest, and then also convert these new participants in these different ecosystems into, I guess, like a higher order participant in the ecosystem. So how do we convert like someone, a casual sort of user who wants to earn maybe like 10-20% on their yield or on their native token, and wrap that token into another asset? How do we convert them into an actual sort of user of the native platform? Like, how do we maybe up tier them into like a governance participant, or maybe into like a contributor, or someone who is a thought leader within the ecosystem? So I think you use incentives to maybe like interest those folks at least in the near term, and then you try to sort of build a pipeline of folks who you can sort of up tier into like core contributors in the network, and then eventually those core contributors become the contributors of the network, and then those who actually built it, or like with the first contributors or the initial contributors, can sort of like fade into the background, and then you have this sort of new fully decentralized, fully distributed DAO. And that's, I think, the goal of all these projects, and hopefully we'll get there very soon. I think you've seen like some good steps from projects that have come before us, like MakerDAO I think has done a good job of this. So we're hoping that all the projects on Icon and Icon specifically can get to that point.
Yeah, thank you for that great explanation. Actually, I think I learned something as well. It just had me thinking like maybe some of these projects should also check in the treasury, what starts to happen if people are, wrapping one token and locking it up in another treasury. So it's kind of like, what are the risks of that? It's kind of like if you hold Bitcoin, it's a different risk. If you wrap your Bitcoin, now it's on Ethereum, you have like two different, suddenly your risk also compounds, but totally that's part of the incentive of the higher returns. And I also think it could be interesting for the space, as traditionally we only have like one type of asset. It might just be like gold or US dollars. So here you could have maybe a basket of different assets. Yeah, thank you for that explanation. I think my last question for you is, tell us where we are on the icon roadmap, and what we can expect in the next couple months or even the year.
Yeah, so I think as of the last tech roadmap update, you were 67% complete with the migration of Icon 2.0. I don't have an updated number for anyone on that. Sorry about that. But I do think that we're making like good progress there, and we're very hopeful that we'll be able to launch Icon 2.0 successfully in the short term. So stay tuned for more updates on that front. But everything is going very smoothly, and we're optimistic that we'll hit some targets there, and the community will be excited about it. On the Icon 2.0 front, so we actually we have a testnet up. We have nodes running currently. We are in the process of basically defining the launch. So I think that will come maybe in tandem with Icon 2.0 or shortly thereafter. So ICE will be in the pipeline very soon. So another sort of exciting opportunity for Icon holders and Icon enthusiasts to sort of get involved with maybe even the ETH ecosystem, and obviously the Polkadot ecosystem as well. So we have that. And then with BTP, so you mentioned a number of our partners. So we're continually having conversations with potentially new partners. We have calls this week with new partners. So we're excited. We're optimistic that we'll have some more teams to onboard into the BTP ecosystem before it launches. And we're making good progress on sort of the ones we have already in the pipeline. So, Polkadot, Binance Smart Chain, and these others, we're making very good progress there. And we hope to have at least one or two of those launched very shortly after Icon 2.0. So, and with that, we have some cool things that are sort of going on in the background that the community really hasn't seen. Like we put together like a BTP dashboard that will track all the activity cross chain. So you'll be able to look live into seeing how much Polkadot is on Icon and sort of Icon on Polkadot, and throughout all of the ecosystem, which is I guess 5 strong now. So I think it's exciting time to be within the Icon ecosystem. Like I said, we're hiring, we're looking to grow, and that's just sort of like the core sort of group. And then you have the community group, which is growing as well. And there's a number of projects that are sort of in the pipeline with that. So there's a lot of things to be excited for, and we're really excited as we look at the back of 2021. Despite the fact that everyone is sort of still cooped up in their homes with the Delta variant, like everyone's sort of still pushing really hard, and we're hoping to achieve the goals that we set out at the beginning of the year. And I think we're in good shape to actually do that.
Yeah, it's always a great sign when you see a project with great partners, great community. And personally, I love analytics, so I'm a big fan of seeing how that dashboard rolls out. But thanks for your time, Ricky, here, and wishing you guys the best of luck. And lastly, just tell us how we can connect with you or any helpful icon links for the project. But yeah, it was great having you here at Reimagine.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, The only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Held.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Pell.
Roger Ver, Lynn Ulbrich, Anthony Scaramucci, Alex Mashinsky. Get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson,
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Oh, hi there! Frederick the Yeti here, and it's time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Cold wallet or cold storage. An offline wallet that is never connected to the internet. These wallets protect cryptocurrencies from getting hacked online. Of course, where I come from, up in Saskatchewan, every wallet is a cold wallet, eh?
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. Trading can be hard, but we're here to give you some tips. Always remember, buy the top and sell the bottom.
Hey everyone, my name's Brandon. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Phantom, and yeah, thanks for having me to chat.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 1-year anniversary and 10th edition of our conference. Super excited about that. Thank you for supporting us really throughout the year. COVID was crazy. Here we are still doing it. We're going to continue on until we have no viewers. So, we host these events as part of our monthly series, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mouseball team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator, or providing development support to a growing number of projects, as well as education within our Mouseball University program. So our main objectives with not only Mouseball and Reimagine, but they're pretty simple. Our goals are to increase adoption, use cases, and real world applications. That's kind of our goal, and that's our mission here, is to educate and drop some knowledge from all these individuals and teams in the space. So basically, we seek to educate our audience by our audience on blockchain by helping them understand crypto's real impact. Wow, what's going on, Brandon? How you doing, man? Without further ado, that was too much talking in the beginning. Let me go ahead and introduce you an exciting guest today. They're tackling a bunch of issues in DeFi and crypto, and so very fortunate to have Brandon here, CEO and co-founder of Phantom. How you doing, man?
Good. How are you? Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, awesome. Appreciate it. Just learned here we're both located in the Bay Area. Trying to spread our wings a little bit as things open up. But I might be, we might be ahead of our skis as I hear all the news here, especially, in SF. But glad to have you, man. So, we've been doing this Reimagine thing for a year. Everybody has their own unique journey, how they fell down the rabbit hole. They first came across Bitcoin, or they were just developing and stumbled upon it. What's kind of your story, man? You guys are a newer team. You guys are, hitting the streets pretty hard. There's a lot of news, around funding, which is great. But what's your story into blockchain crypto?
Cool. Yeah. So basically I got my start sort of in the blockchain space around 4 years ago or so, as part of the early team at 0x. And 0x builds decentralized exchange technology on Ethereum, if you're not familiar. Prior to that, I was sort of, working at Twitter as an engineer for over 4 years, sort of more in the Web 2.0 consumer internet space, if you will, or working on social networking stuff and all of that. And basically after 4 years, became quite sort of disillusioned with the sort of cycle of work that you do at these sort of large consumer internet companies. So, I think there's all these anecdotes around, they're very, very slow moving and inefficient and all of that. But, the cycle of work itself also becomes quite mundane once you sort of get to that sort of size. There's, it becomes a lot about A/B testing and politics. And it's a bit of a loop that I sort of, wanted to kind of break out of. So, after 4 years of that, I was kind of just like looking for kind of a complete change of pace, and found myself totally engrossed by a lot of the stuff that was happening with Ethereum. So this is mid 2017. I found myself kind of falling down that the proverbial crypto rabbit hole, and just kind of finding myself really intrigued with a lot of these visions that people are putting together around decentralized applications, and people were referencing things like decentralized Twitter and decentralized Uber and this sort of thing. And I feel like when you first hear about some of those ideas, it sort of for me specifically, I was kind of in this pattern of work for the past 4 years. My brain had sort of become wired to think about internet applications or consumer applications in a certain way. And then when you sort of hear about these applications that you know and love and contribute to, being sort of framed in this totally different way, sort of gets the gears turning again. So basically found myself like sort of reading every white paper I could find. There was no shortage of those around that time. There's dozens of new ones popping up every day, and each with their own little kernel of interesting ideas. So found myself spending more time doing that, reading those, than my day job. So basically took that as a signal to dive full time. So basically I mentioned some of these things like decentralized Twitter and Uber, and because of my personal consumer internet background, I found myself thinking about those things quite a bit, but and wanting to join something like that. But after sort of digging around and talking with a lot of people, realized that the sort of space and technology back then was just, and even now is way too immature for that type of mass consumer tech. And so, basically realized that back in 2017, it was sort of more of the time to be building infrastructure. So anyway, I ended up finding my way towards 0x, which was sort of an interesting hybrid of both infrastructural type work, but also consumer work with trading applications, and trading still sort of being the most popular application of decentralized tech out there. And
did it all make sense to you, man, when you're kind of reading these white papers coming from Twitter, which it's ironic that, obviously Twitter is kind of in the game of crypto, right? But it seemed like at that time, the decentralized Twitters, the Ubers, everybody was trying to decentralize everything, right? After reading those papers, like, first of all, did it make sense of like what blockchain, which is kind of a buzzword in terms of distributed systems, cryptography, decentralization in terms of like nodes and protocols and all that. Did you see like a bigger vision for blockchain at that point?
Yeah, I will say, during that time, obviously not every single white paper made sense.
Totally.
And there are a lot of just interesting ideas floating around, and a lot of people just trying to figure out what blockchains were good for. And still to this day, trying to figure it out. And at that time, there's a lot of issues that people are bringing up just in general with the internet around content moderation or decentralization of certain power structures and stuff like that, which were really interesting. I think blockchains don't necessarily apply to all of those things, but I think there's some cool tech around decentralized social networking and stuff that's sort of emerging nowadays. But definitely didn't make total sense to me back then, but that was part of the allure. I was like, I really want to understand what this stuff and become part of the movement of trying to figure out what it's good for. So that's sort of.
And how about now? Like, what are blockchains to you now that it's matured a little bit? At that point, same thing, which is why we launched Melspell. Under delivering, raising off white papers, kind of the whole narrative around scams and frauds and cryptocurrencies in general. But there's a lot of teams early on that were actually building cool things, right? Definitely like visionary, but like understood the technology, what works, what doesn't work, and not just assuming and putting words together on their white paper to make it sound like freaking perfect, to be honest. And so that's why we got in the business on the accelerator and incubator side, was to really support the teams that were trying to build something. And we had a lot of engineers to really support that and help them along their journey into a functioning product, an MVP, driving users and revenue, or whatever the case is, right? So what does it mean to you now? I mean, 0x was pretty cool. The space has matured. A lot of protocols are now launched. A lot of dApps, which we'll get into in a little bit. But like the whole decentralization aspect, like, do you see it? I mean, blockchain is not a cure for everything, but it's definitely going to touch a lot of what we do in our daily lives. I think at some point, whether it's finance, supply chain, healthcare, data integrity, or like, not only owning, but controlling your own data. So what over your period of time, how do you see it? How has your blockchain, perception or perspectives evolved?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd say it's definitely, what's the right way to put it? It's definitely changed for sure. And throughout time. And I think I'm still in the process of forming and sort of honing my own thoughts and opinions. But I'd say my experience is specifically centered around DeFi and geared around that, just because that's how I spent the last that couple of years. And basically my take on it right now is blockchains sort of their permissionless and open nature basically fosters an environment where there can be a lot of innovation from all parts of the globe, and anyone can participate. And so, yeah, this DeFi sort of movement that's popped up has just been a really awesome sort of byproduct of that. And it's just sort of allowing a lot of these really interesting ideas and experiments to sort of flourish, whereas before there would be no really battleground for a lot of these things to get tested. Yeah.
Totally. Accessibility to well, we'll stick to DeFi, like accessibility to like financial services. You know, we at one point it was like blockchain and enterprise, and I haven't heard that in a long time. You know, I think we moved past that, and then private chain, you know, permission versus permissionless, haven't like gone down that like discussion in a long time. And then DeFi blew up, you know, last year. Well, a lot of teams, 0x has been in the game for a long time on the DeFi front. And so you go from 0x and you go directly to Phantom, and what is Phantom, the project that you co-founded?
Yeah, so you know, Phantom, we're extremely early stage company, just got started back in April of this year. And yeah, you know, basically Phantom is a non-custodial crypto wallet that helps users self-manage their own crypto, and is geared towards actually helping them do stuff with it. So, you know, in its current form, Phantom basically is a browser extension that turns your browser into a crypto wallet through this extension-based installation, and sort of helps users access a world of decentralized applications. So, for example, Uniswap or Matcha, which is produced by 0x, or OpenSea, those things would be examples of decentralized applications, sort of things that you kind of show up, you plug your wallet in, and then the app helps you sort of form these transactions to interact with them. So those are the types of applications that we want to sort of help enable and flourish. And yeah, you know, basically right now we're sort of currently the sort of flagship wallet on the Solana ecosystem. And yeah, we're looking forward to sort of expand out and in scope and everything, you know, this year and onwards.
Lots to unpack there. I got to go back into that whole front facing, you know, intro on Phantom. All right, so let's break down the wallet situation. What made you choose, I guess, a web browser type of solution, and is it the same as your standalone wallet? Because I know the web browser, you're able to not have to worry. It streamlines, and maybe you can elaborate on that too for those watching, right? Like, what's the difference of not all the wallets in the market? All the wallets in the market, but the types of wallets, right, that are available that people don't know about, meaning hardware wallet, you know, web wallet, mobile wallet, you know, et cetera, because you guys are, you know, I mean, I've been in the space for a little bit, so what you guys are providing is definitely a solution to help further adoption, help people get into the space, right? There's all these other like fundamentals that were challenges since we've both been in the space of the cumbersome experience, the UI UX, and you guys are tackling all that, you know, all into this Phantom app. So let me reverse back. The web browser, like why is that important as opposed to like, or the web browser wallet, web wallet, as opposed to like another type of, I don't know, standalone wallet or hardware wallet?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I guess to be clear, like we definitely want to meet users where they are and sort of develop the end goal is to definitely develop sort of a suite of clients where anyone can use Phantom on their phone or browser or mobile browser or something like that. But we sort of chosen to begin with this browser extension based format. And I'd say there's a couple reasons for that. So one is, you know, spent some time back at 0x developing a number of sort of widely used decentralized apps, one of which is called Matcha, sees a lot of usage, pushes a lot of volume and all of that. And, you know, from our findings, basically saw that vast majority of transactions, especially high value transactions, were still being made through MetaMask versus something like Wallet Connect, or you have some other things like Taurus or Portis or some of those. And so, yeah, basically back in 2017, 2018, a lot of wallets went for, MetaMask was around. A lot of people went for sort of, hey, we're going to build a wallet, but we're going to do it completely differently in this new way, X, Y, or Z. A lot of those experiments sort of got tried, and what ended up happening is, this browser extension based format is really what people like to use, and so it's sort of shown in the market data. So we're basically not trying to reinvent the wheel too much. We're sort of taking what's working and taking that formula and improving on it, at least at first. And yeah, I gotta say the other major thing is that we basically we want to focus on a wallet that actually helps people do stuff with their crypto, not just hold it. And so this browser extension based format really dovetails with that, because there's sort of, you've seen sort of this explosion of all these different applications that people are putting out there. And a lot of them are just get access through the browser and are designed for more desktop browser type experiences. And so yeah, we want to help people be able to sort of access those types of applications, and that's sort of our primary focus.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's super important, and what I take from that is like product market fit. Kind of going back to the intro in terms of a decentralized Twitter, decentralized Uber, decentralized Airbnb. Everybody went like completely from one extreme to the other, 2.0 to Web 3.0, like super quick. But like the market isn't ready for that. Like the infrastructure wasn't ready. And what I hear from you guys is like you've taken everything in, you've listened to feedback, what users want, and not only that, like trying to maintain what we're used to, right? Like when wallets were created a few years back, and just in general in crypto, it still is, right? Everybody's trying to figure it out, like the UI UX, but you guys really listened, and I think that's important. Like, where are the users, right? And yesterday I was talking to during one of the interviews, and like one of the things he said was like, it's not the best technology, it's the technology that gets most adopted that wins. It can be the best, it cannot be the best, but the one that provides utility is the one, that you can, innovate on and like streamline it and just, create growth there. So appreciate that. And you
we're
touched
kind of
on
we're kind of in a lucky spot nowadays, because there are so many more users. Back then, a lot of people were just trying to figure things out, or pushing the world in one direction or another. I think we're a lot more fortunate nowadays, because there are quite a few users out there.
Definitely.
And especially in the crypto space, there are quite a few there are a lot of vocal people. A lot of the interaction between consumers and developers is actually quite fluid. There's people always on Discord and Twitter and stuff like that. So we do sort of enjoy this ability to be able to like talk to users directly and all of that very closely. So
I wasn't going to ask this question, but you're bringing it up, like, and I've chatted about this in the other like conference interviews, is like community, right? Like, how important is community in blockchain? Because I feel in the blockchain space in general, it's probably the only industry where like you're held accountable, not only, but you're held accountable for delivering, sticking to the roadmap, like milestones. And not only that, like you just said, updating, communicating, whether it's blog, Twitter, AMAs, video content like this, to kind of get more insight, more information on what the team's doing. So how important is that, like, the community aspect, or, the engagement between, project and users?
Yeah, super important. I mean, we're developing this app for users, and we're lucky to have them sort of be so willing to give feedback and so direct and everything. And a lot of these early users become these sort of super fans, and help spread the brand and sort of mission and vision to other people. And crypto is very unique in that way. It's in terms of like building consumer applications, it's very few. I was thinking about this there's very few other industries where that's actually the case. I think one other big one that I can think of is gaming. Like you get these like gaming subreddits with like people like theory crafting and doing all sorts of stuff there, and those developers also enjoy sort of having that very direct connection with the users. But in other industries,
and there's
really not like that.
And there's a close relationship between crypto and gaming, so that's
true,
you know right. There's definitely like similarities there, and like the type of profiles or the user profile is very similar. Like engaging, people think these what did that lady say yesterday? Shady super coders or something like that. that are pretty quiet now. They're pretty vocal, like throughout the internet, throughout the web. Like everybody's pretty loud in this space. Maybe through content, through whatever format or channel, and so. You brought up a couple other things too, like you didn't want it just to be a wallet to hold, so which is interesting. For those that are tuning in, go to Phantom. What's the website? What's your website? Phantom.app.
Phantom.app.
Yeah, Phantom. Everybody go take a look there. You guys are providing services. I'd like to touch on that concept really of like we don't just want, it's not just a wallet to hold balances and your tokens and all that, but touch on the things that you are providing to your users that make your users want to continue using Phantom, one, and then two, how do you prioritize some of these services, because it's a lot of work on the development front, integration, implementation. So how do you prioritize some of the, and then you're listening, like, you're listening to your community too. These things take weeks to months to build out. One, like touch on some of the services, and then two, how do you prioritize that?
Yeah, that's a good question. Prioritization is definitely super difficult for us, just given how greenfield everything is. There's so many different things and sort of different features that we could potentially go into, but
totally,
it just becomes an exercise in prioritizing, and also like you alluded to, really listening to users and stuff like that. But the wallet provides sort of key features that you would sort of expect from any wallet. So token management, but something that we want to provide is interacting with dApps, which I've mentioned. But the cool thing about the wallet is that we can also sort of offer things that people love doing in dApps, but sort of distill them into like a more bite-sized, snackable sort of format for use within the wallet. So we have like an in-wallet swapper that people love using, one sort of larger surface is NFTs. So we allow people to sort of view and interact with NFTs in the wallet, and that's something that users really love. They're sharing a lot of screenshots and sharing their collections with one another. Besides that, we're trying to just incorporate sort of more verbs into the wallet. So stuff like staking and stuff like that.
Well, is Phantom considered like, is it open source in terms of like a money Lego? Like, can people take Phantom and incorporate it into their own, new idea and concept?
I wouldn't say it's necessarily a money Lego the same way that you would consider something like Uniswap or Compound. We don't have at the moment, our own set of like smart contracts or anything like that. But it's a tool to help enable builders to bring have users basically sign into their site. So it's sort of the sign-in system for this new Web 3.0 stack.
So they can integrate Phantom into onboard.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's very similar to how a developer might approach using MetaMask in the Ethereum world currently. Basically, without wallets, there's no real way for someone to interact with your application. So that's kind of what we're providing right now on the Solana side. But soon on the Ethereum side as well.
Great. Just to kind of even stay on that, like, how do we get more developers into the space? You were a developer at Twitter. How has your journey been? We have students watching right now. We have, traditional developers tuning into this all over the world, trying to figure out what their next project is going to be, what the next, emerging tech's going to be. And maybe they're going down a similar path, that you did from the old, Web 2.0 centralized to now, distributed Web 3.0 systems. How do we get more, and you kind of you touched on it a little bit, like the solution you're providing allows developers to kind of plug and play, leverage it. And you're an engineer, right? Engineer developer by trade.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, how do we get more devs into the space? There's kind of a shortage of talent, and people are trying to figure out, what the next move is.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'd say just like approach the space with a really open mind. I feel like a lot of times the ideas and sort of visions are so futuristic that a lot of people end up sort of just dismissing them from the beginning. I'd say just like approach things with a really, really open mind and sort of let yourself sort of devolve a bit into more of a like sort of like childlike or like learning state where you're just trying to absorb as much as possible and sort of form your own opinions after seeing a lot of different stuff. That's, I guess, more for like a crypto skeptic. But for someone who's like on the edge, I'd say, one, like, joining a project like ours would be a really great way to sort of like break in from the Web 2.0 world or into the Web 3.0 world. Don't feel like you need to take a Solidity boot camp or something like that before you can jump in. Like, I know a lot of people sort of are like, oh, I have this cushy Silicon Valley job and it's just hard to find the time find the time to learn Solidity or do the tutorials. And like, you don't really need to take a full class or whatever. Like, you definitely just jump in. There's plenty of projects that are building. A lot of the development is like closer to a traditional web apps than you might think. Besides that, there's like tons of open source projects and stuff out there where it's like very low commitment to get started and try things out. So I don't know, it's a couple of random things there.
No, awesome. Yeah, I mean, and from your opinion, like technically speaking, what was kind of the were there any challenges or what surprised you in terms of switching over? Like, what makes a blockchain developer or engineer different, than another engineer? What are some of the nuances, I guess, in blockchain that you wouldn't otherwise expect, or you would, definitely need, or everybody needs to learn up anyways if you're going to do it anyways because it's so new?
Yeah, I mean, I think just wrapping your mind around the concept of smart contracts and everything, this definitely takes a little bit of time to sort of get over that leap. And also can be extremely daunting when there's a million different acronyms and things being thrown around. So yeah, it's definitely not a straightforward space to jump into. Sort of a double-edged sword. It's at the intersection of so many different cool technologies that there's almost sort of an endless endeavor to keep up with all of it. But at the same time, it's kind of scary to get into and all of that. So yeah, again, I just say like sort of try to get a good sense, get a good mental model of sort of what the landscape looks like, and zone in on some of the particular aspects that really interest you, whether that's the sort of more game theoretical stuff on the consensus layer, or if it is more of like sort of these new like application layer things. I don't know. There's definitely something out there for everyone. Yeah.
Nice. No, thanks for that. I think, there's a lot going on in the space, and the pace of innovation happens so quick. Things are moving, rather fast. There's kind of new applications coming out and better ways, and which is great. It's all maturing, Where do you think we're at? I mean, we're a long ways away, but do you think we're in a good spot as an industry in terms of where the technology is, where, how, building, the infrastructure, the tooling that's available for developers to come in to not worry about like building stuff from scratch and being able to just, build cool ideas? Like, are we in a good spot?
That's a good question. I think with the advent of Ethereum, we're definitely a lot farther along. I think before Ethereum is you would have to roll your own blockchain basically.
That's
and
you're right. That's when everybody was building chains. And like, I remember one team was like, we're just getting hacked every day. Like, it's just time consuming. It's resource, consumption, the human capital required to build your own chain. But I remember everybody was, I mean, there's still people building chains, but at one point, yeah, everybody was doing their own thing at that point.
Yeah, definitely. But so, from that perspective, it's definitely gotten a lot farther along because you don't, just the sheer number of resources you need to launch something in the space is a lot lower. So that's awesome. But I think right now, I think basically we can all agree that the demand for blockchains is really outpacing the supply, and so that's why you're sort of seeing. Well, that's why scalability is such a hot topic, and earlier this year, Ethereum was like basically virtually unusable with like each transaction costing like thousands of dollars each. And so, I think we're kind of in this spot now where we're seeing a lot of these scalability solutions popping up. We'll see how that plays out and goes, but I think that's sort of like there's a lot of dust to settle around that, but things are moving farther along. Like you see a lot of like bigger sort of tech companies also announcing their intent to move into this like this sort of like non-custodial DeFi space, like Square, for example, and all of that. So I think we're in a good spot in terms of like things becoming more usable, tech's getting more mature. It's an infusion of a lot of capital into the space, which is sort of a leading indicator to what's to come, and that it's going to take a lot of time for that capital to really convert into useful output. I'm pretty excited about it.
Dope. You've kind of transitioned into my next like couple questions, really, and it comes around to the technology, the blockchain, right, itself. We have our audience trying to figure out, and projects and entrepreneurs and founders like, what am I going to build on? Is Ethereum my only solution? Is Polkadot another solution? Solana. So you guys have chosen to develop on Solana. Before we get to Solana, 0x is developed on Ethereum, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like talk about some of the, you just touched on it, like the challenges of the scalability stuff, like costing too much. What's been kind of your journey, I guess, coming from Ethereum, now co-founding your own app, and then actually deciding to develop on Solana?
Mm-hmm. So like you said, myself and my two other co-founders, we all come from 0x, and are long-term sort of developers in the Ethereum space, and continue to love Ethereum and all of that. But like I said, basically there's a kind of a simple fact that the demand for blockchains is way outpacing what they can supply right now. And so I think most people can agree that there is some multi-chain world that's emerging. And I think that no matter where you fall along the crypto tribalism spectrum, even if you're like an ETH maximalist, you can agree that scalability is an issue, and a lot of the primary tools that are emerging to sort of solve that are alternate networks that sit alongside Ethereum. So like things like Polygon, Optimism, etc.
Scale.
I think no matter how you slice and dice it, like there's these new chains popping up.
And is that good or bad? Like, is that going to help?
No, it's definitely going to help, because it's going to help bring more supply to meet the demand, or else people are going to be stuck paying thousands of dollars to move funds into Compound still and all of that. So it's definitely a good thing. But in terms of user experience, it's a impending bad thing, or it's currently not great. Like basically, if you think like the UX of crypto is bad now, it's essentially about to get worse on this sort of whole new dimension. And
are you talking about like bridging and stuff, like going from one network to another? And
yeah. And sort of the goal for Phantom is like, we want to help enable users to use blockchain applications no matter where they're implemented or how they're implemented. And users should not necessarily even, there's some level of abstraction that exists out there in which user doesn't necessarily know what blockchain this application is running on. They just know they want to use it, whether that's DeFi or NFT thing. What that correct level of abstraction is, I think we're still trying to figure that out, and that's going to be part of our challenge. But yeah, things like bridging is definitely an issue. I think most people who have bridged assets just usually include the word scary in the experience. Or like they don't know where their assets are or whatever. It's just a very scary process. And so those are the types of experiences and things that we really want to sort of hone in on and potentially invent new mental models or whatever to help fix that. That really is going to depend on what the users are saying and all of that.
But you're not really in control of that aspect, right? Are you saying you're hoping, so you built, kind of obviously this consumer facing app and you're going to let kind of the back end take care of itself, like the blockchain's figured out. However it lands, you guys just want to be prepared to be able to integrate and be able to transact across, interoperability across multiple chains, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, we want to produce the outcome where someone is able to freely navigate multiple chains.
For sure.
And I'd say that, we're definitely not necessarily constraining ourselves to the UI layer or whatever. I think whatever needs to be done to help push that forward, we're more than game to experiment with. I'd say that. Anyway, but that's sort of my multi-chain spiel. So
which is important.
Yeah.
Like, thanks for touching on that, because we do have maximalists. We do have people thinking they need to develop on one chain. And I think right now, like, that's where we're at. Like, you pick a chain and right now everybody's kind of getting mature. There are options, right? There are options available. And everybody does see that it is going to be a multi-chain kind of universe. And you can operate within that and hopefully it flows and you don't have to worry about what network you're on, because again, you're having NFTs too. So, if you mint an NFT on this network and you want to, move it around, sell it, like it's all going to play a role, and the user shouldn't have to worry about, I need to stick to like one ecosystem rather than the other.
Totally. Yeah. And I mean, if you are a blockchain maximalist, like, and if you're like really, you want this to happen. I mean, you want the demand to be so high that we all have to like be banding together to produce new solutions and stuff like that. So I don't know. That's kind of where we're coming from. And
cool.
In terms of Solana first, we basically just wanted to explore a nascent ecosystem that is like looking to innovate in this scalability sort of arena.
Yeah.
And so, we sort of like looked at a bunch of different sort of L1s and stuff, and ultimately ended up on Solana based on a lot of the developer activity we're seeing, quite close with the Solana guys and love what they're doing. And so.
Awesome. No, that's good. I just interviewed Anatoly for the previous conference, and that went well. And it's interesting because, which I told him, like, Solana was my first research, like on our VC side. It was my first research project, and I had I told him I graded him like a C, like on a scale of the A to an F. I gave him like a C, but that was because there's no community yet. I was like, but give this thing like another 12 to 18 months, right? And it was a buy signal for us, but. No, the team's great. Like, they've been working on it for quite some time. I remember going to their meetups and stuff here in San Francisco. So we're talking about like MetaMask and like tokens and all that. So if you're developing on Solana, are you talking about like what tokens can you hold? Like ERC20? Like is it just Solana side? How does it function, operate?
Yeah, well, in its current form, you are able to interact with and manage Solana tokens and SPL tokens, which are basically the equivalent of ERC20 on Solana.
Is that their standard, or is that like a wrapper, or how does that?
Yeah, that's sort of like this what the standard is called, like SPL.
So users can deposit their ERC20 tokens, and then you can I guess hold that within your guys' wallet. Is that what you're saying?
Well, there are sort of bridges and stuff to help you do something like that, but there are other SPL tokens that are sort of native to Solana. The same way, like DAI is a native ERC20.
Yeah,
they have equivalents like SRM tokens or whatever on Solana. But anyway, in the current state, the wallet is basically completely geared around the Solana experience. But that being said, and we believe in all the multi-chain stuff that I was just talking about, and our next move is to support Ethereum and other EVM based chains. And once we support that, then the wallet will be sort of this hybrid multi-chain app that you will be able to just deposit normal ERC20s or SPLs or what have you, and be able to manage all of those in one place.
And I think you answered this, but maybe I didn't quite catch on. Like, you chose Solana first, although coming from the Ethereum ecosystem, and you guys are, developers in that world. You chose Solana first for the innovation, kind of the growth aspects, and like what the they're tackling a lot of that transaction stuff. So that was a decision to go to Solana first, with the intention of incorporating other chains as things unfold, and once you get past kind of this first iteration of leveraging, I guess, Solana as a blockchain. And that ecosystem, because they're growing pretty big.
Yeah, it was just a matter of sequencing, basically, and also for ourselves, we wanted to explore some new technology and see what else is out there. Just get out of our own little bubble, and so that's what sort of motivated this idea of not going Ethereum first specifically. But Ethereum's our bread and butter, and we contributed very heavily to all of that. So definitely looking to sort of bring the experience that we're sort of honing and polishing right now over to Ethereum soon.
And technically speaking, was it tough to develop on Solana? Pretty resources, the docs, the education stuff, was that all ready to rock and roll? Because that's one thing with Ethereum, right? And this, it's the developer, it's the community, it's the ecosystem, it's the amount of resources that are available, free video content, people just building on it, right? That network effect. Was that similar experience on the Solana side?
I mean, it's definitely more nascent, and definitely doesn't have as much
for sure
material and stuff out there. But actually, when we were sort of starting 0x in 2017, that world was also, I mean, it was just almost
similar,
the same thing. Yeah, it was very little out there. It was a couple of videos here and there, but it was a lot of guesswork. But I mean, overall, it was a fine experience. So another motivating factor for tackling Solana was that it's just a straight up L1. Ergonomically, it's very similar to working with Ethereum, both from a user perspective and a developer perspective. And it was relatively straightforward. I mean, the docs, obviously it's not as developed as Ethereum, but and we were helping actually contribute specifically on the NFT side on Solana, and help define a lot of the standards there around how images get displayed and stuff like that. So there's a lot of there's a lot of getting our hands dirty in that sense. But
what's needed. That's what's needed, especially when you guys are already applying the tech and the solution based stuff. Like you contribute that back into the community, the ecosystem, and like the developer growth, right? And that's all needed, and you guys are providing that. Got to grow it somehow.
Yeah.
So Solana can't do it completely, right? Like they're focused on the core protocol itself and like, taking care of that aspect. And then it requires everybody else to contribute one way or another.
Yeah, it's definitely a community effort. But yeah, I'll say one thing. I think like a lot of people, Solana doesn't have this like native EVM compatibility, and a lot of people have like docked it for that and all of that. But yeah, I guess interestingly enough, just kind of see it the way I've seen it being developing is it is fostering its own little community, very tight-knit community, which is all working together to try to enable this new technology. And I think the EVM compatibility with some of the other chains promotes more of like a drive-by type behavior, where it's just like, hey, we have this working thing, we're just gonna we're gonna drive by and just like plop it over here, and like this is part of our like road show, or just like copy and pasting our contract system everywhere. But yeah, I mean, like because of that, Solana doesn't have that. It's sort of like fostering a bit more of a tight-knit community, at least from what I've seen so far. Obviously, everything is still playing out, but I don't know, it's kind of interesting observation.
Awesome. Well, Brandon, I think we've gone over our time here. It's been a nice chat, man. We hope to if not have you back, somebody else on your team that can keep us updated. You guys launched, fairly recently, successful raise, right, to get you guys moving forward. So that's been great. We talked about Solana here. We talked about kind of what Phantom offers and, the solutions provided to benefit the user. Not only that, affect the industry in terms of adoption and use cases and getting people, interested even more. So where can people learn more about Phantom? Where can they go? Website, and Discords and all that, if you want to, provide that for us here.
Yeah, so, you can find all of our information and stuff through phantom.app, which is the website. For any sort of notification and news, I think Twitter is the best bet. So twitter.com/phantom. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Awesome. So for everybody tuning in, this is Phantom, Brandon Millman, CEO and co-founder. Appreciate having him kind of just break down ecosystems, break down DeFi, break down developer, activity in terms of getting into the space. So we appreciate kind of all your insights there and perspectives, and we hope to have you back. So everybody tuning in to Reimagine 2021, we hope you had a good time here, and we hope to have you back and see you again. All right, Brandon, you have a good one, man, and I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody. Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raul Pal.
Roger Ver, Lynn Ulbrich, Anthony Scaramucci, Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson,
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Hello, young pups. Greytail the old and wise here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Block height. The number of blocks connected together in the blockchain. For example, height 0 would be the very first block, which is also called the Genesis block. You must seek out the Genesis block if we are to stop the dark wizards.
So I am Kumar Pandey, CTO and co-founder of iBridge, and very happy to be here with Reimagine.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 1-year anniversary and 10th edition of our conference. Super excited to reach this milestone over the last 12 months. We host these events as part of our monthly series, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals, teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mouseball team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator or providing development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education within our Mouseball University program. Our main objectives and goals are simple. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real world applications. We seek to educate our audience as much as we can on blockchain by helping them understand crypto's real impact. We have a super great, awesome show discussion for you today. Partners of ours in kind of the Icon community, and pleasure to have them here. Nathan, you've been part of Reimagine. Quick little introduction. You were great then, and now I invited you back to co-host with me. How you doing tonight?
Perfect. Yeah, thanks a lot for having me back so quickly, Adam. Good to make a positive first impression. So I'm Nathan. I'm the CEO and founder of G3 Partners, which is a Seoul-based, essentially marketing agency. We do a lot of work with tech startups. And over the last 4 or 5 years, we've done a lot of work in the blockchain space. Our first blockchain project was with Icon back in 2017. And we also launched The Iconist, online media publication in 2018. And we've just restarted that project about a month ago. So here in a couple of different capacities, but mainly on the Icon and Iconist side today.
Awesome. Well, the underlying relationship here, it's the Icon community. So appreciate you coming to join me to talk about not only Icon, but blockchain, crypto, our partners, the community that we work with. You've been in the space for quite some time, so a pleasure to have you with me. And now our special guest and interviewee here, Kumar Pandey, CTO and co-founder of iBriz. How you doing, Kumar? Thanks for joining.
Doing good, and thanks for having me, Adam.
Yep. You and I are based in the Bay Area.
Mm-hmm.
How has it been treating you so far, post-COVID and during COVID?
Well, I guess, when life hands you a lemon, you make lemonade, right? So one of the positive side effect of COVID stay home has been, I get to spend more time with my family, and I picked up mountain biking with my son. So I guess health-wise, I'm doing much better than before COVID.
Do you tend to work more? Are you one of those that tends to work more because you're at home and it's convenient?
Yeah. But it's more flexible now, right? So yeah. It's in some sense, try to make the most of it and get more positive side of the COVID and kind of suppress the negative side of it.
Awesome. Well, thanks for taking time out of your day. I know it's late, where we are. But happy for you to join us and super excited to move forward here. So in general, this discussion or Reimagine, Nathan was on, we chatted about his journey into blockchain. Most of our guests have a unique story like everybody else, and we've all fell down this rabbit hole. But prior to that, give us a quick little background of what you were working on and what led you into the space.
Yeah, so I guess I have a pretty long career so far. I started my career as software developer, right, working as a consultant for in verticals like investment banking and pharma, and then I ended up working for big software companies like Oracle. And from there onwards, I started working for startups, and mostly in the fintech space. And technology, the only thing you can guarantee in technology is change, right? Change is the only constant. So you always have to keep up to speed on newer technologies. And I used to follow Slashdot a lot. And then I think around 2011, that was when I first stumbled on Bitcoin. And I even managed to download the wallet, get the block syncing. But then the startup I was with at that time, we were moving at like crazy pace. So I just, didn't follow up. And I remember I even read the white paper around that time, but I guess I wasn't smart enough to, get that enlightenment of what this really meant. So it kind of went on the back burner. And then around 2014, when I had a little more time, a little more, respite from my hectic startup kind of lifestyle. I got back into Bitcoin and started following, and Ethereum was just about to start then. And since then, I've been kind of like hooked in the space. And primarily, it's I guess it's very difficult to explain in few words like why people get into Bitcoin, right? There's just so many different reasons. Like, well, there's Bitcoin and there's blockchain, right? So I don't know. Maybe we'll get into that later. But that was my the brief background on how I came to be in this space.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you were in pretty early as well. I think I got in 2013, and I was at the bank at that point, and didn't quite catch on like everybody else. Some people get it, some don't. Some it's an aha moment, in general. But
sorry about that.
Yeah, no, all good. And so going back to your question, actually, we'll lead into that, and Nathan has some stuff on his end that he's going to ask. But Bitcoin blockchain, what does it mean to you? Like, what's its impact? Some people see it, as you mentioned, as a currency. Some see it as a store of value. Some see the technology of changing the way we just do business. Depending on who you ask, it's all different. And you have an engineering background, and your background, touches a little bit of kind of the blockchain, crypto, Bitcoin concepts, in a nutshell. But yeah, in your words, what excites you about is it Bitcoin? Is it blockchain, the technology?
I see it in two different, angle. So I look at Bitcoin in a certain way, and then I look at the rest of the, blockchain platform in a different way. I think, Bitcoin, where it's headed, and this is not my original idea. I do a lot of reading. There's just so many polymaths in Bitcoin that you can that you can drink from, right? And what I firmly believe is that Bitcoin is probably our humanity's first sort of technology where a person can carry their store of value, their worth, with themselves and borderless, right? Up till then, any store of value that we can think of, like gold, diamond, whatever your land, your property, everything is protected by the state, right? And then we know how that state can change, right? In 1933, even in US, your gold was confiscated. You couldn't hold gold. But I think given the underlying technology, the decentralization, and how the math works, I kind of subscribe to this belief that this is probably the first system in humanity where now you have an ability to, walk away with your store of value and be a borderless person.
Totally, and I think that spans across many aspects of control, of borderless. Being able to be your own bank, and then managing your own assets as you wish. So, and I think, and you're right. I think the more you read, your perspectives obviously evolve, they change, and now we're in this space, and it's just kind of continuing to, open our minds of what really can happen. Not to say that blockchain is going to save the world, but it's going to touch, many of our. It's going to be another tool in the shed. For a lot of, AI, ML, whatever the case is, it might integrate and implement some sort of distributed ledger technology.
Yep.
So you've explained a little bit about how you got into blockchain. One of my first questions was going to be, what was your aha moment? And I think you've kind of encapsulated it. I guess it was really when you understood that blockchain really was going to make a potential huge change in the world, that's when you got captured by it. Yeah, so that's interesting. I wonder if we could focus a little bit on what you do exactly at iBriz. So, just in a few sentences, what does iBriz do? Based on my understanding, essentially you're a blockchain development team that works with a number of different partners to bring ideas to life on the blockchain. Is that correct? How would you flesh that out?
Yeah, that is correct. So, in my personal journey in this space, prior to blockchain, so having primarily worked in startups and just being employee of a startup, I think I kind of reached my point in life where I wanted to have more control of my life and be able to drive my own destiny per se, right? So we decided to. So I worked with my partner Vijay, and we decided to start iBridge primarily with the intention of how do we bridge like Silicon Valley technology with Nepal, and Nepal being my birth country. Wanted to kind of like, rather than take a easy cushy job in the Silicon Valley and draw, nice salary and have a cushy life. I was kind of in that phase in life. Hey, it makes sense to give back, right? It's like your kind of like cushy, high-paying salary job in Bay Area. After a certain point, I guess it's one part of the Maslow's hierarchy, and after that, you want to do like something more, right, in life. So we kind of embarked on this journey, and one of the surprising, thing I found even initially was that I found this very, very smart young engineers in Nepal, and like this time around, like 2 or 3 years back, more than any time before. And I think part of the reason was also how internet has made all of us a global community, right? So now, somebody in Nepal who's motivated has the material that accessible to somebody who's going to Stanford or MIT, right? So motivation being the key factor now, information was accessible. That's probably the reason, we were able to find this like very, very motivated, very, very dedicated, ethical, young developers. And we thought, well, wow, why not, bring in the opportunity to these guys, and let's see if we can kind of, grow together. And so far that has worked out pretty well. And we work with, Icon is, probably where we have majority of our effort with, but we do work on the Ethereum platforms as well. We do work on some other few NFT, projects that we have going. But then, it's if you see the journey that even Icon is going on with, ICE and BTP, it's not going to be, one ring that rules them all, right? It's probably going to be a lot of chains. And it makes sense because it's trying to, capture this massive space, right? Probably a couple of hundreds of trillions of dollars worth of space worldwide. So there's no reason why only Ethereum has to be the only, blockchain to support these various, applications on it rather than, other platforms. So basically, so far, that journey has been very fruitful. We've been able to, work with our very talented team in Nepal to provide some good value-add services to various blockchains.
Mm-hmm. So, do you have a full? Is it a full-time team in Nepal then?
Yes.
That you've. Okay. Interesting. Seems like a good opportunity for everyone.
Yep. Yep.
Do you
and it's
find
really, used to be that before, if you wanted to do any cool projects, you had to be in Silicon Valley because you had to work for Google or you had to work for Facebook or, any of these big companies. And now you can be like, in fact, we have some of our employees who are not even in the capital of Nepal, and it's like the outskirts of Nepal. And for a developing country, that's it's relatively remote in comparison to cities here, but they're able to contribute to latest and the greatest state of the art. So it's a very, very interesting and very fulfilling at the same time. Yep.
Yeah. Right.
What
that sounds
Yeah, and to kind of stay on that a little bit, I have some questions on my list, but you're kind of bringing it up. How do we get more developers, into this space? One, and we have students in Web 2.0 devs and native, Web 3.0 devs right now that are trying to figure out what the next project is. But you're hiring remote, international, globally. What have you noticed with those developers that you brought on? Were they developers are interesting, right? They just want to build stuff that's cool, challenge themselves. So what have you noticed when hiring them? Were they into blockchain? Did you have to teach them? What was some of their journey to get, to a point where you were comfortable, like, hey, or was it a growing experience for you guys all to come together and then target blockchain applications, dApps?
Yeah. So, some of the strategy we've used is, obviously, the space is now big enough that a lot of these kids, when they're even in college, they end up doing some form of like blockchain project, right? And they've got exposure to it, and then and out of that, some builds natural curiosity, and they want to focus more on this space. While others they want to focus on AI or data science. There are some who kind of, I guess, see more than what initially others could see in terms of potential, and then so what we did was, we would kind of host a blockchain education, like 6 weeks education training program, right? And there, a couple of hours a day, once or twice a week for 6 weeks, have this, sessions on blockchain, Bitcoin, Ethereum, the various aspects, enterprise blockchain, public blockchain, right? And then we kind of, during the class, you could observe who are the students who are kind of like very curious, who've already taken the next steps and asking questions and more interactive. They want to learn more, right? And that would be sort of one of our filter criteria to say that, okay, maybe these people are probably more suitable as a candidate to bring on board. And then, we would kind of onboard them as interns to begin with, give them either as a subordinate role in a current project, so they're kind of learning rather than taking a lead role, and then that probably would be another filtering layer where you see the ones that are really performing, doing well, and then bring them on board. And those not as performing probably would need to go back and do a little more training on their own, right?
And coming from some of the companies that you've been with, like, what was your experience dabbling into blockchain? Obviously, we have people thinking, maybe it's their time to move into the space. You've come from traditional, tech background and startup developer at your core.
Mm-hmm.
What was your journey path, and like, how were you able to transition into so-called a blockchain dev, or at least building decentralized applications?
Yeah. So, I think one of the key, I guess, personality trait, or how do you say, your I guess, personality trait that is I've seen common with people with my background who have kind of like transitioned to blockchain as opposed to just staying on the industry or the vertical or the technology that they are in, is I think curiosity and just this desire to learn, right? Because in technology, you have people who kind of like stay with the company for years and years, work on the same technology, they're comfortable with the technology, they want to stay within that comfort, and they don't want to go out of the zone. But then, what's happening is blockchain is anything but your comfort zone, right? There's just so much happening every day that, unless you have that natural sort of like inclination to learn and have that curiosity, I think it's hard for you to make that jump.
The crazy ones are in blockchain.
Well,
the
and
people
then
who want to push the boundaries.
Yeah, and early on, I guess, like, thanks to Twitter, when I was I started following people on Twitter in the blockchain space, I was kind of like blown away, right? Like these people are all polymath, right? They can talk math, they can talk philosophy, they can talk economics, they can talk game theory. They've kind of like looked at this stuff from the all angle, and kind of found out that this is humanity changing sort of technology. There's something like deep here, right?
Yeah.
And that kind of like helped me to get deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole, I guess.
I've got a question, and I'm hoping that your answer to this question will give us and also the audience an idea of kind of the stage of the market now. and I'm making a couple of assumptions here, so if I'm wrong on these, do correct me. But you've obviously got quite a lengthy career in finance, from traditional finance at Visa and the likes through to PayClip, which is a much younger company.
Yep.
And then obviously into, shall we call it, future finance with blockchain and crypto. So you've kind of seen many angles of the finance industry. I was wondering, are the clients and partners that you work with now, are they typically very young companies, even like Icon? Icon's not a tiny company or organization, but it's a young company, a young organization. So are your clients typically very young companies, slightly older companies? Are you targeting the big boys of finance? I'm just interested to kind of see your experience of the market and kind of where it's going in the next few years as well.
Yeah. So far, what we've seen is that where we're actually doing projects and building things are primarily with young companies. But then there are the traditional finance companies, who are always kind of we are in their radar. And they're always interested to know what we're doing. They're always interested to keep up to date on what's happening. But somehow something holds them back from dipping their feet in the space. So they're still kind of sitting on the sideline and watching and learning. Yeah.
Right,
but the ones where we're actually going down and doing projects are primarily young companies. Yeah.
Okay. It's interesting to know. So the bigger, more traditional companies are obviously very actively viewing the industry, even if they're not diving in head first.
Yeah.
So I guess the next obvious question is, when do you think these bigger companies will start diving in? And we're starting to see it, obviously. But when do you think when do you think traditional finance will be at a point where it's fully embracing blockchain and crypto?
Yeah, I think a large part of that is what I've noticed is, if you talk to people who are on the traditional finance, traditional banking system, they've kind of lived most of their life within a very strict regulatory compliant environment. Right.
Yeah.
So the typical answer you would get from them who haven't spent a level deep on the Bitcoin, Ethereum technology is that, the government's just going to ban it, right? Because they've always been kind of living within this compliant umbrella. They cannot see past that, right? So I think, but we are seeing even in US and probably primarily due to how there is less and less, yield-bearing assets in the world, that even the big boys in the US are now, starting to get into, compound the yield-bearing assets and investing, right? Like the institutional money, the family money, they're beginning to come in as well, right? And once they come in, I think they will probably play a role in sort of governments around the world kind of coming out with some sort of friendly regulations, if you will. And I think until that happens, the traditional finance probably will stay on the sideline. Yeah, right, and that's I don't know. Maybe I'm hoping that because of the pressure of getting into this space for yield generating assets, maybe that will be that'll be the trigger for a lot of them to sort of get off their butt and start looking at this space more seriously.
Right. Do you have it's impossible to say for sure, but do you have an estimated date when this could be happening? Are we talking 3, 5, 20 years?
No, I think my guess probably would be 5 to 10 years, because everybody has this space in their radar screen. They are, they're kind of like they are up to speed. They are following. I think it's just a matter of for them getting a little more, regulatory clarity before they can like officially jump in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know.
In private, I'm sure they're all investing.
The smart ones, at least. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, does your team, Kumar? So, do you work with enterprises on the development front as well, Ibris?
Enterprises, as in supporting their blockchain need on the enterprises, or
yeah.
I mean, we've had some couple of exploratory work, but it hasn't sort of converted into action as well as yet. Yeah,
for sure. That's definitely like a slower process. But I mean, there's two things that we were just talking about on kind of the bigger players, financial players, right? It's one like asset management. And then we also have partners too that are on the enterprise that are actually trying to integrate the technology in some capacity, which is probably a little bit more ahead of its time, where there's more experiments or POCs in terms of how do we use this tech, the underlying technology to increase ROI or decrease operating expenses, whatever the case is. So it's kind of interesting that on the tech front, they are implementing and integrating it. And then kind of on the yield side or the more asset management side, they are dibbling and dabbling. We kind of see the Goldman Sachs, the Fidelities of the world. I also think it comes down to just the market size, right? Like, I think it's a little too small, and not only that, like infrastructure too, like on the self custody and insurance, and as you mentioned, compliance and all that. But I think that the market's a little bit too small, which is interesting because it's booming pretty quick.
Right. But I think like a couple of days back, I think Elon Musk made a note, right, that his Tesla's cash sitting in their bank account in Germany is actually losing money because of the negative interest rate.
Totally.
Right. So and that is going to happen to everybody, and that probably could be a catalyst, a forcing function or catalyst for them to really start paying attention to the space. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we had Michael Saylor on during this conference as well, and they moved over, and there's a lot of these other small to medium sized, not micro cap, but a little bit bigger that are moving some treasury into it. Because you're right, cash is a risk in itself on inflation, so it's going to be interesting. I'm curious to know, to your timeline, Nathan, like how many are actually going to hold a little crypto, on their treasury, to kind of dibble dabble, have some exposure, to the digital assets. We'll see.
They probably have a few little micro funds hidden away in a corner where they're probably doing a little bit of that right now.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah. I was wondering if we could focus a little bit on Icon as well. Haven't talked much about that. Kumar, I was wondering why, what led you to Icon specifically? There's a lot of blockchain platforms that you could choose from. You mentioned you are, also developing on Ethereum. I'm sure you're doing other things as well. But what was it that drew you to Icon and what they're doing? Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. I think number one criteria I think we would put there is because of the people, right? Because the people were kind of let's say leading the space. So earlier on, my co-founder used to conduct this hackathons, AI hackathons and in one of the AI hackathons, we happened to kind of meet Min. And then Min started talking about the Icon blockchain. And then, so we got involved with Icon very early on, and we were participating in their conferences. And then, we ran a couple of workshops, some demo apps from very early on. And
sorry, was this before their 2017 ICO? even?
This was no, after 2017.
Okay. Okay. So still early on. Yeah. Okay.
And then in all of our interactions, we found the team to be very genuine, very ethical, and very driven for the cause, sort of thing, right? Because in this space, you see a lot of people who come into the space for like quick, easy money. But we kind of got a sense that the team behind Min is kind of here more for the long haul, and we've been proven right so far, right? The way they've sort of like steered this network up to this point. And so that's why we made more and more decision to participate in more and more of the activities, working on more and more of the projects.
Great, very good answer. I'm sure that Min and team will be very happy with that. we'll draw a few quotes out of that for the Iconist website. It's good to know.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, and that's probably why we're all involved early on, right? Yeah. Nathan led the ICO, and
that's not entirely true. I don't want to claim that. We were involved. We helped them a little bit on the sidelines for sure.
But yeah, community, right? And I think, and I mentioned this kind of on other interviews as well, like what attracts the community, or what makes the tech, the certain technology, the network kind of succeed and grow. And it comes down to community, whether that's the people, the stakeholders. There's various parties involved within these ecosystems. The Iconist is doing, one aspect of it. Your team's contributing, the Iconist is contributing, Mousebelt's contributing in one way or another. And then you have everybody else that's putting out content, education, resources, sponsoring events, and just kind of giving it all as much as they can. Mm-hmm. Because one thing like that I've learned, it's not the best tech that wins, it's the one that's adopted. Yep. So whether that might not be superior to others, but the community, you can trust them, transparency, whatever the case is, really drives the value of that network effect.
Yep, sure. Yep.
100% agreed from this side as well. Yeah, definitely. We've been working with Icon, like I mentioned, I think at the beginning, since pretty much consistently since 2017. Mm-hmm. And it's the team. It's people enjoy working together. It's quite it's a great environment to work in. Yeah.
Go ahead, Nathan. I'll let you run with another one.
Oh, okay. So the next question is somewhat related, I guess, about Iconosphere. As a PREP. So what led you, and I guess you've kind of answered the question a bit, but what led you to take that further step to become a PREP, and what does that mean for you? What does it involve?
Yeah, sure. At some level, we're kind of embarking on a very new and very, I would say uncertain environment, right? It's like nothing is guaranteed in terms of how all this is going to pan out. But then, you won't know until and unless you try, right? Mm-hmm. And although, I have a very firm belief on the I kind of tend to understand, where Bitcoin maximalists are coming from in terms of, Bitcoin, having to fight with nation state and all that stuff, where, for the store of value, the decentralization aspect is so core to it. I think, we have so many other scenarios in our space where traditionally there has been like rent-seeking middlemen that can be removed with the blockchain technology, and not everything has to be secured, by proof of work, right? And so and proof of stake. At least the consensus in the industry seems to be that proof of stake is like the other alternative. So So we also kind of tend to believe in that. And, if we're contributing in the Icon ecosystem, being a validator of the node is a good way of contributing to the decentralization aspect of the network as it builds up, because the whole decentralization is a spectrum, right? Like you start with a centralized and you slowly decentralize aspect of it, and hopefully as technology matures, as it gets better foothold in the industry where more people are aware of this, you get better and better decentralization, right? And I think we're also walking that journey, and it makes sense for us also to be a validator and be part of that journey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. We also G3 Partners, company that I run that runs the Iconist. We were also a P rep for a short period of time. It wasn't the right thing for us. We don't have any engineers on our team, and it just wasn't quite the right thing for us. But it obviously one of the reasons we wanted to get involved was for similar to what you've said. And it's good to know your reasoning behind that. And obviously I believe that participants of the Icon Republic can become P reps, I think, pretty much at any time.
Anybody can join as a P rep, right? It's just that right now with the for the validators, you have to be kind of in the top 22.
Top 20, yeah.
But anybody can be anybody can join the node and be a P rep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Adam, over to you, or?
Yeah, no, I mean, just to kind of lead into maybe some of these next topic of discussion, like being a P rep, it's really a commitment. It's an investment. We've all been through it, which kind of, outside of network security and validating, one thing that's unique to some of the validators like us here is not only running a validator for that sake, but actually contributing, and maybe vice versa, right? We're contributing to the network, the ecosystem, building stuff. Like we do have skin in the game. It does make sense for us to try to, become one of the top 20, not top 22, but just to be a validator. And do our part, as much as we can, which further decentralizes it. And not only that, allows all of us involved to really see the growth, right? And the long-term vision. And that's what we're doing, which kind of leads me into some of our next questions, which happens to be around, development within Icon and developing dApps and projects within the ecosystem. So I think some of them I don't think we can name for various reasons, but some of the projects you're involved with within the Icon community. Can you touch on like what you're building, what your roles are in the space there?
Sure. Yeah, I think the most recent, product that we worked on was the contribution proposal system. So, we built that system from a grant from Icon Foundation. And then once we push that system out, we use that system itself to then apply for other grants to build other projects like, token score factory, where, from a web interface, you can easily deploy some of these, IRC2, IRC3 smart contracts, right? Without having to, work at the command line level. So kind of open the space up for more developers, more participants to come and, try out, play in the Icon ecosystem.
How do you prioritize some of that stuff? How do you choose what you want to build? What's priority? What is going to add value? How do you pick and choose some of these efforts?
I think at a high level, what contribute most to the growth of Icon probably is our number one criteria, right? And that also aligns with the community, the foundation, because that's what everybody wants, like growth of the community, growth of the ecosystem, right? So if you look at we also did Icon Dev project where it's kind of like a Gitbook platform where we have a lot of examples, documentations, on building smart contracts on Icon, right? So it's primarily the projects we have worked before has been tools that lowers the barrier to entry for others to participate in the Icon ecosystem. And then we also work through, we've also guide our affiliates on some of the DeFi projects that's currently on the platform, like BalanceDAO, Ohm that's coming out. And we also participated in the BridgePay, widget project where, that is, again, the ongoing theme. How do you onboard, non-crypto savvy folks, who you don't expect to manage their private key on a wallet and just using their email? How do you onboard into their system and hide all that complexity down? So that's BridgePay. We were part of that project as well. Yep.
What about how has the experience been developing on Icon from a technical perspective?
I mean, it's been great so far. The core development team on Icon is very, very supportive, very, very responsive to any of the issues that we have encountered while development. So yeah, and the community in general is very supportive, very friendly. It's a very good it's a very good work culture. Having come from some very like toxic startup environments, it's been a very nice change for me. That even though we're embarking on latest and the greatest, fast moving, still the environment is very, very, very cooperative. Help each other kind of environment.
The core Icon development team is here in Seoul, as far as I understand.
Yeah.
Have there been any language issues?
Not really, no. So, most of the engineers we have communicated with, we communicate with them in English, and we haven't had we haven't had any issues per se.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Cool.
Because I guess the language is the code, right? For the global
that's a really good point. Yeah.
What do you think about this application layer? I mean, you guys are building out some solid solutions to a network that provide utility for ICX holders, everybody else involved. What are your thoughts in terms of these projects that you're building? Because they're important, really, to drive network value and again, the utility of the token. How important is that? And do you guys, when picking and choosing a project, do you look into that? Are those factors for your team to get involved in terms of the goals and objectives that these ideas come about, these concepts?
Yep. I mean, like I mentioned before, I think the core theme is how to expand the community, right? And then we've been very happy with how the Icon has sort of embarked on this journey. And if you see BalanceDAO and any other DeFi application, BalanceDAO has a very, very good user interface and very intuitive. If you look at Ohm, and I think that's part of the reason we partnered with a great team on Parrot 9, right? They do a superb job. But having said that, it also comes with the kind of the culture in the community is how do we build products, lower the barrier to entry for non-crypto techie folks to come and participate rather than the degens, right? Yeah.
No, you're right.
I can answer that question, Adam, a little bit from our personal perspective. Now, it's maybe not the biggest thing in the world, and it's just one data point. But without the contribution proposal system, the Iconist wouldn't exist. It's as simple as that. We ran it for 2.5 years. It was on hiatus, and this was really an awesome opportunity to kickstart it again. So I imagine that you're aware of that fact. But
cool.
yeah.
No, that's very good to know. I'll pass it on to our developers. I'm sure they'll be very happy.
Yeah. And you're talking about building community. You built that system for the community, and as a result, the Iconist was able to restart, which is very much a community focused project in itself. And in that way, through that kind of chain, we're hopefully able to reach more people and also better inform the existing community. So probably worth mentioning to your team.
That's great. That's awesome. Thank you for sharing that. I'll definitely pass it on.
It's come full circle.
Yeah. I have a question. So this might be a bit of a tricky question, but maybe you've thought about it. Maybe you've got a good answer. So what has been so far your proudest moment as a blockchain crypto DeFi developer? And I guess I'm thinking, about maybe one application that you've developed, or even, a use case that really hit the nail, or something like that.
Yeah. So for me, and I think for me and for my partner, and even like Dan, we work very closely with Dan as well. I think for the three of us, one biggest, I guess, how would I say it? One biggest achievement so far that we would look at is how we've been able to sort of channel this space into this, very smart, intelligent, motivated, ethical, developers in Nepal, and provide this opportunity to them to participate in this world stage. So that's I think one thing that makes us the most proud, even on top of the products that we build. Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense, and I guess that the fact that you're blockchain focused makes that even more possible. I mean, remote teams are not a brand new concept, obviously, but I guess that the fact that it's blockchain makes it even more easy or successful or interesting.
Yeah, and we're kind of contributing into the paradigm that blockchain is supposed to, solve.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
Go ahead, Nathan. I'll let you kind of close it out with the last couple here. I know we're running up on time and we got a few minutes.
But
Go ahead and kind of like the last couple bullet points here, and we'll kind of wrap it up. I'll wrap it up at the end.
Sounds good.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I guess that last question would have been good as an ender. I should have flipped them, but anyway. Just final thoughts on what do you see happening kind of specifically in the DeFi space and over the next, now timeframes are so difficult to gauge, should we be looking at the next 3 months, 6 months, or 20 years? But, what do you see happening in specifically in the DeFi space within the next, year, give or take, in terms of three things? So in terms of new innovation, so, what's the next hot thing, do you think? In terms of actual use cases, so beyond just ideas, actual use cases, and also, everyone's always talking about this move towards the mainstream. So again, where do you think we are with those three things? What's your take?
I think the space is really moving fast and capturing people's imagination faster than I would have thought even a year back. Last 1 year, I think we've made a significant progress. And I see it from the whole gamut. When you, like to me, when you talk about DeFi, the whole El Salvador, the thing where, El Salvador is trying to make Bitcoin a legal tender, right? More than the Bitcoin as a legal tender, how, Lightning Network on the blockchain, you're able to, send USD from US to El Salvador in fraction of a cost. So drastically bringing the remittance cost down and helping those who actually need the help, right? There's people who are sending remittance from US to El Salvador. They can use all the savings on the fees that they can get on their remittance right now. And the lightning strike solution to El Salvador. I think that kind of that is one aspect of DeFi that I see that has kind of picked up and working in reality, right? Already supporting, already helping. Then I think I see blockchain has a couple of key tenets like transfer of value, right? Your ownership, and then immutability. So any application that captures those essence is very suitable for blockchain, and the gaming space is like prime for that, right? Right now, all the games are siloed. The assets you own the game, you're at the mercy of the game companies running the server. You don't have the ownership. So I think NFT plays a very natural transition there, and I see NFT intermingling with DeFi, and we can already see that happening, right? Like if you followed Axie Infinity, it's kind of making a dent for people's life in Philippines, right? Like Philippines has apparently like 23% rate of people who are banked, right? Because most of the people, their saving is so little that it doesn't make sense for them to pay the fee on the banks. But with Axie Infinity, they're playing the games and earning tokens, selling that tokens, and you have all this infrastructure now, AMMs, part of the DeFi where you can easily provide liquidity to your tokens. So I think all these aspects are kind of coming together where I see it making meaningful impact pretty much everywhere, because pretty much everywhere we have middlemen, seeking rent, right? And it's prime for disruption. So, gamings, asset tokenizations, insurance. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. And those are actually the examples you've given are far more compelling than I was even expecting. You're talking about literally changing the lives of populations and countries, not just and,
and there have been stories where people in Philippines who have decided not to go back and work in Middle East and instead stay in their home country, earn a living through this and support their family, be with their family, right? Rather than be out of the away from their family for like 11 months a year and just come back for like 1 month.
Yeah. Very, very, very compelling. And yeah, I think you've perfectly summed up, the new innovation side, some actual practical use cases that are happening now at scale, and obviously wrapped in with that, it's an obvious demonstration of a move towards mainstream adoption. So, excellent answer. Thank you.
Now we could end it on a great note. But yeah, I mean, I think accessibility, right? Democratizing financial services in one way or another, allowing people to, this peer-to-peer, right? Transactional, cheap cost, rent-seeking kind of disruption. You're right. That's kind of looking, thinking about this question of kind of forecasting and where it's going to come from. It does span a lot of industries, a lot of verticals, I didn't think of some of the use cases that you just brought up, right? Like the in-gaming and kind of making money here and there. There's just other ways to make a few extra bucks that that can, make a big difference in somebody's life. And I think coming from developed countries, right, in these specific regions, we underestimate a little bit, the rest of the world, that this is going to impact. Not to say it's going to cure and save the world, but it'll be an alternative method to many, for further adoption and gain some more benefits in one way or another.
Absolutely.
Well, it's quite feasible that for many people in the Philippines, the people that you've been mentioning, that gaming will be their way into beginning to manage their personal finances. The traditional banks are not an option for the reasons you mentioned, and so gaming, blockchain,
gaming, and then DeFi, right? They'll have right, gaming, and then if their NFTs, their tokens go up in value, then they can use like the DeFi to collateralize, take out a loan on them. So we're kind of, I think, coming this full ecosystem where this various aspects of the blockchain is kind of working together in harmony.
Their first bank account won't be a high street bank; it'll be a blockchain wallet.
Yeah, I mean, my thesis is that right now, whenever you travel any big cities in the world, the tallest buildings are banks, right? In next 10 years, there's probably going to be some like crypto-related companies. Yeah.
Definitely. All right. Well, we'll go ahead and wrap it up here. We've gone well over. It's been a great discussion. Kumar, where can people learn more about iBriz and stay up to date?
So I guess our website, ibriz.ai. We're also very active on the forums and and telegrams. And then just like you can DM us on Twitter, Telegram, and ibriz.ai.
Great. And my special co-host here, Nathan, where can people find out more about you and your team?
So the icon.ist is the website. There's a contact form on there. We're in the middle of transitioning to the new website. So the new site is launched, but if there's any bugs, we're fixing those as we speak. So there's a contact form there, and we're also active on Twitter, Telegram, etc.
Awesome. Well, I want to thank you both for taking time out of your days to come join us. This is a 1-year anniversary, 10th edition. As I mentioned at the beginning, and both of you know, like we're going to continue until our audience and viewers say otherwise. We feel like, we're definitely highlighting and trying to contribute as much as we can back into the blockchain space and talking to teams and individuals like the both of you to really break it down, right, on what we've all been working on for quite some time. So everybody at home, hopefully you enjoyed this discussion. We chatted about iBriz, we chatted about Icon, we talked about dApp development within the Icon community, the pros and cons, and just very fortunate for all of you tuning in that this is also going to be free on YouTube. So feel free to check that out. So we'll go ahead and sign off here. Kumar Pandey, CTO at iBriz, Nathan Millard, G3 Partner, CEO, and the Iconist as well. I'm Adam with the Mouseball team. We hope to see you again, and we hope to have you guys back again at some point soon. Thank you both.
Yeah, thank you for having us, Adam.
Thank you, Adam, and thank you, Kumar.
Bye.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name's Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Held.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton. I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Ver, Lynn Ulbrich, Anthony Scaramucci, Alex Mashinsky. Get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson,
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Well, hey there, baby. Meowlvis Presley here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Distributed Denial of Service Attack, DDoS. A type of cyber attack in which the perpetrator continuously overwhelms the system, with requests in order to prevent service of legitimate requests. Speaking of overwhelming the system, I really shouldn't have had that extra peanut butter and banana sandwich after lunch. Whoa, mama.
In a world full of ICO scams, vaporware, and Ponzi schemes, we wish to remember those who have passed on. Rest in peace, dear friends.
Welcome to the 10th anniversary of Reimagine 2021. Presented by Mousebelt. Coming up next.
I'm Peter Wall. I'm the CEO of Argo Blockchain.
Hello, and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 1-year anniversary and 10th edition of our conference. We host these events as part of our monthly series, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mouseball team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator or providing development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education within our Mouseball University program. Our main objectives and goals are pretty simple. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real-world applications. We seek to educate our audience on blockchain by helping them understand crypto's real impact. So I'll go ahead and stop talking there. We have an exciting guest, a first for myself, actually, in terms of what we'll be speaking about today. So I'm super stoked about that. Peter Wall, CEO of Argo. How you doing, man? Appreciate you taking time out of your day to join us.
Thanks, Adam. Nice to be here.
Awesome. So Reimagine, this is our 1-year anniversary. Lucky you, right, to join us.
Happy anniversary.
And I don't think you've been on before, right? You've never been
No.
spoke here. Yeah. So this is cool. Reimagine was born out of COVID, video content. You know, we're in this bubble. Everybody knows about crypto. What else can we do, Mousebelt and our team, to kind of educate and acknowledge a lot of the things that we've been focused on and working on in the space for quite some time. And everybody that's come through has a unique kind of how they fell down the rabbit hole. What is your story in terms of how did you get into blockchain? And would love to hear about that.
I think everyone's got a unique story. I think my story is a little unusual because it took place outside of North America or Europe. I was actually living in Indonesia, in Bali, running a co-working space, the first co-working space that launched in Bali with a couple partners. And this American guy walked in, and it was 2013, 2014, and he started talking about this thing called Bitcoin. Wow. And I'd heard about it, but I didn't really know anything. And he was an evangelist. I mean, this guy was the real deal. He'd left his job in like the US in payments, and he'd moved to Indonesia, and he was like spreading the gospel of Bitcoin, literally.
For sure.
And, so we were a co-working space. We were into technology. We had a group of digital nomads from around the world. Even before anyone knew what a digital nomad was, we had them in this space. And it seemed like a great fit, right? We were, sending wires internationally, getting payment in various currencies. We were like, there's something that's digital, that's like native to the internet that we can use. So it didn't take him long to convince us that Bitcoin was a good thing. And we started taking payments in Bitcoin. We put in Bitcoin ATM in. He started having like these weekly meetups at the co-working space, which were really well attended. And then he started going around and kind of getting other businesses in Bali to adopt Bitcoin and to take payments in Bitcoin. And Bitcoin was trading at, between 150, 250 bucks then.
Yep.
So we took 33 Bitcoin in over the course of a year and a half. Yeah. And we traded it, Adam, into Indonesian rupiah on a weekly basis to pay for the bills. So
for sure.
And look, everyone's got one of those stories, but yeah, that's how I got into crypto.
That's awesome. I mean, we're still following like your lead right there. We have a co-working spot as well here in San Francisco. We're still hosting meetups. That's kind of the peer-to-peer, right? The active, the activity, the engagement that like Bitcoin, crypto, blockchain brings. For those tuning in, like you guys that's super early. What, 2013? I came across Bitcoin in 2013 too. I was working at the bank then, at the private bank, and somebody was buying $100,000 worth. And I was like, what are you buying? Wow. Like, is this fraud? Like, where this is going?
Right.
And he said, my brother-in-law says I should buy this. Obviously, the rest is history. Hopefully he didn't sell. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. And for those tuning in, like, it seemed like you guys caught on a little. That's so early, right? And we're still trying to people are still trying to understand it 10, 11 years later.
Yeah.
What is it, before we get into kind of Argo and what you guys are doing, because it all plays a role, what is it about Bitcoin you think that is so cool? Is it the access to self-sovereign, like your own bank? Is it democratizing a little bit financial freedom? How do you see Bitcoin or blockchain? Is it one and the same for you? And what's your views on that?
Well, just to start with the last one, I see blockchain as like the killer app. Bitcoin is like the killer app of blockchain, like the, the OG app and the on-ramp for a lot of other, obviously, crypto projects, and then beyond, But for me, Bitcoin, I always was attracted to the decentralized nature of it. Living overseas at the time, having to deal with banks in Indonesia, having to deal with banks in Canada, where I'm originally from, where I live now. It's just not a good user experience. They take too much. It's just not a good experience. So being able to cut out the middleman and just kind of have a direct relationship, a peer-to-peer relationship with money, I think that's always been the attraction for me. And I think that's why I'm excited about DeFi, because it's like taking that to another level. Now Argo is obviously, we're a crypto miner, and we'll get into what mining is and how that all works and our kind of view of the ecosystem. But it's just amazing how far it's come in the last 10 years and how much further we have to go.
No, for sure. I mean, it does. It's hard to pinpoint what's so cool about blockchain, and not only that, the app of Bitcoin, or the killer app in terms of like that specific use case, which spans across the globe, borderless, decentralization, right? Managing your own funds, which is great. And actually, we were in Bali for quite some time too. Not as early as you, but a lot of 2018 and 2019, nice. Just kind of hanging out there and doing the same thing, right? So no, that's cool. So let's get into Argo a little bit. We're talking about this decentralization aspect. We have a lot of viewers and audience, right, that are students, that are industry professionals that maybe are exploring kind of the mining world, and then just other people that are understanding what miners do, right, for Bitcoin. So give us, what is Argo and what are you guys doing?
Well, I'll talk first, maybe just quickly give a brief explanation of mining, because we shouldn't assume anyone's knowledge. Everyone's got a different take. But miners are essentially, the verifiers or the auditors of the network. And in exchange for that verification work, they get paid, they get rewarded with Bitcoin. And the way in which the process works is when you send a transaction from someone else, from one wallet to another, it gets blocked together with other transactions. It gets put out onto the network to be verified, and there's a mathematical equation that's attached to that, which is the work that needs to be done, which is the solving of that mathematical equation, which is a challenge because the equations are very difficult. And miners essentially compete to solve those equations, and in order to do that, they need very high-powered computers. So that's why we have these very specific mining machines. You've probably heard of them. They're in, these large data centers or mining farms. They make a lot of noise because they have a lot of fans to blow air through them. But essentially that's the business model. Miners buy machines which verify transactions on the network, and in exchange for that verification work, they get Bitcoin in the form of both Bitcoin rewards, which is, awarded to each block of transactions that is solved, which is 6.25 right now per block. And then there's also transaction fees, which is kind of like your bank fees. When you're sending a Bitcoin, you'll see, or sending any kind of Bitcoin, you'll see like a transaction amount. That amount also goes to miners. So that's essentially what we do. And, the kind of key piece of it is to try to get access to low power and access to machines. Those are the two things you really need to mine. And the machines are expensive because they're very profitable, and they're these kind of specialized, specially built computers. And access to power, it can also be challenging because we use a lot of electricity to mine. Argo, we use in the area of about 35 megawatts right now. And we're building a much larger facility in West Texas, which will take 200 megawatts. And that's a lot of juice. So to be able to get access to that amount of power at a low cost is super key. For us, renewable power, because ESG is a key part of what we do as a company. And then obviously get access to machines at the right time, for the right amount of money. So I think you're muted again, Adam.
Sorry. How does thank you for that, right? And you guys are talking about massive facilities and operations, and we'll just kind of stick on the maybe the energy front a little bit, or this borderless thing. Bitcoin is all over the world, just decentralized. So is the mining operations all over the world. Is it kind of just, are there some regions that are not favorable, jurisdictions? Because I know it's a big operation and a big investment to come in and do all this, and the margins, right? You got to be like pretty organized and efficient and effective. How do you see? I know China, there were some things going on over there that kind of affected everybody else. Positive, negative, we don't know, but probably positive in certain aspects. But yeah, you're in Canada, you're going to operate in Texas, and maybe we'll just stick with Argo. Like, what's kind of the strategy there, and maybe why Texas and not somewhere else?
Yeah, I mean, I could talk broadly about, places to mine and regions for mining. I mean, traditionally, and you say traditionally, Bitcoin's not been around that long, but traditionally you wanted to mine Bitcoin in a cold climate because you don't use air conditioning to cool data centers for Bitcoin mining because it just costs too much to cool it. So you use natural air ventilation from the outside.
Yeah.
And what's the best place to do that? Well, somewhere where it's naturally cold outside. So you've probably heard of Bitcoin mining in Iceland or Scandinavia or Quebec. All of which were popular destinations for crypto mining, especially during the last bull run in 2017, 2018. And then obviously China, seasonally in the rainy season next to Sichuan or Sichuan province, where there's a lot of cheap hydro. And then in the winter, they go up to kind of northern parts where there was more coal powered. Now, what's happened is that China has banned Bitcoin mining. And so 90% of the hash rate, which was over 50% of the hash rate on the network, has come offline, and that hash power is looking for somewhere to go. And so it's migrating to places like Russia, Kazakhstan, and North America, specifically North America, because power costs in North America are actually relatively cheap if you get the right deal in the right place. And the big place that everyone's looking to, including Argo, because we're one of the first companies to announce a facility there, and we've already broken ground, is in Texas. And that's because there's a specific kind of grid in Texas that is competitive. It allows people to sell power back to the grid or give power back to the grid, and in exchange for that, at peak demand times, and in exchange for that, kind of get discounts, get rebates on the rest of your power. And the concerns about heat that used to be a big concern for crypto mining are less of a concern for two reasons. One, because the machines are just more efficient, they're more powerful, they suck air through them. So if you want to use air cooling, you can do it in Texas. It's a challenge. We're building an immersion facility in Texas, meaning we're actually putting the machines in a liquid and cooling them by pulling that liquid in and out of the bath that they're sitting in. And that's called immersion mining. Immersion computing. It's been done for a while, but it's now kind of scaling. The technology's getting there, and that's what we're building out, and we think it's a great innovation and a great way for us to keep the machines kind of safe for a long period of time, to keep them at the right temperature, and also to kind of push them a little bit harder so that we can get more hash power out of them for the same amount of power.
And what about some of this discussion that Bitcoin is just like consuming too much energy, more than certain countries or whatnot? I mean, and then how do you compare that to like a legacy system or some of the other energy that we use normally that, it's just kind of a bad rap, and they're trying to put this narrative on Bitcoin energy consumption as far as mining goes. Do you have any data or how do you answer some of those things when people come at you like that?
Yeah, so Argo is one of the founding members of the Bitcoin Mining Council, and I don't know if you saw recently we put out some data about energy usage and how Bitcoin mining compares to other industries and you can go on bitcoinminingcouncil.com and there's that report is there. It's definitely worth looking at. I mean, I think what we know is in general, certainly with the power coming offline in China, Bitcoin mining uses more sustainable power, more renewable power than really any other industry. It's over 50% that Bitcoin mining is using renewable power from right now. So that's a really significant number. And I think so on the one hand, it's the type of power you're using. And then on the second hand, compared to other industries, I mean, I think the United States grid is about 14% overall renewable power at this point. So the fact that Bitcoin mining is over 50%, It just shows that a lot of the knock against Bitcoin using a lot of power is just FUD. And it basically comes down to, do you like Bitcoin or not? Do you think Bitcoin has value or not? And obviously we think that, Bitcoin and crypto has value. We think it's revolutionizing the way in which we interact with the financial system, and giving people more autonomy and all the things we've talked about, and I'm sure that you're talking about all the time. So it's certainly something that people bring up a lot. And it's something that, we're working hard, especially, working to use renewable power whenever we can. And we're putting out our climate strategy very soon. In fact, by the time this podcast comes out, I think our climate strategy will be out. You can dig it out on our website. So there's lots of good things happening in the space around usage of power, but there's also a lot of noise out there that is worth kind of, looking at with a skeptical mind.
Yeah, and I feel like Bitcoin, has this way for us to explore for cheaper energy, other methods of finding, like you said, maybe solar, clean, whatever the case is, right? And how soon do you see? It's kind of not a reverse psychology, but it's forcing us to really look at other areas for energy, and it seems like you guys are doing that. And how does the council play the role, and what do you guys discuss?
So we can talk about the council in a minute. And in terms of power, for Argo and what we're trying to do. I mean, we're setting up in West Texas, for instance, because there's a ton of renewable power there. 90% of the power on the grid there is from wind. There's a lot of solar that's coming on. They're doubling the amount of the gigawatts of renewables in the next 2 years alone. So it's an exciting place to be building out. And then obviously in Quebec, it's hydropower, where we have our other facilities. And so that's 100% renewable. So we're really making a commitment to using renewable power pretty much exclusively, and any power that's not renewable through legacy contracts or whatever we're offsetting or wrecking off using renewable energy credits. So that's on the one side. In terms of the Bitcoin Mining Council, look, it's a group of independent, competitors essentially, who are all, some of whom are publicly traded, some of whom are privately held. It's a mix of folks, and everyone's got a different take on energy usage. I think if you asked, 10 people on the council what their opinion of which is the best power source to mine with, or what's the right, is Bitcoin use a lot of energy or not, comparatively, you're going to get 10 different answers. So there's not a lot of it's a collection of competitors. It's a decentralized group of folks. So there's lots of different opinions. So the BMC doesn't have a take on power, other than to say they're gathering data, and the data that they're putting out is bringing more transparency to the space around energy usage, and trying to kind of put it in context, because there's a lot of, like you said, there's a lot of people, Bitcoin uses as much, power as pick your favorite country. But what they don't say is in comparison to the steel industry, or in comparison to the banking industry, or comparison to other industries. It's always about some small country that, in the grand scheme of things, uses a negligible amount of power in the world.
The machines, the hardware, are you guys only as good as obviously what's available? How do you forecast that? And then where have we come from in terms, for the last, 10 years or whatever, mining this stuff? How has the hardware and, been able to meet or exceed, kind of the requirements and expectations to mine?
Yeah, I mean, what's happening with the hardware, Adam, is it's just getting more and more efficient, right? So if you look at the S9, for instance, back in the day, which was kind of the workhorse of the mining world for the last bull run, 2017, 2018, people were buying them, and the prices started initially at like $500, and they were selling it for $5,000 at one point. And they were the kind of de facto miner for 3 or 4 years. They used about 1,600 watts of power for roughly 12 terahashes a second. So that's kind of what you're looking at in terms of output and input of power. The new S19s, which is a few generations later, these are Bitmain machines. The new S19s are using about 3,200 watts of power, and they're putting out about 100 terahash. So they're almost 10 times as powerful, but only only use twice as much power. So they're 5 times more efficient. And that's because the chips are thinner. They're just better built. They're just overall a better machine. And that's only in the span of 3 or 4 years that we've made that jump over the technology cycle of 1 or 2 different technology cycles. So I think that's what you're going to continue to see with crypto mining, with Bitcoin mining, is machines get more and more efficient. It's going to get harder as the wafers get thinner, as you go from 7 nanometer to 5 nanometer, et cetera. But that's the big trend is needing, essentially less power per terahash, just getting more and more efficient. And then immersion mining is going to increase that efficiency, probably by another factor of 2x, because when you're cooling them in a really efficient manner, you can push them harder, get more hash power out of them for the same amount of power.
One thing that I noticed, and I've heard you say this too, is like, if you want to get good at something, you got to do it, like hands-on, figure it out, get involved. And I've noticed that like a lot of these operations, these facilities, people that are tuning in, oh, I want to mine. I think at one point I wanted to mine too. And it's funny because a lot of the stories, people were mining Bitcoin and they were messing around with it. And like that, the mining operation was kind of cool, 10 years ago. But what I've noticed on the bigger operations and the more scaled ones, like teams like yourself, is that a lot of them were already mining or into kind of the understanding the ASICs and the operations. And this was just another challenge, another project. How do you explain kind of the culture, or not the culture, but, the people that you work with and where they came from, that it wasn't just maybe overnight, into mining?
No, it's a good question and a good point. And yeah, and that is something I believe, that, you really only get good at things by doing them. And the idea that some hedge fund manager in New York can, buy a 10 million or 20 million or $100 million worth of machines and send them to somewhere to be hosted and run them, and they're going to get the same kind of output out of those machines as a company like us, which is what we do. I think it's pretty clear how I feel about that. I mean, we're experts in mining, and we know how to run the machines. And that's because, our team, starting with our CTO, Perry Hottie, has been mining, going on 10 years now. Perry was mining in his basement with GPUs, back before anyone knew what Bitcoin was. And so he's taken that experience and that knowledge, originally in his basement, and then in our prototype facility in Quebec, and then larger scale, and now in Texas. I mean, we've gone from, being able to Perry tap into his 200 amp service at home to half a megawatt at our prototype facility, to 5 megawatts, to 20 megawatts, now to 200 megawatts. So you learn things as you scale, and you learn things by doing. And that's how we definitely approach mining. And so far it's worked.
And it kind of, I add another question, but that kind of answers it, right? Like if people are getting into the space and they're all about Bitcoin and, wanting to invest in it, they have 2 options. One, they can buy it, or they can mine it. And so what I'm hearing from you is like mining, a little bit more investment up front, you're going to have to work for it, as opposed to just, straight up buying Bitcoin and buying and holding it, which is a lot easier than running an operation. How did you guys determine, like, I guess that's your experience, right? You knew what was up, you started in mining, and you just because of your experience and depth and knowledge, determine like mining is the best way for us to earn Bitcoin in rewards, as opposed to buying it.
Yeah, I mean, we initially launched the company back in 2018 as a mining as a service company. So we were selling packages for folks. You've seen those, like cloud mining, and letting people mine from home using our software, or our hardware and our software, sending it to their wallets. And the economics, on those are really tough on that type of business. It's like either the company is doing too well, or the person who signs up for the package is doing too well, and it's hard to get the balance right, and things shift over a period of months and years. So it's a tough business. So we decided to do what we do well, which is exactly what you said, scale, like mining at scale for ourselves. I think what's unique about our model, and it's not only us that are doing it, but there's other publicly traded miners out there that are, tapping into the capital markets, being a publicly traded company, using the traditional, equity world and capital markets world to then combine that with cryptocurrency mining. So you're kind of getting them both. The exposure you're kind of combining this old world and this new world, and it's been an interesting model for us. It's a really efficient way of raising money and of scaling and of telling our story. And if you can deal with the regulatory side of things and making sure that you're compliant, with groups like the FCA in the UK and the SEC in the US, then it's a really interesting model. And we're doing that model with this ESG kind of outlook, really trying to be a green miner using renewable power, being upfront about that and transparent about how we're using power. And then, we have something that we call our smart growth approach as well, which is not just looking for the best or not just looking at scale and not just looking to grow for the sake of growth, but to really have a focus on ROI. Because at the end of the day, crypto mining is about taking capital, investing in it, like you said, investing it into machines, getting Bitcoin back, and then either holding onto that Bitcoin or reinvesting it into more machines. So we have a really strong focus, Adam, on ROI, on how quickly we are able to get a return on investment to any machines, any CapEx expenditures that we have on the machine side. And I think that's what sets us apart a little bit from the other folks is we really focus on right machines, right time, for the right price. And some folks are other companies are a little bit more focused on just scale at any cost, but in such a cyclical industry, it's important you get the cycles right as much as you can.
Going back to like the equity, which is interesting. What did you learn from that experience on raising money? What were the discussions? What type of profiles were coming in? Like, obviously interested. Were they on one end of the spectrum early days, like against it, and now they've come full circle into Bitcoin? How were those discussions on raising money for a mining facility operation, and specifically, obviously, for Bitcoin? Were they a lot of believers? Were they just entrepreneurs and like, hey, let's experiment with this thing? I'm curious to know, how that went.
So I think it's a good question. And I think we've had like a lot of different types of investors over the last 3.5 years as a publicly traded company. When we first started, we had like high risk, high reward investors, people who are like, hey, this looks interesting. We're a hedge fund, or we're, running a family office fund. We're going to put some money in because we think Bitcoin might turn into something. This is cool. Let's do that. And that was, through our UK, capital markets people and the UK broker. And that was that world. And then, and those guys, they're interested in a kind of like a 6 to 12 months, 6 to 18 month timeframe. So most of those guys are gone now that we're 3.5 years in.
Yeah.
The next group of people are the group that I find really interesting, which is like early retail folks who are like, in the old days, they would have been like scouring the newspaper, trading penny stocks, but now it's no longer penny stocks. It's like crypto, cannabis firms. And like, they're looking for companies with high growth potential that are early stage. And that's who we attracted. And I love those investors. Like they learn about the company, they ask good questions, they show up at things like the AGMs, they send in emails. And so we've tried to engage with them. And in our case, because we've been listening in the UK for the last 3.5 years, these are mostly UK investors. We do have an OTC listing in North America, so there's a bit of that. So that's been a really worthwhile, interesting group of investors to engage with. And a lot of them are still around. A lot of them are believers, and some of them have done well because given where our share price has gone over the last, year, 8, 9, 10 months. And now there's kind of two new groups of investors. One is the new retail folks who are like, oh, crypto, oh, interesting. And they're not quite used to the, like, one of my favorite like crypto videos is like Mr. Bean in the movie theater. Have you seen that one where he's like on this wild ride and there's like all of these things and he's just loving it. And he's like the experienced crypto investor. And that's what it feels like sometimes, right? It's a volatile space. And some of the newer shareholders, they're not quite used to that volatility. And so that's just, it's kind of par for the course in this particular space, right? And then the last kind of type of shareholder I would say that is out there is like the new institutional shareholder, which is also a really interesting group because they are very keen on learning more. They're taking baby steps, but a lot of them have, access to deep pools of capital. And I think we're seeing those, and I'm talking about the space in general. I think we're seeing more and more of those types of companies taking baby steps into kind of engaging more in the crypto space.
And maybe this kind of goes back to my other question. Same question is like, why now are they crypto holders? Why are they investing in like a mining company? Why not, I don't know, a digital asset manager or something like they're getting exposure this way. What are some, I don't know, some of that thought process of where they want to get exposure. Obviously it's probably mandate thesis, maybe they're trying to go more infrastructure. It's kind of interesting though.
Yeah. I think people invest in us because they see us kind of like junior gold miners, right? So when gold does well, we do well. And you see that our share price is to a certain extent correlated with the price of Bitcoin. When Bitcoin goes up, we go up and vice versa. And then we're kind of judged against this other cohort of publicly traded companies. And we're all different. We all have some similarities and we all have pretty significant differences. So there's a group of us that are traded in different markets around the world. And why do people invest in us? I think they invest in us because they see, an opportunity to get exposure to crypto without necessarily having to hold the underlying asset. Not everyone is comfortable with, or can, depending on, funds sometimes are not allowed to buy Bitcoin because of certain, rules. People buy Argo and they put it in their 401k or their ISA in the US or in the UK or in Canada, their RSP. Like there's different reasons why people, use us as a proxy or use us as a kind of an arm's length investment into crypto. And some people just love the company and they love the story and they get the business model. And I think that's important too. They see the kind of margins we're putting out, the kind of opportunity that there is for growth. They get excited about that.
Cool. And you bring up some good points in terms of what their mandate is, or how they can get involved with crypto may not be directly, so they got to go other areas, get a piece of the action somehow, some way. What about like on my financial services side or solutions for mining companies in general? Borrowing, lending, I don't know, credit financing. Is this kind of a new, wave of business that obviously maybe traditional banks aren't looking into, but there's other financiers out there that are willing to, allow different collateral, right, to be put up for financing stuff? Is that kind of a new wave?
We're seeing it already, right? I mean, groups like BlockFi, Celsius, and the like, they're out there, lending and borrowing against Bitcoin, USD or even other coins. And then there's the whole kind of DeFi world, like the DEX world, where people are, putting up, adding liquidity to pools and in exchange for that, making really good, return, generating really good yield. So I think that's just going to continue to grow. I think it's going to carve out market share from traditional finance. At Argo, we think of obviously our primary business is cryptocurrency mining, but we're also engaging in other parts of the space, what we call like the Web 3.0 space. And I kind of had this realization, maybe it was 6 months ago or a year ago, where, we started talking about the power of like Web 3.0 and the power of the internet to have the same disruptive force to money and finance that it's had to, first information and then second communications and commerce. Like you think back to when, I was in my 20s and I started using the internet and what it did to information and how like the information, I don't know how old you are, Adam, but like the advent of the information superhighway, that was a big deal. You could all of a sudden find anything about, you could Google anything about World War I and have it at your fingertips without having to go to the library. That was a big deal. And then,
for sure.
And then along came Web 2.0, which was like, oh, wait, we can actually interact with this thing. We can actually, buy and sell things. We can, the Internet of Things arrived, and we can engage with each other in social media, like that whole world. And then the excitement is all of that kind of disruption that brought to those two aspects of our world and our economy, I think are coming to money and finance. We really haven't disrupted money and finance at all. It's the same model. Mm-hmm. And fintech has had this promise of, being disruptive, but essentially it hasn't. But DeFi is fintech when and I'm stealing this from someone else, but essentially DeFi is like what fintech always wished it could be, which is a truly disruptive force in money and finance. So we're excited about that as a company. I'm excited as a person. It's interesting to see where it's going to take us. It's still early days. There's still different use cases that are trying to be figured out, other than beyond the most obvious of lending and borrowing of stable coins, which is still a good use case. But there's obviously other smart contract applications that can be built on various networks, obviously primarily Ethereum. But we're watching it closely, and we're hoping to participate in it.
Yeah, I mean, I think on the fintech side, it kind of chipped away at the banks for a period of time. It was kind of cool. And then it's kind of slowed down. Banks didn't really innovate or didn't think this digital wave was going to impact them as much. And you can kind of see a lot of these fintech apps coming out. And as you just mentioned, I think DeFi is now really, showing some promise there. A few other questions as we kind of wrap this up in a little bit. How do you manage, 2 questions on this one. How do you manage liquidating Bitcoin or not liquidating it? And then 2, some of these price swings and the volatility and stuff, do miners have an effect in terms of bear markets? Now they're starting to sell. That whole kind of, logic. How does that play out in general? 1, how do you guys manage that on your Bitcoin? Sure. I'm assuming, I'd want to hold it obviously forever, but you got to liquidate some things. And then 2, on the grand scheme of the mining community, do they swing the price in terms of, crazy shit happening where they just gotta, make some moves?
So on the first point, there's the traditional model. And again, it's a new industry, so it's hard to say traditional, but traditionally Bitcoin miners, mine Bitcoin, they sell enough Bitcoin to cover off their operating costs and they keep the rest. And that's what we did for 2019, 2020. Miners that have access to capital markets, which is us in 2021, because our share price is appreciated. We did a couple fundraisers. We were in a better capital position than we were in 2020. We as of the last, announcement we put out to the market, which was at the end of June, we haven't sold any Bitcoin in 2021. So every Bitcoin that we've mined, we've kept. And we've been using either debt or equity raises to pay our operating costs and to buy machines, et cetera, which is, again, you're right. At some point, miners would likely have to sell Bitcoin. But if you've got a really, deep access to debt and a really deep access to equity, why would you ever sell Bitcoin if you think of it as an appreciating asset and that you look at cash as a melting ice cube? So we don't like to bet against Bitcoin.
For sure.
Whenever we can, we want to hold on to as much as we can. So that's kind of how we approach it. So there's those 3 kind of things that we have in our toolbox: selling Bitcoin, which generally is the last resort, depending on market conditions. Debt, accessing debt. We can use our Bitcoin for leverage. We can use facilities. We can use machines for leverage. There's ways to use debt in an intelligent way. And then the last one is accessing, capital through equity, through raising equity. And again, there's pluses and minuses to that, as well. So those are the 3 ways in which we look at kind of our use of Bitcoin and capital. To answer your question, and obviously this is like a big question for the space in general. Do miners have an effect on the price of Bitcoin because of the machinations of their balance sheets and how they buy and sell Bitcoin? And there's always rumors about F2 pool or this pool or that pool selling. So the short answer is I don't know. The short answer is I don't have any specific insight into what other miners may or may not be doing and how they're affecting the market. I think that the market now is sophisticated enough and far enough along, and there's less and less Bitcoin that's coming out, given we've already mined 18.5 million of 21 million the vast majority of Bitcoin is already out in the world and being traded and is having all of the effects of, normal market forces on it above and beyond mining forces. That being said, when there is a big event like what happened with China, miners coming off, and again, I don't have any special insight, but I would imagine that if you're a Chinese miner and you're sitting on a big chunk of Bitcoin and you need to move machines or you need to kind of protect your downside for a bit, you're going to probably want to sell some Bitcoin, hold some cash so you can pay airlines to move your rigs or whatever, pay CapEx on a new build out, whatever it may be. So again, I don't have any special insight, but those are just the kind of my observations from 35,000 feet being in the space for a while.
Yeah, those are all logical. Those make sense. And the question was just kind of more logically, right? The noise, the fear, and just normal market stuff, which is good. That's positive to know. Things happen and viewers that are watching are curious to know why there's swings, and we don't know. we have no idea. But now that I'm talking to somebody kind of in the mining space, that's kind of a cool question to ask. What are some of the impacts of just normal operations, normal industry stuff, without predicting or forecasting anything? But so that's good, and I appreciate that. Regulation. Is that hindered? Are they opening up? Do you but do you collaborate, with various contacts to kind of maintain, regulatory? I know you guys are compliant and all that, but how does the noise, and we hear about this all the time, right? These bills and politicians and against it, for it, and it seems like everybody's coming around, but you're at the core of it. So is it stunting growth? Do you think we're in the right direction?
Yeah, look, it's an interesting question. And whenever the term regulation comes up, people use it as like a catch-all. Like, what do you think about the regulation of the industry? And the fact is there's a lot of different regulatory levers that are out there. There's obviously, groups like the SEC and the FCA in the UK that regulate markets. There's national, state or provincial, and then municipal governments that do regulation. So I think there's a lot of different forces that are at play. I can talk about a few of them. I don't know the SEC and the FCA's long-term take on DeFi or Bitcoin. And, all I know is that they're studying it. They're looking at it. You have to believe that the SEC has some smart people in there. Current chair used to teach a course on blockchain. Everyone always brings that up. So he knows the space and his thinking is thoughtful about it. And I think more thoughtful than potentially, previous folks who were in that role. In terms of the FCA, we haven't had any issues, being doing what we do in the UK, and so I don't foresee any. In terms of national, state, or provincial, or municipal, let's start at the municipal level. Municipal governments either like you or don't like you, depending on how you interact with them and how you engage as a corporate citizen and as a community citizen. So, in the communities where we work, we try to build relationships with local government and make sure we listen and we engage in the right way, and we give back when it's appropriate. So I don't see any issues with any of our particular municipal relationships. They all seem very welcoming and happy with what we're doing. Provincial, state, obviously Texas. I mean, it really goes case by case. Texas, super welcoming to blockchain and crypto. New York State making a bit of noise given some of the challenges some of the miners have had with local communities and some of the back and forth. So, hard to say on certain states. Kentucky obviously seems to be very open to, again, it's a state by state level, province by province level. And then national, I mean, I haven't seen anything, to tell me that there's going to be any kind of large national regulatory forces at play. That's not to say that federal governments might be thinking of other than what we saw in China recently. That's the biggest move by a regulator, which is one of the most powerful regulators in the world, the Chinese government, to say, we don't really want Bitcoin mining here anymore. And even though it was a bit ambiguous, it was taken enough by local governments and by miners that it meant they needed to get out and they needed to find another place for their machines. So I don't know if that answers your question. It's a bit of a kind of a wishy-washy answer, but there's a lot of gray, Adam. There's a lot of gray on the regulatory front, and I think it's really a case-by-case basis how you handle it and how you're building relationships with those various governments and regulators.
No, for sure. It's a layered like complexities and who's involved, who's not. We have some jurisdictions and some counties and some states that are pro. We have some that are not. So yeah, it is all over the place. And I think one thing which is kind of cool, and maybe a lot of people that are watching are like, well, what happens if the government does shut it down? Well, China did. And the one thing with Bitcoin is you can't turn it off. So, the worry about that is, this thing keeps running. Exactly. It's decentralized. It just gets, allocated elsewhere. But in general, you can't turn off Bitcoin. So those that are worried, obviously there's hard times, there's difficulties. And a country can impose restrictions, but it doesn't mean like the rest of the world or the Bitcoin network is going to come down, which is kind of cool. So I think, we've gone over our time here, Peter. It's been a great discussion. We've chatted about kind of your path into blockchain, the mining industry as a whole, managing operations, the purpose of becoming a miner. One other question. Did you guys ever think of mining another coin or just Bitcoin?
We actually do. We mine Zcash currently, privacy coin. And we've mined, over the years, various other coins. We're opportunistic, Adam, about, what coins we mine. We obviously love Bitcoin, and it's the majority of what we mine, 85-90%. But we are open to mining other coins for sure.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, appreciate it. Where can people learn more about Argo and get updates and insights?
Sure. So our website, argoblockchain.com. We're on Twitter at Argo Blockchain, and my Twitter handle is at Peter G. Wall.
Awesome. So again, thank you, Peter, for joining us. Everybody tuning in. Hopefully you learned a lot. This has been a great discussion. First for me on the mining side, very intelligent, individual here that was able to break it down, help us digest it, understand it, what the hell is going on, Bitcoin and all the above. So hopefully you enjoyed this, and hopefully you're enjoying the conference, and we hope to see you again. Peter, we hope to have you back. If not you, somebody from your team. We do this every month, so we'd love to extend another invite and get updated on those fronts.
Great. You should have our CTO on.
Awesome. Yeah. That would be great. We'll bring on our CTO and we'll rock it. So everybody, thank you for tuning in, and hopefully you enjoy Reimagine 2021. You'll be able to catch this actually on our YouTube channel as well for free. The conference is for free. You don't have to travel. You can watch it at any time when this thing goes live. All right. Thank you, Peter. Have a good one.
Thanks, Adam.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody. Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Ver. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Greetings! Captain Cluck here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Interplanetary file system! a decentralized file storage and referencing system for the Ethereum blockchain. IPFS is an open source protocol that enables storing and sharing hypermedia, text, audio, visual, in a distributed manner without relying on a single point of failure. This distributed file system enables applications to run faster, safer, and more transparently. And as a Starship captain, I know a good interplanetary file system when I see one.
Hi, it's Miss Crypto Cleo here, your favorite futures telling psychic. Are you unsure whether to go long, short, or market buy? Not sure which of your altcoins is going to move next? No problem. Call me at 1-800-555-MOON and Miss Crypto Cleo will tell your futures. Oh, here we have a caller now. Hello, it's Miss Crypto Cleo. How can I tell your future?
Hi, Miss Crypto Cleo. First off, I just want to say that I really love your show, and I want to know, is XRP going to 589? Thanks so much.
Warren Paul Anderson, VP of Product, Discrete Labs, building Fedora, public blockchain with programmable privacy. Happy to be at Reimagine.
Hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our one-year anniversary and 10th edition of our conference. We host these events as part of our monthly series, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above. That's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam, from the Mouseball team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator, or providing development support to a growing number of projects, as well as education within the Mouseball University program. Our main objective and goals are pretty simple. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real-world applications. This spans into Reimagine and why we do this conference while everybody is trying to understand, learn what crypto and blockchain are. We're here to kind of tell the story. So I'm super excited. I want to go ahead and stop talking here on the intro. I have Warren Paul Anderson, VP of Product at Discrete Labs. Super excited to have him back. He supported us a few times over this 1 year anniversary over the last 12 months. Warren, how you doing, man? Welcome back.
Doing well. It's good to be back. It's been a long year.
Man, how did it treat you, man? It looks like you were in the city. You scattered to the burbs. How did you survive the pandemic?
We did okay. Just hunkered down with the family and, just keep grinding on work. The travel definitely, ceased to exist for a while, which is crazy in crypto because it's such a global industry. So most of my meetings have taken place over the last year just through like this on virtual settings. So the flight miles have decreased, but the enthusiasm's still high.
And the work's still increased.
That's right.
Right.
The work never stops. That's why I say crypto never sleeps, right?
Exactly. So like on the work front, yeah, what was it? Did it kind of pick up, stabilize? You guys hit any hurdles or just kind of smooth sailing? Because you're right, like we've been remote and distributed since Mousebelt's inception, really. So it didn't really affect us. We already had all the our operations aligned and kind of, we've already operating that way. What about yourself?
Yeah, I think, the shift to virtual was, I think, kind of a transition for everybody. I think it was probably easier for people in crypto just because I think, distributed teams is kind of the standard in the industry. So for instance, like, for me, it wasn't too bad. Actually, I shifted roles, left Ripple after 4.5 years and joined Discrete Labs in March of this year. So for me, it was literally just like closing up one laptop, shipping it off, receiving another laptop, opening it, and that was the transition. So without being in office, you don't have any of those like crazy transitions. So it's been cool to continue working in crypto. I've been at it for 8 years full time since 2013. So it's just amazing. The crypto market or the industry in general just takes hits, but keeps on ticking.
No, I hear you. And like regarding Reimagine, it's not fortunately, we kind of made a positive out of everybody being stuck at home, right? We don't want everybody getting sick during this virus, but it allowed us to really highlight the projects, industry leaders, individuals like yourself, and it's been great, and we're going to continue on until really like the viewers, the data, the stats reflect otherwise. But it's been great to do this every month. I don't think anybody else has done this every month, 40 to 60 speakers. But we enjoy it, and hopefully everybody else does. And I thank you really for participating, more than a few times here. So welcome back with Discrete Labs. We'll kind of get into this discussion now. So, we have a new audience and would love to kind of get your Bitcoin story a little bit. I know you used to mine back in the day. You said you've been in this since 2013. And we'll kind of get your rabbit hole story a little bit before we get into Findora and what you've been doing.
Yeah, sure. So I say I've been working full time since 2013 in crypto, but actually started mining Bitcoin back in 2011. So I caught the tail end of the CPU kind of phase where you could actually still mine Bitcoin on a laptop and actually, be fairly successful that way. And then that transitioned to GPU mining, on more of a classic server. And, I was just doing it part-time. I had a startup and I was running, and, the client that I was running on, the QT client wasn't super stable. So every now and then just like shut off, and I just kind of let it go. And looking back, I wish I'd been running that miner like full time and really reinvest and double down. But it wasn't really until 2013 when I was like, this technology's been around 4 years now. It hasn't gone away. It's grown. It's starting to attract like real entrepreneurs. Brian Armstrong was kind of really pushing hard on Coinbase at that time. And so it was starting to attract like real VCs and like legit people. So that's when I was like, I'm going to dive into this full time and stake my career on the technology. And that's basically what happened.
Now you talk about the technology. Does that also include Bitcoin? Like, I know that blockchain's been around in terms of the concepts, distributed systems, cryptography. nodes and stuff that, how these things operate. Does that also include Bitcoin? Like, did you separate the two? It's hard to separate the two, but, Bitcoin is really the killer, the use case, for specific, for blockchain at the moment. And obviously everybody else is working on a variety of things, and it's expanded over the last, over 10 years. But yeah, what was it about? Was it the technology and also Bitcoin? Like
Yeah,
as a
definitely.
currency, a currency,
sure.
or,
Yeah. Early days. So like in 2013, where I was kind of working on some projects, and ended up starting a company called Hedgie, which was backed by Tim Draper, Mark Benioff, and some other angels. And we were actually building on Bitcoin and using Bitcoin script to do like very rudimentary smart contracts using Bitcoin opcodes. So we're using a combination of the opcodes and multisig to do a very, very simple like smart contract to support actual OTC derivatives. So the platform kind of helped actual Bitcoin miners forward sell their Bitcoin to lock in a price so that they didn't have to worry about the price volatility, because they have bills to pay and everything.
For sure.
And then we would line up institutional investors on the other side, which obviously KYC and everything. And we're able to kind of create a little market there. And it actually turned out to be one of the first OTC wholesale markets, of its kind in Bitcoin. Now the OTC world's kind of exploding, which we anticipated would happen. But Bitcoin is kind of weird. It's like it started off retail first on exchange, where most financial markets start off like OTC or over the counter first through institutional, bilateral trades. So Bitcoin's or crypto's always been a little weird. So that was just like one weird wrinkle. But yeah, it's always been about Bitcoin. I see a lot of trends on like enterprise blockchain. People say blockchain without the crypto, and I understand that they have to kind of separate the two to kind of fully grasp it. But the real innovation is actually on the coupled together. Because Bitcoin is an incentive mechanism to secure the network. So that's very important. Without Bitcoin, the Bitcoin network wouldn't be secure.
For sure. We'll get into that enterprise stuff down the road with Fedora. From a product standpoint, you've been at Ripple you've been doing product for a long time. What were some of the cool things that you liked, creating products over at your previous employer, that kind of, kept you along your journey? Now you're at Fedora, which we'll get into, but what were you like proud of developing a lot of the products? I've talked to you now for a few years. We met at the Stanford, conference a few years back, and you've, ever since then, ever since we've chatted, you've just had your hands in a lot of, the services, the solutions, the back end stuff, trying to work with developers in a variety of ways. And I'm assuming you're obviously carrying that over, but your time there, that was a big company, and you guys were, moving rather rapidly and really trying to figure it out. What were some of your, proud moments or that you were happy about?
Yeah, sure. So, we kind of wrapped up Hedgie. We ran into some we needed some regulatory clarity to move forward. We couldn't. So we ended up actually selling the platform to Wire, which was, run by Michael Duntworth and Yanni on that team. And I joined Ripple, which at the time, a guy working on Bitcoin joining Ripple was a little shocking for some people.
Yeah.
But to me, Ripple was like kind of a diamond in the rough. There was a lot of really interesting technology that I think just hadn't really been polished enough to like meet a developer kind of ecosystem. So I kind of took a tour of duty approach to joining Ripple. It was obviously a kind of a well organized, kind of well oiled company, and so I kind of took my founder hat off and decided to just become a product manager and work on cool technology. So I started off working on XRP Ledger. At the time it was a lot less decentralized when I joined, and I really had kind of an ambition to further decentralize the network, and so was able to achieve some of that, working with an awesome growing community of both node operators and developers. And then from there we introduced some interesting features that we pushed into the market just with the growing kind of community around the decentralized topology. From there, I was able to kind of figure out a way to with working with the rest of the team, a way to do some interesting cross-border transactions utilizing the actual digital currency in the middle. So doing like a classic fiat to crypto transaction, crypto, send it to another exchange, crypto to fiat. And that whole, kind of hops happen in a matter of seconds. So basically compressing a cross-border transaction, which would usually take days, into a few seconds, which is a pretty big achievement. And then, I'd worked on work with Stephen Thomas and the team there on Interledger, which was one of the first interoperability protocols that focused on interoperating blockchain networks and also payment networks. So it was it's tokenless, and it really kind of uses that same like TCP/IP stack where it sits on really the layer 3 on top of these layer 1s and layer 2s. So I was able to work on that for about a year or so, and that was really cool. And then was able to launch the developer platform for Ripple, the open developer platform. And then finally, we worked on a project called PayString, which formerly called PayID, which worked on actually the addressing layer. So it was a full stack, and this is all open source technology. So completely open stack. And this basically allowed people to, instead of copy pasting, annoying Bitcoin address or Ethereum address, you could just use, an email or an address that looks similar to an email. So it's username, dollar, whatever domain you had. And then you could take your crypto addresses and roll them up into this one single address. And then there was a bunch of routing mechanisms that were used to kind of route the currency. So very cool stuff, probably way ahead of its time. And, I think I started to see more and more projects use that stuff. So Ripple was always very ahead of the curve in a lot of ways, and kind of was contrarian in a lot of ways too. So, but definitely proud of the work, did there. Awesome team. And I'm still, rooting for them, and as both a shareholder and a bag holder. So,
we have like students watching this, right? We have people that are looking to switch careers or advance themselves. Did you learn anything about yourself that you didn't know? How much of what we could spend just a minute or two and we can move on, but I think it's important. Like, you were a founder, you took that hat off, you jumped into like a big, organization, and then you started taking on projects. There might be people that are similar background, right? Like founder type, technical type, non-technical type. Did you surprise yourself in any way, one? And then two, did you kind of just learn on the flow? Do you think not anybody can do it, but with a similar background or at least the pieces can take on projects like you're doing now? Meaning you don't need a PhD specifically, or you don't need to be a cryptographer, stuff like that to put these products together.
Yeah, definitely. And I think what kind of surprised me initially is like I had never been an actual I had been a founder and like more of like a head of product, but being an actual product manager in an organization, kind of working more cross-functionally on the team stuff, and had to kind of learn quickly. As a founder, you kind of you wear multiple hats. You're making sure that everything from like the operational challenges are being achieved, and then also like the product and customer challenges are being met. So it kind of gave me a chance to really focus and dig deeper on the actual product and working with customers and users. So was able to kind of learn more about like the actual core functional skills of being a product manager, running sprints, managing a backlog, doing kind of customer interviews and kind of really getting the customer experience down. And there's just a lot of like tools that you can add to your kind of your mouse belt, if you will, and be able to be more effective, as an operator. And it's helped me because as a founder, I was able to kind of take leadership on a lot of projects that was kind of came naturally. But then as an operator, with it being in product management, I was able to kind of hone my skill set and become like more effective. And I had some technical background, but I don't think it's necessary. People ask me all the time, how do I become a product manager? And I often say, like, there are so many roads that can lead to product management. You can come from a classic engineering background. You can come from a design background. You can come from a business development background. You can come from a financial background. And so it doesn't matter where you come from. It's just, learning the product kind of management skills that are, there's different product schools online and stuff that you kind of learn and practice on your own, and even just like tinkering on projects, and kind of wearing the hat of a product manager. Definitely learning and reading more about products, I think is really, really helpful. So you don't necessarily have to have a degree or actual like background experience. So I always remind students to make sure that they want it bad enough, they can kind of find their own path.
Awesome. No, thanks for highlighting that, because I think a lot of people overestimate or just kind of think maybe they're not qualified. But what I've noticed, like individuals like yourself, you just kind of research and you get it done, you figure it out, you leverage what you know to get better. And then not only that, like get outside your comfort zone and really understand the landscape to put a product, well, specifically for product, understand the whole roadmap and from A to Z, and like who's involved, how does this impact and all that, and put the puzzle together in the end for the end user and whoever is gonna use that. So thank you for highlighting that. Cool. So here we go. March, a few months ago, you come to Findora. What is or Discrete Labs, which is building Findora? What is it that attracted you there, and how did you end up at your new gig?
Yeah, sure. So I actually heard about the Findora project, actually a couple of years ago. I think it was Benedict Boons. He was presenting the Stanford Blockchain Conference. And at the time, Findora was a research project. There were several Stanford PhD students that were working on it. And, the kind of crux was that to build a blockchain with a public blockchain with privacy that could kind of help to introduce, more of the traditional financial kind of world into the into blockchain. So I thought it was kind of interesting. The Benedict, for instance, was one of the inventors of bulletproofs, and also as kind of one of the founding team of Findora. I started taking a look at some of the research and was really kind of inspired by some of the work there. At some point, early this year, I saw that Findora was looking for someone to run product, and just kind of took the opportunity. Now, I see that, Discrete Labs is I think at the time it was 15 people when I joined in March. We're well over 50 now, so almost 60 people.
Wow.
So it's been a tremendous year of growth for Discrete Labs. We have kind of rebuilt the research team. Have some really impressive academics that are working on some cutting edge technology on particularly around zero knowledge proofs and multi-party computation, which we can kind of get into more later. But I think that Findora kind of represented an approach to privacy that was sensible and that I hadn't really seen before. Traditionally, privacy projects like Zcash or Monero, you have either everything's private or everything's public, transparent. And Findora allows a level of what they call selective disclosure that allows the user or developer to actually take control of their own privacy, which I think is kind of the way it should be. So Findora is very much like a third generation blockchain that's kind of using those like cutting edge tools like zero knowledge proofs and multi-party computation to enhance privacy in the blockchain sector.
Great. You kind of answered a few things in there, but we kind of hear of your traditional, your Bitcoins, your Ethereums, some of these other like layer ones and layer twos. I guess, can you like break down, and you would think, and there's going to be, I guess, many more maybe coming around the corner, but kind of what differentiates, and you're touching on it a little bit on kind of like the privacy aspect. What what's in the market today, right? If somebody's looking at Fedora, they're like, there's so many blockchains. Fedora is rather new, but the team, I think everybody iterates, right? You don't want to be the first one, you don't want to be the last one. And I think you guys are taking the like you mentioned, the tools that are available. Zero knowledge proofs have been around a long time, but I think they're, everybody's trying to figure out how to use them in one way or another, especially in the blockchain space. So my question is like, maybe you can compare and contrast a little bit with like, what's in the market and how you guys are different than some of the ones that we do know.
Yeah, sure.
It's competitive, right? It's competitive out there. So just Fedora came out and you guys have been a solid, I think I came across them too at the Stanford conference, probably when I met you. And you probably feel like you're late to the game or whatever, but not really. Like everybody's still building and trying to make it better, I guess, for the end user. So yeah, what kind of differentiates Fedora a little bit, and how do you compare to, I guess, what's been around to what you guys are doing?
Yeah, sure. So obviously everything started Bitcoin. I started Bitcoin as most people. And Bitcoin is kind of the king crypto. But there's some interesting kind of lessons learned with Bitcoin, right? I think for instance, the transactions are radically transparent. So anytime you leave a fingerprint, you KYC at Coinbase, right, or you at some other exchange, and you do a transaction, that can be referenced back to you in some way, shape, or form. Which is effectively like leaving a fingerprint, on the blockchain.
And I think a lot of people already think Bitcoin, the blockchain is anonymous. You can like run money, but it's actually, you can do nefarious things. But like really, it's actually not a good choice to use a blockchain in general like that,
right,
to hide or tax evasion. Like not a good idea.
Yeah, it's actually it's a total fallacy that Bitcoin is anonymous. It's actually pseudo-anonymous.
Yep.
And it's becoming more and more pseudo-anonymous or less anonymous every year.
Yep.
Which is a problem, not just with Bitcoin, but any kind of public blockchain that doesn't have privacy, embedded in the layer one. So a project like Zcash comes in and says, we're gonna effectively fork Bitcoin and make it private. Right, and there was some breakthroughs in zero knowledge proofs to enhance the privacy there, and then another project. But the privacy in Zcash is optional, right? You can opt in to the private transactions. Another project that built on that was actually called Monero. Monero is private by default, so you have private. You can only do private transactions. And Monero actually uses bulletproofs, which was originated by the original research team at Fedora. So, but the restrictions between Zcash and Monero is that Monero only supports simple transactions, right? You can only send Monero XMR kind of between people privately, right? Fedora kind of took it to another level. They said like, let's do the privacy enhancing features, but also add things like token creation or token issuance. So you can actually issue tokens on Fedora, similar to like an ERC20 standard, token. And then also kind of take it up a notch and start to introduce, confidential smart contracts. So, these aren't live yet on Fedora. We're, in the process of working on that. But you can imagine actually doing confidential transactions, within a smart contract environment. So, this is very important because most financial contracts, just like most financial transactions in the world, are completely private, right? And they're more importantly, they're confidential. And the difference being, the confidentiality is important from a business perspective, right? You want to kind of make sure your competitive intelligence, your competitors don't know what's going on and everything, right? So Fedora has been building out this library of zero knowledge proofs to help bring more privacy and confidentiality to these blockchains. And it's doing it in a way that's purely cryptographic. So we're not using anything like requiring special hardware. There's some projects out there that use something called secure enclaves or trusted execution environments or TEEs, which requires special hardware and requires some trust, in the hardware. Fedora is actually using pure crypto. So you can run it on any server, and you're trusting the cryptography and the math behind it rather than the actual hardware. So that's a little bit how we differentiate. We don't use mixers. A lot of projects have used kind of mixers to do privacy transactions. Mixers are actually really dangerous for a number of reasons, but one, they attract money laundering and kind of nefarious activity, and two, governments are known to run mixers as like a honeypot. So not only are they not as private as you think, but there's usually someone on the other end that's going to probably de-anonymize your transactions. So we're not a big fan of mixers.
That's what I was about to ask, actually, is like, yeah, I don't think mixers are that effective in one way or another for what the points you just made. Is talking about mixers and talking about some of the past chains that the strategies and methods that they use. Is this just innovation? Like, are you guys just at the forefront of like what's next in terms of, we've already talked about a little bit of outdated or ineffective, but maybe the use cases for the previous chains you just mentioned work for that, particular time, whatever that is. You guys are obviously advancing it out. Are you leading the way in general where like zero knowledge proofs are going to be a solution, for the next wave of generation of blockchains and stuff?
Yeah, totally.
Because you're kind of already explaining it, right? Like the transformation of the technology already getting better, tweaking it, and now we're moving up, and you guys are at the forefront of leveraging, zero knowledge proofs and bulletproofs.
Right. Yeah, we're really kind of standing on the shoulders of giants. I mean, like you said before, zero knowledge proofs have been around for a long time. They're invented, a couple decades ago.
Yeah.
But it wasn't until recently that they became actually efficient enough to use, particularly in like financial transactions, right? So the proof kind of verification and the proof generation times have kind of been compressed enough that you can actually send a transaction without having to wait around for days. So everyone's kind of in the space is kind of contributing to this technology in unique ways and building on it, in kind of building on each other's work. So, we already see kind of zero knowledge proofs being used to actually do scaling on particularly on layer 2 through like ZK rollups. Yep. So those are being used to kind of solve some scalability issues, particularly like on Ethereum. Findora is just really focused on using zero knowledge proofs for privacy, but we can also implement them for scalability as well. But our kind of base kind of use case and base kind of value propositions around privacy, because we're really passionate about that. I think we adhere to like the cypherpunk manifesto of building more privacy for a digital society. So that's kind of where we're at.
And in terms of zero knowledge proofs, what types of and you're already kind of talking about a little bit like the use cases that you guys are seeing around privacy, right? If somebody's watching this video and they're trying to understand, or let's kind of extract out some of these things and apply it to what somebody's trying to understand, like what's private about my transaction, how deep does it go in terms of privacy, and maybe we could touch a little bit on how these zero knowledge proofs are being applied on the privacy side for a use case.
For sure. Yeah. So there's kind of different ways you can approach the privacy kind of using zero knowledge proofs. You can do a more kind of general purpose zero knowledge proof, which kind of allows the developer to do like have more flexibility in how they support different these statements that become like super complex. Or you can do more single purpose zero knowledge proofs for like single kind of use case, or special use case kind of scenarios. So far, we've been focused on the single purpose. It's like applying like individual tools to do individual jobs or individual use cases, rather than just like doing a Swiss Army knife where you have kind of everything. So starting with something like bulletproofs. So bulletproofs are, a type of zero knowledge proof. They are more succinct. So the proof size is actually smaller, and that allows it to be verified faster. And then it's also, it requires no trusted setup. So that Zcash was kind of infamous for its like a setup ceremony where there were 6 people kind of splitting keys and doing this all this crazy stuff, and then they had to discard the toxic waste of the setup. It gets it's pretty reasonable as long as you trust one person that they discarded the material, but it's still kind of not an ideal thing. So bulletproofs require no trusted setup, which was great. Just for being able to kind of maintain that zero trust model. Simple things like sending a transaction from me to you. It masks the balance, so you won't know how rich or poor I am. I won't know how rich or poor you are. The actual transaction amount is masked as well. So people don't know that I'm overpaying you or underpaying you if you're my employee. And then also, masking the actual address. So like, this is where it gets really complicated, something called triple masking, where you actually can't even tell like where the funds are going to or coming from. Now this gets a little dangerous, right? Where it's completely anonymous. You think like, there's lots of bad things that can have, or, bad people that can use them. But we think that, being able to do selective disclosure, where you can actually disclose the transaction as a key holder, I can disclose, who I sent it to. You can disclose, who you received it from, and doing that in a programmable way. So I should have the right to be able to disclose that if an exchange wants to know, if a regulator wants to know, if the IRS wants to know, whatever, it's up to me to be able to disclose that. So we're building out a variety of tools, things like, those types of proofs that allow that kind of selective disclosure to happen. And then, it gets like more complex, like things like, masking inputs and outputs of smart contracts. And actually the metadata that's like, embedded in a smart contract or in a transaction. It's really important that is encrypted, and the people can't necessarily just read that data for data privacy concerns. Most public blockchains you can, there's a way to do that. So having the ability to mask it, I think, is really important. But then also having the ability to disclose it is also equally important. So we walk that balance a little bit.
And what's your role in all this as a product manager? You're kind of discussing all of the features on the protocol itself, the features, providing insights. What's your role as a product manager? What are some of your priorities or focus? Discussing all of these cool things. What's your job?
Yeah, sure. I've always described the head of product, or like a product manager, is kind of like a conductor in an orchestra, right? We may know how to play certain instruments, but we're not actively playing them.
Yeah.
We just want to make sure that the whole orchestra sounds like they're in harmony, right?
Yeah.
So engineering is building things in the right direction, and is kind of building the right things that people will want to use. Marketing is marketing what engineering's built in a proper way. Like sales or business development, they're setting up strategic partnerships or whatever with the right entities and saying the right things. And just making sure that all those teams are all in sync and in communication. It's a balancing act. It's like spinning plates. You want to constantly keep constant contact with everyone and make sure that everyone's kind of moving in the same direction and playing to the same tune. Going back to the conductor example.
Awesome. So before I get into my next question, you're talking a lot of we're talking about the protocol and Findora, right? The technology. It seems like you guys believe and feel that the value will be at the protocol level, as opposed to maybe like a layer 2. And I was kind of reading on this, right? And I think you've talked about a little bit in terms of like fat protocols and like how you guys value, yourself and like network effects and allowing people to come in and grow it organically. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, totally. So, I think the FAT protocol thesis was published by Union Square Ventures, I think in 2016. And I remember reading it, and it just made so much sense to me. Basically, it's the value of the layer one network, particularly in blockchain, will grow faster than the sum of all the layer two kind of applications built on top of it. And the reason for that is, as the layer two applications are built, they actually increase the value of the layer one. And then as the layer one continues to add more features and functionality and scalability and everything, it actually increases the value of the layer two applications. So it's this cycle. But just like the internet actually evolved in a different way. The actual network, internet protocol doesn't have a value. Like there's no actual value for it, but the value of Facebook, Apple, Amazon, the FANGs, right, are in the order of trillions, right? So and so they've taken a lot and captured most of the value of the internet, and they're actually laying their own fiber optic cables, transatlantic, transpacific, whatever, and creating their own kind of version of the internet. So they've kind of siphoned a lot of the value out of the network. So that's why I'm excited about, particularly blockchain, is because it's one of the first times where the network layer, can actually grow in value kind of faster than the other applications on top. And that's inherently good for, because it's a public good, right? Because these networks, especially Findora, public, they're open, they're permissionless. So that should be, good for, public consumption.
And what about scaling on Findora? Like, do you see that, there's some other protocols here that are having challenges and hurdles and trying to figure it out. And then there's other protocols that have, maybe a different approach, different method that suits that well and kind of tackle some of the gas prices and, et cetera, et cetera. How do you guys manage that? And is that a risk, or have you guys solved it, or not solved it, but, how do you approach, some of the scalability issues?
Yeah, so Findora uses Tendermint for consensus. So the Tendermint team, Jay Kwan and Ethan, and they've built a really robust consensus mechanism. And we ultimately opted to use that because we figured something off the shelf like that is battle hardened and and has its like scalability kind of built into it was a pretty good design choice. So we inherit a lot of the scalability of the Tendermint consensus, which is pretty fast, and so we're hoping that gets us at least to the first couple innings in the growth. And then if we ever do run into an issue, which I think every network will at some point, that's where we can tap into the library of zero knowledge proofs that we're building, and potentially pull out something for a ZK rollup to do to implement for scalability at it doesn't even necessarily have to be at the layer 2. It could actually be embedded in the layer 1. So you can imagine actual ZK rollups being embedded directly into the protocol. These are things that I think are exciting to think about, but at high level, the devil's always in the details, though. So we never know what we're going to get into.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's kind of crazy. And I think everybody forecasts that. And time will tell. And yeah, you're right. There are some solutions available that you can integrate, implement. But the thing with you guys is, I think you understand the zero knowledge proof game, right? And kind of like how to use it, how to leverage it. That when you cross that bridge, I think you'll be better prepared or well positioned to either integrate some of these things or see what happens in the upcoming years that may evolve and be an option, right, to integrate. So we have a few minutes here. Last question really is community. So we heard of Findora through Stanford, but I don't see too much marketing stuff. But you guys have a solid team. You guys are delivering, building. You come from an organization where the community was rather robust, strong, and and very supportive. So how does Findora, grow the community, whether that's through users, whether that's through developers? How have you thought about that since you guys are rather, fairly new?
Yeah, sure. So we haven't really done much on marketing, and I think that some early kind of phases, in fact, the marketing, some of the marketing was kind of a little like more outsourced, and wasn't there was just a community of people that were passionate about the project that wanted to help market it. So we have kind of focused more recently on like how we can actually do more marketing, and actually it's part of the product too. So
Yes.
we're focusing on building interoperability for cross-chain liquidity, and being able to connect to other networks at the layer one, so we can inherit some of the the communities and kind of build into other communities, and help bring value to those networks. And so we hope that, and we're seeing kind of a trend in more liquidity bridges where instead of, being tribal and kind of fighting each other, you can actually extend a hand over and say, hey, let's help each other. So that's kind of the approach I think we're taking. We want to be very open when it comes to community. Communities thrive. We also just released staking, proof of stake on, open staking on with delegation on testnet. So the community of stakers is going to continue to grow. I think being in the proof of stake kind of network game is pretty exciting. It creates a lot of interesting incentives for community participants to get involved. So we think that the decentralized community of staking operators is going to continue to grow, and there's a ton of communities there. So it's really cool because like the first generation of blockchains, I think, were like super siloed. And I'm not calling out any Bitcoin maxis, but they exist. And I think the rest of the networks are kind of combining, and actually working together and building bridges, which I think is pretty exciting. So we want to be right a part of that, be very open and willing to work with some of these other communities, and hopefully we can build something there.
Yeah, no, I was just at BTC Miami, and definitely a lot of maxis out there. Does that bring a lot of risk, or like how do you bridge? How do you choose where to bridge? To not what's what I'm looking for? Cause any like integrity issues, right? Like you guys have your own security consensus ways that you built the protocol for all that, for privacy. How do you choose like where to bridge, who to bridge? Is it the community? Is it the tech? Is it a lot of users? You listen to feedback, amongst your community, right? On like, where's everybody at? How do you go about identifying the opportunity to bridge? We're building a bridge for two protocols, in fact. And it's just kind of interesting, in terms of how to identify where to build a bridge. Because obviously you would like to be connected to everybody, but like you can't, right? You got to make sure that they're compatible in terms of fundamentals, principles, and like what you guys are about compared to somebody else.
Yeah, definitely. So we kind of, I think we're taking an ecosystem approach to it. I mean, the ecosystem is kind of like the sum of everything: the developers, the liquidity, the the tools, the platforms, and everything. So we're definitely taking an ecosystem approach. And I think we're going from there and just expanding out, and it's going to be very community driven. There's governance decisions that will be made in the future by the community, and kind of the community will kind of take the project where it wants to go, which could be scary, and you never know where it's going to end up. But I think inherently it's good, for kind of building more kind of value at that, like going back to that kind of that fat protocol. So the more interoperable the network is, I think the better chances there are that it'll be kind of more useful in the future.
Awesome. Well, Warren, we've kind of come up on our time here. Like, it's been a great discussion. Good to see you. It's been a while. Hopefully we can collaborate as things open up back here in the Bay Area. Where can people learn more about Findora or Discrete Labs?
Sure. Just findora.org is findora.org is the primary place. I think the teams are kind of working on constantly updating the site, and that's a good place. Discretelabs.io is also just a kind of a landing page for describing what we do. We're active on on Discord and all the other channels that are out there, Telegram, you name it. So just check us out. Team's growing fast, and we're really excited to be building out programmable privacy.
Awesome. Well, man, it was good to hear from you. Good to see you. Thank you for taking time out of your day to come participate, as you always have in the past. We hope to have you definitely back on, if not yourself, somebody from your team, somebody from your organization. You guys are working on some cool things that I think, and you're growing, right? So I think there's gonna be a lot of movement, and hopefully we can share those through Reimagine over the next few months. So without further ado, everybody, thank you for tuning in to Reimagine. You can catch Warren Paul Anderson, VP of Product at Discrete Labs, our past events on YouTube for free. You can catch him on YouTube in general, talking a lot of good stuff. Good person to know. And thank you for all watching.
Thanks, Adam.
I'm Robert Darby, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name's Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody. Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Held.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Ver. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. Get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Hello, Old Man Monkey here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Multi-signature, multi-sig. A crypto asset wallet that requires multiple keys to access. Typically, a specified number of individuals are required to approve or sign a transaction before they're able to access the wallet. This is different from most wallets, which only require one signature to approve a transaction. You know, the missus and I once went to a party that required multiple keys to access. Ooh, crazy times.
to the 10th anniversary of Reimagine 2021. Presented by Mouthbelt. Coming up next.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Reimagine 2021 version 10. So this is our 10th edition anniversary event. We've been doing these virtual conference events for the past year now, bringing you the latest in founders, the latest in innovation, and just the daily news and exciting things that are happening out there. I'm your host, Roshan Mirajkar, and I'm very excited to bring you a new guest here at Reimagine today. With me here today, I have Lex Sokolin, who's the CMO and global fintech lead at Consensus. Lex, welcome to the Reimagine show. And I'm very interested, just to get started, tell us a little bit about how you actually got into the industry.
So wonderful to be on here, and things in crypto move fast, and so have some of my titles and things that I do at Consensus. So as you mentioned, I co-lead the fintech product development arm called Codify, and if you've used swaps on MetaMask, you've touched a product that we built. And then I'm also currently the head economist for the firm, leading efforts around kind of token design and token launch and so on. So a little bit of a different hat. In terms of sort of my path towards crypto and blockchain-based systems, for me, there's a couple of different threads. I think the simplest one is just pointing out the Ethereum moment. So I had a career on Wall Street, but fairly early on, kind of took the jump to being an entrepreneur, and specifically in financial technology, and thinking about, how do you put financial products into the phone? And so in 2009, I started a robo-advisor and kind of spent a good part of the next decade building that out. And so in many ways, although I had a little bit of Bitcoin exposure early on, I wasn't kind of as interested in macro investing, and so I didn't get the bug then. But during the 2016 period, give or take, when Ethereum started to tell its story and kind of really come out as a computational platform that was able to do economic and financial things, it was very compelling for me. At the time, I was leading an equity research practice focused on fintech and large public companies. And one of my clients was a publicly traded exchange that wanted to understand innovation in its space. And ICOs had just started to kind of pop up in the early days. And so there was this gigantic company which is in the business of listing equities and companies and facilitating trading, that just didn't know anything at all about what the frontier was doing, and how essentially self-governing robots were able to generate financial software infrastructure on their own. And so for me, this was totally fascinating, like this wedge that Ethereum and smart contracts and computational blockchains put in place for a giant part of the economy and the software that powers those industries, and there are hundreds of billions of dollars in enterprise value of just companies that do core banking software or payment rails or portfolio management software. And so it's, for me, that was a straight line as to transformation. And then, the deeper I got about the capabilities of building programs that are decentralized and the attributes that they power, the types of objects and assets that they power, the more obvious it became to me that this is a global shift, that it's going to include billions of people, that it's going to include large parts of our GDP, and that it's a strictly better way of having an internet. It's one that gives dignity back to the user through self-sovereignty, through privacy, through the ability to hold your own assets. And so I'd say that was kind of the core piece for me that got me into it.
Yeah, love your journey, and it's interesting that you kind of have experience with interfacing with these enterprises and also educating them at various levels. I guess I'm the first to interview you after the launch of ETH 2.0. So, what effect do you think this will have on the industry? Is it going to benefit, retailers more, or do you think institutions will start to see Ethereum as deflationary, maybe, and use it in a different way?
So I would love to have to be able to claim that ETH2 launched. We're getting there, and of course we have lots of scalability in terms of side chains that are now enabled, like Polygon and various scaling solutions like Arbitrum and Optimism coming around the corner. And so, from the consensus point of view, we do a lot of work of plugging in those scaling solutions into your wallet, like MetaMask, or into developer tools like Infura, and of course also working on ETH2 to make sure that the beacon chain functions and that the merge happens. And so I do think that a transition to proof of stake will be net positive for Ethereum, at the least in the narrative around energy. And so even though I think it's pretty controversial, like I don't think it's entirely clear or fair to say that energy consumption is destructive as it relates to blockchain systems, but it will at least take that conversation off the table when it relates to Ethereum. But we haven't gotten there yet. What we did get yesterday was an upgrade that is meant to lay some initial groundwork for ETH2, but also, and sort of the loudest thing that people talk about is it dampens the volatility on fees that you pay to use the computational machine of Ethereum. And so, for folks down the rabbit hole, they know that there is, it's not free to do transactions in a place where everybody wants to do transactions. And so sometimes you see very intense spikes with people rushing to compete for block space. And so there's a lot of volatility in gas consumption. And so the EIP 1559 was meant to kind of do two things. One is introduce a mechanism to dampen that volatility so fees are more predictable. So in the user experience, like in MetaMask, it's going to be a lot easier to know what you're going to pay and how your transaction is going to be prioritized. And then number two, part of that fee, is split into a base and a tip, and a bunch of it is burnt. And that creates a deflationary pressure on the overall supply of ETH. Now, that doesn't mean all of ETH is deflationary. It just means that there's both a plus and a minus, and so the deflation helps holders of the token. So it gives some of the value from sort of the fee mechanisms back to token holders, and kind of changes the incentives a little bit. So that was the intent behind that upgrade.
Well said, and thanks for explaining that. As you said, there's tons of misconceptions, and people out there are still trying to understand. And I think just in general, people are trying to understand, the differences between the DeFi and crypto world and the traditional world. So can you explain to us, like, what are some of the structural differences between DeFi and things like trade fi and CeFi?
Sure. This is a you can have a master course on this topic alone. I think there's nothing special about finance. Finance is just an industry like any other industry. And there's really nothing special about industries or economies either. They are just things that people do. and do in a repeated pattern relative to each other. So there are these social constructs for people in a society or in a civilization to interact, organize, make things, right? If you think about humanity as the sort of like super organism or this hive, like what are the patterns by which we do things? And this is your economy. And so the role of finance, about 10 to 20% of an economy, the role of finance is to is really to help people do more, or help businesses do more. And so you get into things like you need a loan so you can buy a house, or you need to offer out some equity so you can finance the growth of your company, or you need to build a portfolio for retirement, right? Like the role of finance is to take the ingredients of risk, of capital, and make things that people and participants in the economy need. And so that doesn't change. What does change is how that is built, how that thing is. And so you've got manufacturers of financial products. And so you can think of a bank account or a brokerage account or an asset management account, a partnership interest in a hedge fund. And then you can think about distributors, so people that sell the stuff. So it's your bank branch and your financial advisor and so on and so forth. And so, traditional finance has been digitizing in both of these, but the part that's been kind of the most transformed is distribution. So everything's in the phone now, right? You've got Robinhood and Revolut and Chime and Coinbase and so on and so forth. But we haven't had like a major paradigm shift yet in manufacturing. And in large part, this is what decentralized finance brings to us. It gives us a computational platform which manufactures digital scarcity, which manufactures trust, which is open sourced, which can be used across different asset classes, whether it's investments or banking or payments, is global, and is accessible to anybody with an internet connection and the desire to be in a Discord channel. And so the ability to make stuff, to make a savings product, or to make some digital objects with value in it, that's the core kind of paradigm shift. And so now we've got fintech for distribution, we've got DeFi and crypto-based, blockchain-based systems for being the architecture on which all this stuff sits. And we've just had unbelievable and very quick innovation, how do I put it? Technical and software innovation around bringing the things that traditional finance has been doing and re-engineering them so that they run on these distributed, decentralized systems. And so this is a much more efficient version of the world. It's one that is much more directly connected to people with fewer steps in the value chain, fewer intermediaries, which results in better pricing, and in the long run, better financial products. And so, there's not like, this is not a completely different reimagination of what people need. People need to pay, save, invest, lend, borrow, and so on. But it is finally a modern architecture for the things that, I would say for the next 30, 50, 100 years of financial services, we're now seeing the actual architecture that can support the type of world we're moving towards to.
I mean, I want to live in that world, and I think a lot of people in crypto already do. I think the way that you laid it out is pretty exciting and well said. But I also think a lot of people get confused when comparing, the DeFi and crypto markets and the traditional economies. So, from your view, do you see the crypto and DeFi world in a separate economy? Or do you think, how are they both going to be interlaced and connected? You think it'll be more of a hybrid model, or do you think a lot of these traditional institutions will, shift over and not only use blockchain but participate in the variety of ways like staking and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's really wonderful to be a maximalist, right? Because you can just pick a flag and then like wave it really hard and sort of be impervious to evidence and nuance. But there, if you go looking for it, there's definitely a lot of nuance. So, there's two bookends I can describe that I think will help, and I'll do that in a second. I mean, the main point is that 2021 has an order of magnitude higher institutional adoption than 2017, 2018. We've just seen, multi-billion-dollar checks go into some of the core crypto properties and new investing in both on-chain and off-chain projects. And so the investment now in 2021 is going to bear fruit in 2 years from now, right? So like talking about these kind of super cycles in crypto. And so we see institutions enter and largely kind of, let's say, risk-seeking hedge funds that are managing 40, 50, 100, 200 billion of AUM, of assets under management, that are now placing bets both in the equity of companies as well as in the the tokens that are on chain that are liquid. So I guess to one point is it's already hybrid. We're all in this. So it's both the long tail of crypto participants. It's the early OGs that have stacked their bags and are buying $10 million punks. And it's also the traditional OGs that have got 20 billion to spend and are finally grokking, are finally understanding that this space is not about just internet money. This space is about the entire economy of the world going forward. And so I think that like the hybrid thing is good. It's just important to sort of hold on to our values and figure out, which things can't be compromised and which things have to be integrated. And so that's difficult. But okay, so the two bookends. I think the down case for me is sort of what happened if you look at payment rails. So for those people who enjoy paytech and geeking out around payment rails, you can think about you've got the cash economy. So there are people who will take cash and they'll have cash registers and you push a button and a mechanical device opens up the cash register and you give people back cash. And that's a technology that's about 200 years old. And then you've got the swiping of the card. I mean, there's also checks, right? You can write a check. You can write a paper check and sign it and mail it. That's a thing if you live in New York and pay rent. And then you've got a technology that you swipe a debit card or a credit card, and that's an electronic rail for money movement. And then you've got contactless Apple Pay or Google Pay, which is yet another payment rail, which encrypts certain information to access other things underneath. And then you've got WeChat or Alipay, where you can take a picture of a QR code and use the rails of the tech engine. And of course, now you've got the blockchain rails with the stable coins and so on. And so each one of those powers economic exchange. And they sort of exist, some exist parallel and some exist separate, right? So when you get into an Uber, you can't take your cash and shove it into your phone to pay the Uber driver. That's nonsense. You don't get to bring your antiquated cash into a digital economy intermediated by the phone. No, thank you. And so this, I think, is there's an analog here where nobody can put like physical cash into their computer screen in order to pay a MetaMask gas fee, and that makes sense. And so there you're kind of relying on a crypto native economy to grow on crypto native rails. And thankfully that's doing fantastically well with DeFi and NFTs, but and I would say that's the down case, right? The up case looks a lot more like what happened with music and media and the internet, which is that physically printed books, video cassettes and DVDs and CDs and physical representations of things that have been digitized are it's not that they're irrelevant, but it's that they're not the area of growth, nor are they really where future generations are investing their time. And so, I can also see a world where traditional finance maintains its importance and function, as a 50 or 100 trillion asset industry, or a set of assets, which is fantastic. All the financial assets in the world, and then the crypto assets start growing to, from where we are today, between 1 and 2 trillion to 50 trillion to 100 trillion to 500 trillion. And I think as an industry, we're just in the beginning of laying that groundwork.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great comparison. I think a lot of people are familiar, obviously, with the rises of Web 2.0 and how it impacted everyone's lives. But I think everyone's realizing now that there's some problems with that ownership control, and maybe they got too much control. But kind of going into what do you think is the future of commerce? Like, how much will it happen on chain, and how much will it be off chain? Just with traditional finance, like how much of that infrastructure will still stay, maybe?
It takes a long time for things to deprecate or to melt, so I guess I'm not really sure how to tie that together exactly, but Amazon, which now is barely 2 trillion, poor Amazon, is a mega cap, only has e-commerce in sight. Do we feel bad for Amazon only doing e-commerce? And the answer is, of course not. But let's say 15 years ago, you would look at e-commerce and you would say, this is 3% of retail. And then a year after, it would be 4% of retail. And a year after, it was 8% of retail. And then after COVID, it's something like 17% of all retail. Does it matter if Amazon and e-commerce are at 100% of retail? It does not. And similarly, I don't think for crypto, I don't think it matters to be 100% of anything. I think what matters is the space itself growing? What kind of entrants are coming in, and what are they doing? And so where we got to today is that, of course, there's the Ethereum chassis and the Web3 chassis of Polygon and Filecoin and sort of other adjacent protocols that connect into Ethereum. And then on top of that, we have the 70 billion in DeFi assets, give or take. And then over 100 billion in cash and equivalents and stable coins. And so this on its own is growing as a financial infrastructure. And now we're also building out the creative and media industries with NFTs. And so you have people who are not there to structure notes and lend and yield farm, but to express their identity and to belong to different tribes and be creative and like make new types of art and music and so on. And that's brought a huge amount of people in as well, whether it's the art markets or the sports markets and so on. And what I expect to see is more and more industries being kind of folded into the Internet of Value, but it's not sort of it's not generic. It's not just like how the internet encompasses everything. Well, it's for the internet, it's about information, and for blockchains, it's about value. And so even for the where it comes to the media industry, what we're getting is the economic aspect of dealing with media integrated into blockchains. And so I think the economic aspect of everything, no matter what the subject matter is likely to end up kind of mediated by a computational blockchain at some point. But it's not a straight line, and you have to work with both individuals as well as enterprises, and like MetaMask Institutional, for example, has to help funds interact with an on-chain world in a way that they can't do on their own. And then on the enterprise side, like you still have to bring people along whether it's the CBDC projects where you're trying to persuade people and kind of make incremental change, or digital assets, but we're in it for the long game.
Yeah, definitely. I know you guys have built a suite of products that everyone is using now at the foundational level to develop and also interact with a lot of retail users. But I think something that everyone is excited about right now is talking about the metaverse and also this play to earn model that's been very popular in crypto. Can you explain the impacts this will have on the space and how you think it's better or different than what could exist traditionally?
Yeah, the metaverse. So it's I'll try to slow myself down. I feel like I'm just machine gunning sort of like sci-fi terms at people, and I don't know how credible that becomes. But there are some fantastic thinkers about the metaverse that I recommend for folks to get going. Read Ready Player One for your sci-fi entry, and then James Burke's Outlier Ventures has a really great thesis about it on the decentralized side. And then Matthew Ball, who is sort of like a content industry insider, does a great job laying out what it looks like from the content perspective. And so, if you boil all of it down, the metaverse is this mystical combination of the progress that we've been making in augmented reality, virtual reality, video games, and then rendering engines for video games, digital avatars, things of that nature. So if you look, you can kind of start with you can start with Facebook and its Oculus effort, or Vive and HTC. You can look at things like VR chat. You can trace that back to Second Life and World of Warcraft and Fortnite and so on. You can look at Epic Games and the Unreal Engine and how that's used to make Star Wars movies. And so we're now in a world where the physical and the digital objects are sort of melting together in terms of quality, right? Like Google Earth can render a digital twin of the world that is accurate. And we're constantly scanning the world using photogrammetry and, in COVID, walking around real estate spaces using like VR renderings of these spaces and so on with companies like Matterport. So that's one aspect of it. It's like there's a place to be that is meaningful to be in, instead of staring 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours a day at a screen, at a light bulb, essentially, at a flat light bulb. There's a place to be that feels like a physical space you inhabit, but that is digital. And, it's also an emotive space, and people feel belonging there. They feel emotion, they feel happiness, sadness, and so on. They create relationships. The second pillar of this is how do you have economics around these virtual environments? And I guess just as an aside, back to the virtual environment, like artificial intelligence and machine learning also goes into that, because it allows you to do machine vision and kind of scan the real world and incorporate it into the rendering. Okay, so the other side is underneath, like how do you recreate sort of the economic physics of the physical world, right? So to the extent that you and I want to have an exchange in the real world, and you give me, I don't know, I give you a cup of coffee and you give me $1 for it, right? That's an economic exchange. In Facebook's metaverse, that exchange just doesn't make any sense. Like there's no scarcity in the dollar, there's no scarcity in the object. And so the infrastructure underneath what a real metaverse has to be needs to be open source. And it needs to, it is a computational blockchain. And then it needs to do many things. So it needs to be able to process the world. It needs to compute it. It needs to store it. It needs to store the assets. You need to have identity for people. And so things that you see now around NFTs, and whether it's CryptoPunks at the very high end, all the way down to, like the many cat projects, the Gutter Gang, or, pick your poison of cartoon characters, all that stuff it points to people selecting an avatar for a video game that is inherently social and decentralized. So people are picking tribes through these visualizations. And you can imagine these avatars inhabiting the rendered world once that's more fully realized. And so, there are these attributes of Web3 that would underpin a place where people want to be with self-sovereignty and with dignity and with the ability to hold their own, to be able to hold their own money. So you can imagine like a MetaMask anchoring your assets in the metaverse, and then you need a blockchain that's functional for running software quickly, that can do things like Decentraland or crypto voxels, or we just did something with a sidechain called Palm for the Damien Hirst drop. So there's all sorts of things you need to actually do the economics and then be able to decentralize and render a world that people trust. And so, we're just getting kind of a flavor for this. I would say the last trend that to me feels like a core element of the metaverse is the sort of like meme stocks and social Twitter and financial TikTok, FinTok. And that is, the tribes, the avatar tribes, there's not yet a space for them to inhabit. So they inhabit Twitter or Reddit, and then they make communal investment decisions, right? Or they create DAOs and they purchase objects. And so I think governance of DAOs and the social spaces that emerge now and the social status that people are experimenting with, I think that piece tells us how these roving bands of tribes in the metaverse will behave. And again, it's super early on, but I think we've got a lot of the indications for what that world looks like.
It's probably the most exciting and best description of the metaverse I've heard. I love the way you broke it down, and it's going to require a lot of people to be more educated and understand how wallets and these different things work, because that's kind of your access and your ticket to the metaverse. So really excited about all those models, and I think just in general we've seen, because of COVID, a lot of business models get disrupted. A lot of people kind of switching over, using more crypto products. What do you think was the most significant development in 2021 so far related to fintech? Like, are there any specific use cases or industries you think people just won't go back to using the TradeFi version of it, so to speak?
Yeah, it's a hard question without just kind of listing the core things that we saw happen, in 2020, which is stablecoins first and foremost sort of landed, where there were still questions about the role of stablecoins and if they could hold value and so on, with Tether being the largest by far, to now having USDC and DAI and the rest, and there's the synthetic stablecoins, having many more cash equivalents that people can use. So if you going risk on, risk off, which assets to pick. And so that's a foundational piece. I think one thing to kind of think about as it relates to stablecoins is the difference between a payment mechanism and a money market fund. So there are different cash equivalents in the old world and in the new world. So if you've got a brokerage account, like a Schwab account, you're going to have cash in it, but it's not bank cash. It's not cash that you buy sandwiches with. It's a money market fund. And so similarly, I think we're still sort of in this back and forth about whether stablecoins are like a capital market sweep instrument, or if they're money to be used for payments. And I think that'll be litigated pretty heavily over the next couple of years. So I think, that was foundational as it relates to volatility. And then we've covered this a little bit, but yeah, DeFi is without question for me the main development of 2020. I would say NFTs and DAOs are 2021 and DeFi is 2020. And so within DeFi, it's the sort of the forward march of integrating the core financial instruments into software. And the way open source software works is that it only gets better and there's only more of it. Like there's not going to be less of it. It's not going to get worse. It's not going to become less functional. It's literally open source code for everybody to use and add to. And so, we saw the evolution of automated market makers. We saw the kind of the margin lending from Compound and Aave, and so on and so forth, growing to millions of users and billions in assets. And I think that's a core development. And what we see kind of as a result from that is for financial institutions, and as well as for kind of other enterprises that are adjacent. In the past, it was, how can I use blockchain to solve a cost problem? I have this reconciliation issue in my depository or in my exchange, and I'd like to sync information with my participants, and so take out 30% of my data cost, and therefore let's have this like private permission blockchain to fix that problem. And so as Consensus, we've done this in trade finance, we've done this in capital markets, in bonds, in private equity, and the cost story is great, but what's more interesting is the revenue story. And so the fact that DeFi has now these engines that create value and that have tokens representing them means that there's alpha for institutional investors in the space, which means that finance firms now look at this space as a revenue generator for their clients rather than as like a back office upgrade. And the value proposition becomes much, much easier for more users and more capital to come into the space. And so I think there's multiple effects of what DeFi means, and that's led to a whole bunch of custody businesses or faux custody businesses like Fireblocks, or the stuff we're doing with institutional and on the MetaMask side, and really kind of change the conversation. And then, like to take on NFTs and DAOs, I think we've addressed NFTs with the metaverse stuff, but the exploration around DAOs is really novel. And, you can kind of think of token mechanisms and cryptoeconomics moving from being very strictly defined at the base layer protocol. Like, you need to have your math right for Bitcoin to work. And if your math is not right, the blocks won't connect. Like it just does nothing to, like you can't have people govern block production block by block. You need a mechanism to coordinate them. But when you start building applications on top of a blockchain, the blockchain that functions mechanistically already, your applications don't have to be as strict. They don't have to be defined as rigorously. And then you can start to open up your objective functions, the things that you want to happen, to a much larger group of people. And so whether that's the decentralization of the core DeFi protocols, or whether it's just DAOs that have been put together to purchase art assets, there is fantastic experimentation of how do you coordinate and incentivize groups of people to, to pursue their self-interest in a way that is a lot more flexible than the traditional corporate hierarchy structure. And so I think that's, it's not a surprise to anybody in the space, but it's definitely something that is structurally interesting.
Definitely. It's like a completely permissionless or permission in some cases, but it's an opt-in system. And I love the decoupling of some of these front ends being completely separated from just the protocol itself. And a lot of projects in the space only focusing on one thing. I find that pretty interesting. But yeah, tell us a little bit more about just at Consensus. What's been the biggest news or any interesting products you guys have been working on this year?
Yeah, so we've made a lot of moves. We had a very unique moment in the company's history in 2020, as did everybody. It was a tough moment, but we restructured the company and kind of refocused out of the venture studio model that we used to have in place, and kind of split into two entities. One is the Consensus Mesh, which continues to be like a portfolio management investment arm that is very much in the prior version of the world. From a perspective of taking multiple bets and kind of seeds. And then we've launched Consensus Software, which is really focused on building a business with some really powerful kind of flywheels. And so I'd say we focus on two core things with a third. The first is user enablement with MetaMask. And so getting people to actually use Web3 is super important. And so we've launched into MetaMask the ability to trade through swaps by leveraging the underlying decentralized exchanges, right? So we're connected into everybody and sending volume to the best place for that person to trade. We've launched institutional for MetaMask, which helps kind of more, let's not conservative, but funds with more obligations kind of navigate this world. And so that's on the user enablement side. And then on the developer enablement side, we help folks build and make it easier to build on Ethereum. And so, with Infura, we've launched Infura Transactions, which makes it easier for folks to handle gas and interact with gas. And then we've also set up a bunch of projects around CBDCs with Quorum, and so Bank of Korea, with Reserve Bank of Australia, with the Hong Kong Monetary Authority, Bank of Thailand, France. So we're trying to push this along using a version of Ethereum again that this institutional side can use. And so we've tried to push things along both to make it easier to build and then easier to use. And I guess the last and some of the funnest stuff that we've done recently is launching Palm, which is a Ethereum variant, I'll put it that way, which is connected to mainnet Ethereum, which has bridges and is designed for NFTs. And so, if you think about companies building private chains for NFTs, we want to make sure that there's a bridge back to the open ecosystem of Ethereum. And so on Palm, we've, our largest release was with Damien Hirst and his project, The Currency. And so it was really cool to be involved with that and just, go from the launch process to the claiming process to the payment process and really put those pieces in place.
Yeah, thanks for that breakdown. And I guess the overall message is, whether you're new to the space or, been in the space a while, you're probably using a Consensus product somewhere along the way. And I think more people will in the future, whether they know it or not. And I think that'll be good for blockchain overall. And my last two questions to kind of end things off here. What makes you the most optimistic for the future right now?
Most optimistic for the future. Look, I try to separate out the price action of the capital markets and the value of the token and the noise of that from the kind of the operating fundamental progress that has been going on with the technology. And there's just there's like every single metric for Ethereum is going the right way. And when I say Ethereum, I don't mean, just core Ethereum, but it's adjacent Web3 tooling and other networks. And so, there's an answer to scalability, and there's going to be only more answers to scalability coming online. There's an answer to energy use, and it's going to take, we're moving towards that, of course, but if you already want a different sort of if you want a different source of trust generation, you can use one of the plugged-in scaling solutions, which don't use proof of work, right? So we have an answer to energy use for those folks for whom it's important, that's a vector that is addressed. We see more and more decentralization. There are more validators than ever before. There are more users than ever before. There are more addresses than ever before. There are more transactions than ever before, and more value transacted. And then sort of my favorite metric is computation. So, the number of contract calls that are executed on the Ethereum network. And end of the day, that's what matters, is how much software is this global computer really running. And so for me, like the fundamentals of the network are super exciting, and we continue to flip into crypto new and novel industry sectors. I would have never sort of in my life would have expected to be like working on a project around Damien Hirst's art on blockchain to be distributed, and certainly that's the same in the music world, and it's the same in the sports world. $500 million check into Sorare. Like, it's just fantastic, the amount of excitement and operating progress that we have. Now, there's the macro environment, and there's a macro environment both for the traditional economy, right? Like the money printing and the asset inflation in the equity markets. And then there's the crypto macro environment with sort of volatility and capital gains and where that's going. But I think for me, I don't focus on that. I focus on the things that people are building every day, and there's just more and more cool stuff all the time.
Hey, it's super exciting, when you put a lot of work into things, and I'm sure you can relate to that more than a lot of people. And then you actually see, the world using these products and benefiting from it. So I think that's awesome. And to kind of end things up, what is your, some of your key pieces of advice for new people and maybe new entrepreneurs entering the space?
Yeah, and I think new entrepreneurs entering the space, as well as traditional institutions entering the space, because it can be disorienting when you're raised a certain way and spent a long time behaving a certain way, and then you enter a space populated by cartoon characters worth hundreds of millions of dollars, outbidding each other to buy 3D renderings of sort of like political criticism. So it can be disorienting, right? It definitely is. But if I think what I try to do when coming into a situation like that is figure out the promise of what's going on the terms of the thing that you're analyzing. So don't take your frame and say, I know how things are, and this is not formatted in the way that I like. These people don't have Harvard degrees, or they didn't get to work at Andreessen, or whatever it is. Rather, say, what is it that they believe? How does it sort of project forward based on that internal logic? And is there anything in those outcomes that's appealing to me, that makes sense to me, that maybe I would have wanted, if I had the chance to make it and build it? And I think when you take this industry on its own terms, despite the noise, there's a lot of stuff in there that's really aspirational and like truly aesthetic, like really beautiful in terms of what people are trying to bring to bear. And so I think, like, I guess one piece of advice is just to reduce the skepticism, because new clothes doesn't change sort of the underlying human nature of what is being accomplished here. And then the other piece of advice is learn Solidity at Consensus and download MetaMask and just dive in. You don't have to wait in line. Everything and everyone is open, and just start to make your mark.
Love that. Well said. Well, Lex, I had a great time diving into the metaverse and different other topics with you. And, how can people connect with you and learn more about Consensus? Thanks for being at Reimagine.
Absolutely. So I'm easy to find, Lex Sokolin on Twitter or LinkedIn, and then consensus.net for some of the stuff about the products that I've talked about, metamask.io to grab a copy of MetaMask. And then I also write a FinTech DeFi newsletter at fintechblueprint.com. So always happy to help people along.
Wonderful. Thanks for being here today. And for the rest of you that are still tuned in, we have more interviews here at Reimagine. And check out our YouTube library. We've done over 500 interviews now. And thank you to our community, all of our great speakers and sponsors for allowing us to do this month after month. I'm your host, Roshan, and I'll let you all tune back into the show. Thank you.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody. Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Ver. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Well, howdy! Crazy Melmo here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Node or full node. Any computer connected to the blockchain network is referred to as a node. A full node is a computer that can fully validate transactions and download the entire data of a specific blockchain. In contrast, a lightweight or light node does not download all pieces of a blockchain's data and uses a different validation process. I wish my daddy had used a different validation process. Things might have turned out a whole lot different for me.
Fortune, I just got the news. I can be a millionaire too. Check the OP, what did he do? Gas in his bag still to go to the moon. Spent half an eighth, I got 1 million coins like the real McCoy. You know I feel that joy, cause if it goes to a buck, I won't believe my luck. And I 10 on my Lambos for me and my friends. Butterfly doors, but I'm already in dock. Trump is like Biff from my squad on the block. Jam with a hold alive. Chat rooms, we scroll at night. Bitcoin ether, been told twice. Now I hold my ish like it's mold divide. Going to the stars, cause it's only right. Read the white paper, I was sold that side. Now I steal my shit coins, cause I'm overhyped. We can't take the pressure. Cashing out for you was tether. My craft ship shape as she sails through stormy weather. With pleasure, come with me on this endeavor. I will be smoking fat joints on Italian leather. Crypto fam, welcome to Lambo Land. Welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, heart racing like ambulance. This goes out to my crypto squad and the crypto gods. Blockchain clearing that fiscal clog. Rolling through town like the Frisco fog. Push the button, bought some coins. Now push the button, start my whip. Used to push my feet through the tenderloin. Now I'm pushing this spaceship. Some thought it was a bubble. Now vision doubled. Wishing they had taken the trouble. Hardware wallets, private keys, no more paper and duffels. Bank staying puzzle. Now I'm going for hikes. Have the mountain sex. My returns just hit 10,000x. Used to be humble. Now I proudly flex. Should I fly to Dubai or Saudi next? And I only cashed out part of my assets. Hodled to my last breath. Not the one to half step. It's so strange. Wealth is like a rebirth. Clawed my way out of debt. Fueled by my research. Crypto fam, welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, heart racing like ambulance. Crypto fam, welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, heart racing like ambulance.
Welcome to the 10th anniversary of Reimagine 2021. Presented by Mouthbelt. Coming up next.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Reimagine 2021, the virtual blockchain conference series hosted by Mousebelt. I am your co-host, Ashley Meredith, and today we're bringing you a very special 10th anniversary event. We've been bringing you virtual community and content for the last year since May 2020, and this is the 10th time we're doing this. So we're just so grateful and so excited to kind of celebrate all the wins from the last year and this amazing following and fans that we have accrued along the way. So thank you so much for tuning in. I am very pleased to introduce our next guest, Ben Weiss. He's the CEO of the Bitcoin ATM company CoinFlip. How are you doing today, Ben?
Hey, Ashley, I'm doing great, and I'm super excited and happy to be here.
Well, yeah, thanks so much for joining us. Welcome to Reimagine 2021. As you may know, we have a robust university program. We mentor students from 100 universities in 24 different countries. We started as a blockchain accelerator, so we're really interested in encouraging innovation and supporting early stage startups in the blockchain space. So I always like to ask my guests, what were you doing before crypto? How did you get into it? What was that career change like? How did you get into the space? And do you have any advice for students or startups who are looking to do the same?
So I've never had any other job or career besides this. CoinFlip started in 2015. So now it's going on year 6. I just turned 26 now. So this is, the only thing I've ever done. And I think it's so important what you guys are doing with universities and with students in so many countries, because I think that, for America and for, the world, innovation is the only thing that moves us forward. And I think that in the past, universities have not always, thought about and taught entrepreneurship and sort of thought about it as a legitimate option for a lot of people. And whether it's crypto or tech or restaurants, whatever you want to do, I would say to anyone in school and in university, like, you have time, you are young, I can't guarantee that your business will succeed or anything like that, but you really have nothing to lose while you're young, and that if you have an idea, you should just go for it. And I never thought CoinFlip would turn out like this, but if I never went for it, it would never happen. And all my friends who have successful businesses say the same. And if you spend 2 or 3 years and it doesn't work out, then you can always get a job. So I would say that when you're young is the time to take the risks. And so if you're in school, take advantage of every educational opportunity you have, whether it's blockchain or crypto or something else, and just go for it and see what happens.
Absolutely. And sometimes you have to create those opportunities for yourself because, like you said, not a lot of universities are kind of slow to adapt. Not a lot of them are teaching crypto and blockchain classes, but there's so much available online to do self-education. And I think more and more you're seeing more universities launching entrepreneurship centers and having their own kind of accelerators for their student startups. So I think we'll see more and more of it. But wow, so 26 years old, CEO of a company for the last 6 years. So you must have started CoinFlip when you were like 20.
Yeah, so me and my other 3 co-founders, we started this a while ago. We've always loved Bitcoin. We never thought it would be this big, but we saw that there was a need for people. Like, we wanted to make Bitcoin as accessible as possible. And we love Coinbase, but Coinbase is an $85 billion company, and you can't call anyone on the phone if your Bitcoin doesn't show up, or if you have a question. We have 40 in-house full-time customer support reps. We handled 86,000 customer support calls last year. We're going to handle 200,000 this year. And for Bitcoin to have mainstream adoption, I think it's all about options and access and inclusive like systems to get it. And with the ATMs, if you want to put in $50, $100, if you don't have a bank account, if you want to call someone on the phone and they'll sit there while your Bitcoin gets to your wallet, we just want to be another option in the ecosystem of people getting crypto. And the great thing about the ATMs is they're in gas stations, they're in your convenience store, they're in your restaurants. So people get exposed to crypto and Bitcoin in a way that doesn't exist with online exchanges and things like that.
Absolutely. And excited to dive in more to the journey of bringing Bitcoin, 2,500 Bitcoin ATMs to the world with CoinFlip. So you said this is all you've ever done. Were you interested in crypto in college? Was there a blockchain club on your campus? Where did you go to school, and how did you get that education?
Yeah, so I went to Vanderbilt. I'm smarter than I look, but there was no resources for crypto there. There was no blockchain club. I sort of got into Bitcoin. At first, I actually don't really have a tech background, but I very much believe, like, kind of how VCs invest in asymmetric upside and looking for things where, you can get a 50x return, a 100x return. And like, when I bought my first Bitcoin, my thought process wasn't even this is an amazing technology or anything like that. It's, Bitcoin's whatever, $50, $100. Will I care if I lose that $100? No. Like, will this succeed? Probably not. But if it does, like, if Bitcoin succeeds, it's going to be worth a lot. And once I started buying Bitcoin, at first I bought it because I just thought there's a lot of upside. Then I started researching the technology, and I'm like, oh my God, this is the most important thing since the internet. Like, this is going to change how the world works, how creators get, monetize their content, how companies, track supply chains. Like, it's more than just Bitcoin, but, Bitcoin is a super important part. And, I didn't have the resources at college to learn about blockchain or Bitcoin. So I think it's great that, there's groups like you and that universities are starting to take it seriously. And I think, the smartest people right now are all going into blockchain, are all going into Bitcoin. If Steve Jobs and Bill Gates, if they were 20 years old right now, they'd be going into Bitcoin and blockchain. So I think, whether you're a Bitcoin business or a blockchain business, or you're not, like, you're either a blockchain business or blockchain is going to sort of change your business, is how I think about it.
Absolutely. So we haven't really had a lot of Bitcoin ATM companies on the show. And for anyone who's just tuning in, really encourage you to head on over to our YouTube channel, Reimagine 2020 on YouTube, smash that subscribe button, check out some of our great interviews with other guests. I mean, from the whole spectrum of the space. We did an NFT event, specifically a DeFi event. So go check out those videos. But for people tuning in who want to learn more about Bitcoin ATMs, how does your product work? And it sounds like, you're kind of really trying to differentiate yourself from other service providers in the crypto space by really focusing on customer service, which I think is great. Yeah, tell us about CoinFlip and how Bitcoin ATMs actually work.
So Bitcoin ATMs are, the simplest and easiest way to buy your Bitcoin. You go to the machine, all you need is your phone and cash. You scan your Bitcoin wallet at the machine, you put in the cash, and CoinFlip's the only place you can get your Bitcoin in under 5 minutes. We have 24/7 live customer support, and people really like the physical aspect of the Bitcoin ATMs. Think about, like there's a lot of people who, even online banking can be difficult. And people still write checks, people go to bank branches, people like to have someone on the phone. And to go to the ATMs and have the option to call someone if you have a question about your wallet, or if you're making your first investment in Bitcoin, even if it's $200 or $300, we realize that's a big leap for a lot of people. And it's nice to have someone on the other side that can answer your questions, and it's nice to be able to get your Bitcoin on the spot. And anyone can scan a phone, like a QR code on a phone, and put in cash into essentially what would be like a vending machine. I mean, it's the same process. So with CoinFlip, all we're trying to do is give people the most options. And I think kind of what you're seeing right now in the crypto space is, so obviously Bitcoin's been around for a while. There's Ether's been around for a while, but what you're seeing is a whole parallel financial system being built. So like if you think of a normal financial system, there's banks, there's ATMs, there's lending, there's credit. So I think CoinFlip fills the need for the ATMs and for people who need to use cash, or for people who like the physical aspect. We also have an OTC desk where you can buy 5K to 500K, pay less than Coinbase or about the same as Coinbase, higher limits, and get a wire transfer, get your coin the same day and still call someone. So we're just all about the ecosystem. And with DeFi, like any financial system, if you look at the banks, like you need credit in order to grow the economy, you need lending, you need things like that. If everything has to be paid for in hard cash, it's hard for the economy to grow. And with DeFi and some of these great companies out there, you're seeing like this whole parallel financial system pop up where you can loan against your Bitcoin, you can take loans in Bitcoin. And I think that like, in 3 or 4 years, there's no reason why we shouldn't have a parallel financial system, just like we do with the banks and the US dollar, except better, more fair, more inclusive, more transparent. I mean, Bitcoin's been the best returning asset of the past 10 years. And people have good intentions, but the legacy financial institutions have left people out. The cool thing about Bitcoin is you can buy $100,000 of it, you can buy $100, you could buy $10. And we think that Bitcoin is the greatest opportunity for us to have a more equal and democratic and fair society where, everyone at least has a shot to be successful and to own assets. I mean, if you look at what's going on with inflation and the consumer price index, like if you don't own assets, like it's hard to really make it in this country.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's such a great point there. We've kind of seen that in the last year, this parallel financial system popping up where all of the things that you need a bank to do, you are becoming able to do in crypto. And you guys are kind of filling that role for the ATM space. So you can actually buy, just want our users or our viewers to understand how this process works. So you can, I think a lot of Bitcoin ATMs are either you can just only buy Bitcoin and you maybe have to use a credit card. Others, you can actually sell your Bitcoin and get cash out of them. But you also are able to deposit cash and buy Bitcoin with cash.
Yeah, so CoinFlip, I mean, we're well known for our ATMs because, I mean, last year we processed $750 million of transactions. This year we're going to process over 2 billion in transactions. Like we're the most well known for our ATMs, but at CoinFlip, so you can go to the ATMs, you can use cash to get your Bitcoin, and you can get your Bitcoin in under 10 minutes. You can call the CoinFlip OTC trade desk. You can send a wire transfer, get your Bitcoin right away, still have the customer support, do larger amounts. And then we do take credit and debit online. So, but I think that, everyone deserves a chance to buy Bitcoin. And, the part about CoinFlip is that whether it's someone who wants a little help on the phone or wants to make sure they get their Bitcoin right away, or they just have $50, $100 that you want to put into the machine every week, it doesn't make sense to send a wire transfer for that, or an ACH. Like you're going to pay $25 just to do that. So it's all about options, and everyone should have the chance to be part of this financial revolution. And it really is a financial revolution, and no one should be left behind. Like everyone should at least have the chance to buy crypto, the chance to be part of this. And people need to not invest more than they're willing to lose, but just $50 a week, $50 a month. I mean, you don't want to miss out on crypto. And I think any portfolio of assets you have should include crypto. And I think, COVID was awful, and there was a lot of suffering, both economically and health-wise, and a lot of things. But I think one of the silver linings was people really reevaluated their lives. And in a way, like, I think people took a lot of responsibility for their financial outcomes. And it's two different things. Like, first off, people sort of reimagined how their job affects their identity in their life. Like, people are talking about how it's hard to hire people right now and the unemployment benefits, but I don't think it's that. I think people want to do something that is meaningful, that they care about, that they want to be part of something. So I think as a company, it's important to have a mission and to have meaningful values. And I think with COVID, people really care more about what they do, and it's not just the money they get paid. And then the second thing is, people were sitting in their houses for 6 months. And if you look at what was going on with the Robinhood, if you look what was going on with Bitcoin, I mean, you don't have to buy Bitcoin. You can buy stocks, you can buy real estate, but I think everyone should take, their financial independence seriously. And whether it's Robinhood or CoinFlip, like the whole trend is democratization of finance. 10 years ago, you couldn't even buy, like, you would have to go through a broker. It was, maybe your 401k, but it doesn't matter who you are in this country now. You have the ability to participate in buying assets. And I think that's so important for wealth inequality. I think it's so important for the future. And I think with Robinhood, with CoinFlip, with all these trends, like, people feel like they have a say in, the outcome of their lives, financial, and who they work for. And I think that's sort of been the silver lining of COVID. It's made people a lot more intentional.
Absolutely. I think, what we've seen this retail investor revolution, right? And maybe it was people being stuck at home, trying to find other ways to bring in income, more time to experiment, learn about these things, or really reevaluate their priorities and what they were willing to do for a paycheck. And do we really need to go into an office every day? Can we be more efficient? Can we be more environmentally friendly? Can we start to build wealth for ourselves and our families? And love the mission of CoinFlip and this, focus on access and customer service. As far as the actual ATMs work, do you have your own wallet? And I assume that it's great that people are able to buy crypto in cash, right? I think about it all the time when I'm paying fees, like buying crypto with my bank account. There's people who work in cash economies still, getting your tips from a restaurant job.
20 to 25% of people are unbanked or underbanked. Like, go through Manhattan, see how many bank branches there are, then go through some areas of Queens and go through some areas of Brooklyn. Like, the banks aren't there. And I think, the Bitcoin, like, I think it's great if people buy Bitcoin on Coinbase. I think it's great if they buy it on CoinFlip, but people should at least have the option, if they're unbanked or underbanked, to buy Bitcoin. And I think, if you want to talk about human rights and things like that, and like, if you look, the whole NSARS thing in Nigeria, like where they were closing bank accounts, seizing people's funds. Like 30 years ago, 50 years ago, if your country was unraveling, if there was an authoritarian dictator, if you had to flee with your family, you would grab everything you could, you would put it on your back, and you would go. Now with cryptocurrency, just a password in your head, you can preserve your family's wealth. If the country like Venezuela is just printing money like toilet paper, if your physical safety is on the line, if there's turmoil in the country, if you want to flee to a better life, you don't have to give up everything your family's built for that. And I think as great as Bitcoin is for the US, I think it's a global currency. And I think the most important use cases are in the countries that have been left behind by the traditional financial system. And another thing to point out too with the Bitcoin ATMs, like the stores that we place the ATMs, first off, 80% of our locations are mom and pop locations, not chains. And the ATMs are bringing 200 to 300 unique customers to these stores every single month. They're buying chips, they're buying sodas. I mean, the amount of calls we've had from store owners where they've said the extra income from the Bitcoin ATM from 1 square foot of space has been the difference between them staying open or not. I mean, every single store is getting squeezed right now. Every single restaurant is getting squeezed. And that passive income, for some people is literally the difference between the store they've had for 20 years closing or not. So I think the stores, I mean, we get so many calls from store owners every single day for the Bitcoin ATMs. And I'll tell you, like in 2016, I would walk to these stores myself with ATMs. They would have no idea. It was impossible to place locations. Now we have more stores that want ATMs that we can even supply.
Absolutely. So where are your ATMs located? Just in the US or all over the world?
So right now we currently operate in 47 states in the US. And part of our strategy is not just the urban areas. We put ATMs in towns with populations of 10,000, 15,000. And that's been like something that's been super surprising is, in the beginning, I thought, okay, LA, San Francisco, Miami, but like my ATMs in Mandan, North Dakota are doing is just as well as the ones in Los Angeles. One of our top performing ATMs is in Hawaii. Like there's so much more demand for crypto than I thought. And CoinFlip is looking to expand internationally. Obviously, every single country has their own different regulations, and it takes a lot of lawyers to do it. But we do have some interesting developments in the future, so stay tuned. But I think this is sort of where I see it 5 to 10 years from now. Like imagine, our ATMs are all over the world in places like, let's say they're in Nigeria, they're in Ethiopia. And if you look at, I think Africa is a great place for the ATMs and Latin America too, you have huge amount of unbanked populations. You have countries that have destroyed their currencies, destroyed the wealth of their people. So, big, like at least the US dollar, even though it's starting to change, like functions good enough that like you're not going to buy a Starbucks with Bitcoin. But in some of these countries, like Bitcoin is so obvious to these people. And then like if you look at other places too, like for instance in Nigeria, like the credit crunch, these people can't get loans. So think about, all these people are transacting in Bitcoin. You go to the coin flip machine, you send $1,000 of Bitcoin, and we dispense $1,000 of cash. So then you don't have to sell your Bitcoin. Like when you have to sell your assets to pay the bills, it's not good. Like even in 2008, people got screwed because they were forced to sell to pay their bills and their mortgages. If you hold, things always go up usually. So like the vision I see with this whole decentralized ecosystem, whether it's CoinFlip or somewhere else, you have Bitcoin, so your wealth is protected. Okay, no one will lend you money for your farm, but you don't want to cash out of your Bitcoin. Go to the machine, micro lending, send $2,000 of Bitcoin, get $2,000 of cash. Like it really is going to change the world. And I think it's going to sort of level the playing field for the countries and people that have been left behind, both the people that have been left behind in the US and the people that have been left behind overseas. And I really think Bitcoin is going to be looked back as one of the greatest things for human rights of the past 100 years.
Absolutely. So that's super exciting. It's cool to hear that, you know, you were surprised by the demand for Bitcoin ATMs and people using them, and that, you know, the most successful one is in Hawaii. So it's great to hear. It sounds like you'll only be expanding. I did have a question about how the ATMs actually work. You use your phone. Is that a wallet? And do the customers have to go through a KYC in order to buy Bitcoin with cash?
Yeah, so this is how it works. CoinFlip is working on our own wallet. It's not released yet, but we're like Switzerland. Come to our machine with every wallet you want. You know, we're neutral. We recommend the Bread wallet, BRD. We think it's a great wallet. Like when people call our customer support, they're at the machine. Hey, I need a wallet. What should I use? We recommend BRD. But you can use any wallet you want at the ATM. And if you don't know which wallet to use, CoinFlip, my support reps will sit on the phone with you for 10 minutes or 100 minutes, like however long it takes for you to get your wallet and get your Bitcoin safely and securely in your wallet. Our average hold time is 12 seconds, and we're going to take, you know, 200,000 customer support calls today. So, you know, whatever, we don't hold funds as of now, but whatever wallet you come to, we will get you your coin there. And if you don't know what wallet to use, we will help you walk through the process 100%. And I think that, you know, customers being educated on being their own bank, you know, remembering their recovery seeds, things like that. I mean, I think the education is so important. And, you know, at CoinFlip, you know, we're always like, we're hiring right now. We've hired hundreds of people just in the past year. So if anyone's listening now who's at a university or who just graduated, you know, we have options in Chicago. We have remote work options. You know, send in your application. We'd love to look at it. And I think, you know, the people who are coming up right now in college, like it's young people who sort of move the needle and change the world. Not that we don't hire people who are older either, but.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much for pointing that out. Anyone tuning in, students interested in getting into the Bitcoin ATM space, or working for a great company that cares about customer service like CoinFlip, check out their website. For any business owners who might be tuning in, and this is something that we've even thought about because we have an office in San Francisco that it was a co-working space that we were partnering with to brand as the Bitcoin Center or the Blockchain Center, SF, right? Had a big Bitcoin sign on the street to kind of put up that bat signal that we were kind of putting our flag in the ground and saying, this is where blockchain stuff happens in SF. And people would come in all the time. It was a combination space, so they also had like an art gallery and a nightclub there. But people would come in off the street all the time.
Wow, that sounds fun. An art gallery, a blockchain center, a nightclub. I didn't even know something. Wow, that's gotta be my new spot.
We've got the same concept. They've got the same concept here in Denver, and that's where I'm located. So, and with all of the government loans and events coming back, they are really doubling down and trying to kind of get their hands on more properties to do the same concept up elsewhere. So maybe you'll have to tell them to think about Chicago. But people would come in all the time, and the receptionist asked them, "Is there a Bitcoin ATM here?" And you know, no, not yet. But I think that, you know, this was like years ago, and we didn't know about CoinFlip, and some of the companies maybe were a little shadier, or we were worried about the maintenance or who's going to be there for customer service. Like if somebody has an issue, are they going to get mad at us for, you know, the ATM being broken or something going wrong? So for a business owner who might want to put a Bitcoin ATM in their shop or office or what have you, can you walk them through that process?
Sure. So if you just go on our website, if you want to, you know, see if your location is a great location, you know, you could just go to our website, and I think the link is like host an ATM, or call our customer support and say you want to host an ATM. I mean, basically what we're looking for is, you know, whether you're a convenience store or a restaurant, just long hours, a good location. And if you think, you know, oh, I'm in a town of only 20,000 people, why would there be a Bitcoin ATM? Like, don't be shy, like apply. Those are some of our best places. But basically, this is how it works. We own and operate the machine. You are not processing the transaction. We handle all the regulatory stuff, including licensing if applicable. And all you need is one square foot of space and a place to plug in the machine. You don't have to, we have our customer support phone number right on the ATM. We make it very clear that the store is not responsible for the machine. Do not ask the store, no questions. We'll handle all that stuff. And it's the most passive income you could ever get. You'd have no risk. You don't have to own the machine. You don't have to put money down. You don't have to operate it. You get paid some nice money for just 1 square foot of space, and what store owners even like sometimes more than the money, depending on the store. 300, 400 unique visitors to your location. We're spending thousands and thousands of dollars every single month advertising your location. So, it's not just a paycheck you get from the rent, it is the foot traffic. And, unfortunately, not every ATM operator is as transparent as CoinFlip. Most of them don't have 24/7 support. So, it does reflect on your store. So if you are gonna work with a Bitcoin ATM company, just, whether it's CoinFlip or someone else, it's all good with us. Just make sure that it's a reputable one and not a shady one, and that, they're properly licensed and, a legitimate player in the space. So, you don't want your store to be reflected on badly if someone sells you a deal too good to be true, and then they never pick up the phone, or they don't even have a website or things like that. I've heard horror stories too from stores where they're like, get this other ATM out of here and put in the CoinFlip machine. So
excellent. Yeah, I think the 24-hour customer service is just so important. So for any business owners who are thinking about getting some passive income by hosting a Bitcoin ATM, check out CoinFlip. Well, thank you so much, Ben. Just to round out this conversation, it's our 10th anniversary event. We, got through the COVID lockdowns by really building community online and trying to bring this content and education and community to people while they were stuck at home. It's been a really great experience. I've gotten to talk to lots of different people from all over the world. So just kind of looking forward, we've been doing this for almost a year. Kind of, what do you see happening in the blockchain space, the Bitcoin ATM space for CoinFlip in the next, let's say, year?
Well, I guess a couple things. First off, again, I think what you're doing is so important. The education, the getting people involved, especially younger people at universities, and letting them know it's an option. And CoinFlip's taught classes at Northwestern University, at Illinois. We'd always be happy, virtual or not, to teach classes basically for free at any university, whether it's general entrepreneurship, Bitcoin, blockchain. But for CoinFlip, we want to make sure every single American can get to a Bitcoin ATM with a 5 to 10 minute drive from their work, from their house, wherever it may be. We are putting down 300 to 400 ATMs, a month. And we're at 3,000 ATMs now. We'll be just under 5,000 by the end of the year. We were just named the fastest growing company in Chicago, 50 million in revenues this year. It's going to be over 110. And CoinFlip is going international as well. That's a little slower, but we're looking for the country we can have the most impact. Where is CoinFlip needed to create jobs, to allow people to buy Bitcoin? And then I think in terms of the space in general, it's amazing what has been going on. I know Bitcoin, went from 60 to 30, now it's back up at 40 or so. But 2017, if you remember that bull run, and 2021, it just feels different. You have institutions that were, I'm used to running a company and be treated like a joke for 4 or 5 years. Bitcoin can't succeed. ATMs can't succeed. Why would anyone go to your ATM when they can use coin? Being looked down upon by, the banks, by other companies. And I think now you see these banks that were, talking a lot of crap about Bitcoin, now they want to get their hands on it. Now, the government respects it. the mayors of cities are begging blockchain entrepreneurs to be here. So I think this bull run has so much more foundations than the last one. I think Bitcoin is being taken seriously, crypto is being taken seriously, and Bitcoin, just to start, like Bitcoin is so important because like a hard currency that can't be inflated is key to protecting wealth. But in a way, like Bitcoin is the most boring of all the blockchains, right? I mean, like every single thing, whether it's health records, voting, supply chain, lending, like, try getting a loan from a bank. The whole joke is like banks will only loan money when you don't need it, right? Like banks loan money to rich people, not people who need it to better themselves or grow a business. And I think this whole, like, I am so big on decentralized finance, like NFTs, regardless if it's a little bit of a bubble with the prices, like there's so much fraud in artwork, and being able to verify that. And if you want to talk about content creation too, like there's so many amazing content creators on the internet, but because they haven't been able to, tokenize themselves or essentially, put themselves on the blockchain, people, like, they haven't been able to protect their content, and all the value that's been gone to, content creators, like most of it gets sucked up by the gatekeepers and things like that. Just how, like, in the music industry, record labels would make $10 for every dollar the artist made. And I think for content creators too, like if I want to watch your video, like imagine, I watch your video, it automatically, depending on the time or whatever, just sends you a micro payment of crypto. You don't have to, like, you shouldn't have to rely on advertisers to fund amazing content. Like the viewers should be able to fund it. And like, that's what I'm just so passionate about, is that, whether it's protecting people's wealth, whether it's leveling the playing field, whether it's giving content creators like the monetary rewards they deserve, whether it's the integrity of artwork and digital property and digital products, like this is going to be a whole different world in 5 to 10 years. And you sort of, like, by the time everyone realizes it, like, it's just going to be nuts, like, because all these things are happening behind the scenes that people, like, we're building amazing things quietly across the industry. And I'm so proud of the industry. I'm so proud of groups like you. I mean, this really is a team effort. And even, like what you look like what Suarez is doing in Miami, like, even the government is doing a great job of encouraging innovation in a lot of cities too. I mean, Chicago's been great to us. Illinois has been great to us. So I think, we're together as a society. It's nice to see that we can solve some of the hardest problems with innovation, technology, equality, access, and equity. So just super excited to see what the next year brings.
Absolutely. And speaking of, Chicago, just wanted to congratulate you on being named the fastest growing company in Chicago.
Thank you.
And I heard that you've released a commercial with Neil Patrick Harris, so people can go check that out on YouTube.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, when we were filming the commercial, Neil Patrick Harris been like, I've been in crypto for a while now. Like, he actually has been in it for years, like very low key, which was super cool. Like, there's a ton of people that you would just think is awesome who have held Bitcoin for years and years, like celebrities, business people that no one's known about. That's just, really awesome when I heard that from him. But yeah, you could check out the Coin Flip Neil Patrick Harris commercial on YouTube. You might see it on your TV. So it's all about getting the message out and letting people know that these options exist.
Well, that is so cool. Maybe someday we'll get him on the show to do an interview or a live or something. I would love that. I love him. Well, thank you so much, Ben, for joining us and telling us all about the world of Bitcoin ATMs. If people want to find out more, where can they find you? Who are you most looking to hear from?
So our website is coinflip.tech. Coinflip ATM is also on Twitter, Instagram. My personal handle is Ben Coinflip. Anyone can reach out to me, but we want to hear from everyone, whether you're a university that wants Coinflip to teach a class, whether you're a student that wants a job here, whether, you're someone who wants to buy Bitcoin and you want to go to our ATMs, and, whether, anyone, store owners, customers, universities, we take calls from anyone, and we're always here as a resource, whether you use our product or not.
Well, yeah, thanks again. And for anyone just tuning in, this is Reimagine 2021 Virtual Blockchain Conference Series. It's our special anniversary 10th event that we've done. And we've been talking to Ben Weiss, the CEO of the Bitcoin ATM company CoinFlip. Thanks again, Ben, for being here, and everybody stay tuned for more.
Thanks so much for having me.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody, Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Ver, Lynn Ulbrich, Anthony Scaramucci, Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson,
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
The Coins podcast was really amazing, and the timing was so perfect. To sit in the San Francisco Mint and talk about the future of finance was a lot of fun. You know, I'm just one of a whole bunch of excellent people you have, right? These interviews are very good. It's not often that we get a chance to talk at a bit more length about some of these capabilities. So there's plenty of good interviews in there. I definitely recommend watching.
The message is something that's important to get to people. People are pretty primed right now to be, willing to look into a crypto product and excited to do so.
Absolutely fantastic. I think you guys do a great job organizing everything. The interviews and the dialogue is fantastic. I've had nothing but great experiences.
It's a good reminder to people that money is a story that has changed throughout human history. Money has changed, how it's used, the technology around it has changed. And Bitcoin is clearly like this next evolution of how money and value can work. And part of understanding it is to understand the history of the monies that came before.
It was a great interaction. I think, again, you guys always organize amazing events, amazing speakers. I always learn new things.
So you had the patience to take a person like me that is a shy developer and trying to express myself, tell my story. I believe that was great. I know that you had many great guests, so I cannot wait to see that.
It's so important to me personally and to our efforts to have so much support and backing from so many wonderful people, including you all. Yeah, how you really made me feel. I was sick. I was very ill, and you sent me flowers. It was so nice. And besides, intellectually very savvy, have a heart, you really do. And I just really am very uplifted by that. And through me, Ross is too. And so I'm very grateful.
What matters is the next billion people. It was an honor for me to participate in the Coins project. And this is big, getting the next billion people. That's what matters.
Ha! It is I, Grey Tail the Old and wise, yes. I am here to give you another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Hashing, the process by which you mine Bitcoin or similar cryptocurrency by trying to solve the mathematical problem within it using cryptographic hash functions. Sounds like magic to me.
Hi there, I'm Nate Wilcox. I'm the CTO at Electric Coin Company, and we are one of the developers of the Zcash blockchain network. And I'm really excited to be here at Reimagine.
All right, hello and welcome to Reimagine 2021. This is our 1-year anniversary, 10th edition of our conference. We're super stoked. We've been hosting these events as part of our monthly series, bringing you nothing but the best projects, bright minds, and leaders in the space. We've been fortunate enough to invite many talented individuals and teams to come speak with us, providing updates, insights, and all the above that's happening in crypto. I'll be your host today, Adam from the Mousebell team, where we focus on early stage investments through our accelerator or providing development support to a number of growing projects, as well as education within the Mousebell University program. Our main objective and goals is pretty simple across all of our platforms. It's increasing adoption, use cases, and real world applications. We seek to educate really our audience, our viewers, everybody that's tuned in for the last year on blockchain by helping them understand, crypto's real impact. So super stoked, exciting guest today, Nate Wilcox, CTO at Electric Coin Company. How you doing, man? Welcome to the conference.
Yeah, thanks. Glad to be here.
So how did you survive? You and I are both in the Bay Area. Things are kind of opening up now. How were the last 15 months for you?
Oh, yeah, they have been wild. But I think I've been very fortunate. So like for me, the biggest challenge was I have 3 little kids. So during those lockdown months, it was pretty chaotic in my house. So once they were able to get back to preschool and meet with other friends and stuff, that was a huge relief.
Awesome. Yeah, no, I'm in the same boat, man. They're running around right now. They're off, which is great. It's interesting because they know when I'm like doing a recording or virtual a Zoom, like they've been trained, right, to kind of not come barge in. Anyways, man, no, that's cool. So happy to have you. You've never been on, right? You haven't been to Reimagine before?
No, first time.
Yeah, no, great. So welcome. This was born out of COVID, really. Everybody was stuck at home. Everybody was panicking. Obviously, crypto blockchain was taken off, or at least maintained its momentum. Hasn't slowed down. 24/7 space, as we both know. But really, what it is we're just highlighting a lot of teams, individuals like yourself that have been building for years. Depending on who we speak to, right? Understand kind of crypto or I should say blockchain technology, its journey, which it's just really a buzzword. Because it's been around for decades, distributed systems, encryption, right? Node networks. And so here we are today, Bitcoin kind of launched, but before we get into, where you work or Zcash technology, which is, under kind of the Electric Coin Company, your guys' team, talk about the journey. Like how did you, and first of all, your brother is the CEO, which is kind of cool. I'm assuming you guys built a lot of cool shit throughout the years. But talk to me about your journey. Everybody's gone to their own rabbit hole, their unique kind of way that they landed into it. Tell us yours.
Yeah. So for me, like blockchain is a super exciting space, but in many ways, it's a continuation of some trends that I've been like aware of or participating in for a long time. And in my mind, it's really just connected to like the heart of the internet, or like the promise of the internet, as I sort of learned it growing up. So like I went to high school in the 90s, and like when I started high school, there was a computer, and then later it got the internet. And then, you know, by the end of high school, there were multiple computers in the library, and you could go sign up if you wanted to use the internet, right? And that's the sort of era I like grew up in, playing on like IRC, Internet Relay Chat, listening to MP3s, stuff like that. When I went to college, the disruption of MP3s, I don't know if people know what MP3s are, but there was this improvement in audio compression. So like a CD, if you wanted to rip it to a computer, it's something like, you know, over half, like 700 megabytes or whatever. And on the internet back then, there wasn't much bandwidth, so you couldn't really transmit those audio files. MP3s were a new lossy compression, so it would degrade the sound quality just a bit, like imperceptibly to most people, but then the file would be like a tenth as large, and so now you could send them to each other, you know, their websites, groups, you could share them. And yeah, there was this website I was really excited about, mp3.com, which was kind of like a predecessor to SoundCloud. People could just sign up and upload their music. And for me, it was like the first time I could just explore tons of amateur musicians sharing their stuff, you know, like because the only alternative I had at the time was like radio or getting music from friends, right? So I was pretty into that. And in that era, music sharing or file sharing became like this big topic, at least for me, at least at my you know, in my college bubble. And you had like, you go to movies and there'd be like these propaganda advertisements about how you shouldn't share music. But it was incredibly pervasive. Like everyone in my dorm would share music because like, why wouldn't you, right? But there's like this really harsh pushback from like the recording industry. And that was kind of a formative thing for me, because I was like, this is so obviously good. And these dinosaurs like don't get it. And they're just like trying to force us to use things an old way, but this is obviously better, right? And the interesting thing about going back and remembering that is today, music streaming, it's everywhere. There's all kinds of services. People do it legally. People pay for it. People make money doing it. And it's like all of these fears from the incumbents at that time, they didn't pan out. That industry just didn't know how to adapt, but eventually people did, and they figured it out. And I feel like that same kind of trend keeps happening. And I feel like that might be happening today in blockchain. Like these older incumbents are like, whoa, that's not doing things the right way. We need to clamp down on that. There's some of that, and they're just struggling to adapt. So I predict, you know, in 5 or 10 years, we're going to be looking back, and it's going to be kind of a similar story, but we'll see. So through that like exposure to file sharing, I started getting exposed to like peer-to-peer decentralized networks, because so there's mp3.com. It was just a website. It was bought by some large company, I forget who then deleted all of the music off of it. Like they just bought the domain, bought the library of all the users contributed music, and just like, we're going to delete this. And I was so frustrated. So then these file sharing networks started popping up. So like the first one everyone knew about was Napster. And so it was a website where you could share, but instead of your computer uploading to the website and then another user downloading from the website, the website would just help connect the users to each other, and their machines would send the files directly to each other. It's like, oh, this is obviously like more efficient. Why not? But eventually, like that also got shut down. And it, it was operating. It was a centralized organization, centralized service, so they shut that down. Well, technologists at the time were like, okay, well, how can we make this better so that it can't be shut down? And I was in college studying computer science, and I'm like, well, this is like an interesting application of what I'm learning. So I actually took off from college to join Zuko and some others on a project called Mojo Nation, which is an attempt to build one of these decentralized storage networks. Like this is back in 2000 or 2001. And that project was super fun and super wild and like way ahead of its time. It never really took off technically. And our appetite was way too grand. So we were building a decentralized network that had a currency in it that had like distributed storage and encryption and allowed users to trade stuff. So it was basically like Filecoin, but just didn't work nearly as well, right? And it didn't really have traction. So that was like an example of like a lot of these ideas that have come up in the blockchain space have been around for a while. And I think blockchain, especially with the advent of Bitcoin, is reviving that and giving it so much more life, because now sort of the financial backbone is working. And so I'm hoping more and more people realize there's that historical connection. And this has been a longer story than just starting with Satoshi. But what Satoshi has done really like enabled this movement, which I see as like an extension of what the internet was always supposed to be. Like it was always supposed to be open and fair and empowering to individuals to participate. And that's what we're trying to create in a lot of these blockchain projects.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think you're right. Like, and we discussed this at the intro before even going live here. Just the history of even electronic, digital money, digital currency native to the internet. There were attempts, right? And it's just like the startup world. Iterations. You don't want to be the first one. You don't want to be the last one. People start tweaking things. Getting to where it needs to be. Product market fit, timing, opportunity. And a lot of that centralization is what got shut down in the early 90s, for what you're saying, for various, whether it was like a, digital currency or file sharing. And then what were your thoughts when you read the Satoshi white paper? Because it's all proven concepts, it's past concepts, it's technology that's been tested, right? But it just, I guess, snowballed into how he put it together. So the people, whoever, designed it, what were your thoughts when you first read it? I guess, like, were you like, whoa, why didn't I think of this? This makes total sense. Like, wow.
Yeah. So like, actually my exposure to Bitcoin didn't come from reading the white paper. Like I read the white paper after I already had some grasp on it, just from talking with people, talking with people and looking a bit at the code. So in that early era, when I started hearing about it, it was super interesting to me because, like the Mojo Nation project I mentioned, that was super old. It had a currency, but there was just a centralized issuer. So even though it was a peer network, there was just a centralized issuer who could issue and redeem these units. So when I learned that no one controlled that in Bitcoin, I was like, oh yeah, that has all kinds of advantages, right? Because And then I remember it took me a while to sort of wrap my head around this notion that, proof of work, um, that so it actually kind of struck me as odd that all of the information was shared with the whole network, like the whole transaction history, and then people are trying to agree on what's right. It just seemed or sounded or felt really fragile, because the way I had been thinking of peer-to-peer, which is like an older term, whereas today many people say decentralized, peer-to-peer sort of focuses more on just like node A talking to node B, and they have some pairwise connection and they share information. And then, I'm talking to you, talking to them, talking to them, and we all have different views of what's going on just because of the nature of that communication.
The nature of it, yeah.
Yeah. So the one surprising thing with learning about Bitcoin was just this idea that all of the nodes see everything, and then there's like this race to progress the ledger. So I definitely was like interested in it when I heard about it, and in my mind, it just totally fit into that peer-to-peer network niche. There's been, other stuff from, an older era like GNU FreeNet or GNU Tele, or these older file sharing networks, or decentralized consensus protocols like Cord, which is a way to create a distributed hash table. So there were some of these building blocks that I was aware of, and different networks were using. So probably BitTorrent was the most successful one. And this was like a new sort of construct. So it fit into that bucket in my mind. And I'm like, cool, here's a new one of these things. But in hindsight, it's been way more successful than any of those other older networks. So.
And what's your background to kind of understand this? I know we kind of got into you like file sharing, computer science. What are you an engineer by trade? Obviously, you're CTO. You understand the complexities of it. What's kind of your background that led you, I guess, to where you're at, or not where you're at now, but as a CTO, or just more, technically sound or knowledgeable?
Right. So, like I mentioned, and growing up, I was into computers. Like in high school, I was in the library playing on the internet computers. So I went to computer science in college. But a lot of my exposure to the distributed computing stuff, and also privacy and cryptography, came through Zuko. So he's my older brother. He was like a good 5 or 6 years older, and he got onto the cypherpunks mailing list when he was in college. So when I was a teenager, I was hearing stuff. I was learning about like PGP, to encrypt emails. And at that time, again, I was a teenager. At that time, I remember the thing was there were like strict export controls on cryptography. So PGP was a program that would let you encrypt or decrypt emails. Still does, but at that time, it was like illegal in the US to let that source code be exported from the US. And a lot of people that I was around thought that was kind of ridiculous. Like, if you put it on a website, how do you prevent people from doing that? Like, know. So, there's all kinds of interesting activism, like people printing up the source code on T-shirts, and they're like, well, this is actually just a T-shirt making a statement, so I can fly to another country, right? So, so I had that kind of exposure, and then in college, I was interested in decentralized technology. Cryptography was definitely there as an important building block, and security, like computer security in general.
So what did you do from like the early 2000s until like 2008, 10?
So I finished my bachelor's, and I worked at, just some like little software development jobs post getting the bachelor's over in Colorado, and I eventually decided to come to the Bay Area. And when I came here, I started working for a company called ISEC Partners, doing security penetration testing.
Yeah.
So that was really interesting because I had, like, through college, been focused on these peer-to-peer networks. Nobody could make money on those. There were no like companies or any. I mean, there were a few companies, but it was like definitely a niche space of more like activists or those sorts. So when I came to do security work as a consultant, I was basically going every couple of weeks or every month to like a new large scale corporate environment. So like financial service providers, giant .coms, et cetera. So I got to see all of these different work environments and also learn all of these technology stacks and find security problems in them, which is a really creative, fun kind of work for a while. After a couple of years, it started to turn into Groundhog Day, though, because I would go to like, it's a new company, but they're making the same mistakes again, right? And so I started wanting to build stuff based on what I learned instead of just finding flaws. And also, I wasn't as interested in most of those applications. So after a while, I went back into startups and kind of hopped around. So like after that, I joined Linden Lab that makes Second Life. So that's like a virtual world. And that was sort of just a different exposure, but something very creative. And that stack covered all kinds of things. Eventually, I ended up at Least Authority again with Zuko. And there we were building an encrypted decentralized storage network, again, trying to learn the lessons from the previous generation.
Yeah.
And while I was there, we also began doing security auditing, partially based on my experience, but this time focused on privacy enabling technologies, usually for activists or like just open source projects. So things like Tor project, Signal are two of the more well-known from that area. And there I felt really good because I had learned sort of the security analysis skill, but I didn't care about the applications very much. And now I was like, hey, now I'm getting back to the kinds of applications that really motivate me, like empowering users, helping open access to the internet, making the internet fair by giving people the tools to like protect themselves, connect out of like repressive regimes, encrypt their data, so on and so forth. And so it was in that context when I heard about Bitcoin. And so it sort of naturally, fit into that milieu.
No, I mean, your story is like setting you up for success, and why you get your team is so good in what you're doing. Now you've been able to apply for the last X amount of years to what you're building. So like, we have a lot of projects in here, a lot of protocols, a lot of different layer 1s and 2s, and you guys kind of incorporate all that. And Bitcoin kind of was. You made some tweaks to how the Bitcoin technology was first applied, and going back to what you're saying on security, privacy, and you guys kind of have done your own thing. So for like our audience that's tuning in, what is Zcash?
Yeah, so Zcash is very much inspired by Bitcoin, similar to Bitcoin, except we believe that basically every protocol, not just cryptocurrency protocols and not just specific cryptocurrency protocols, but basically every decentralized protocol needs strong privacy built in at the base layer. So what we've aimed to do with Zcash is take the design of Bitcoin and add really strong privacy at the base layer, because we build, anything built on top needs that protection at the base layer. And if you don't have it at the base layer, it is very difficult to sort of apply it on a higher layer. So
why is that why is that important in terms of, well, a couple things. One thing what you're saying is you got to bake this privacy, feature, this technology into the protocol itself, and not retroactively come back and try to implement it or integrate it later. So you guys put a heavy focus on that, for that purpose, right? And then two, like, what about those that say, Bitcoin is anonymous, and it's not, you can use it for a variety of negative reasons, but it's kind of the opposite, right? Bitcoin is actually transparent, which is the reason why you guys, applied your guys' privacy and security into it for that reason. I think a lot of people think Bitcoin is just, you can get around, but it's actually traceable, trackable. It's like complete opposite.
I think a lot of it's natural to make that mistake, because in the like brick and mortar old school world, if like people associate privacy with your identity. So like if you walk into a grocery store and buy something with cash, but you never tell them your name, people might think of that as private. But if you have to sign up on something and you have to register with your name, that's not private. But that's not really at all how privacy works. It's not really directly connected to identity, and at a finer grain level, everything we do carries information, often called metadata, and that metadata reveals a lot about what we're doing, especially when it can be aggregated across different activities, different protocols, different times, different people like your friends and family. And that fact about privacy is, I think, the biggest picture thing that everyone is coming to terms with as the internet grows up. So everyone's kind of getting it more and more now. So like the Cambridge Analytica hack on Facebook, or sorry, not hack, but the Cambridge Analytica issue
Exposure.
on Facebook of made people realize, wow, it's not only, it's like all of this information allows really specific targeting, and then what can you do? Like surveillance is just half of the problem. The other half is what happens with that surveilled data, right? So Bitcoin, the transaction graph is totally transparent. So all that is a lot of metadata, and if you just combine that with just a few other bits of information, it all starts to like fall into place like dominoes for any kind of analysis or surveillance.
For sure. And yeah, I think there's companies that do these analysis and track and trace, transactions, wallets. It was just that initial narrative when, back in the day on the dark web, or, some of these other, was a Silk Road, people were using Bitcoin, but it wasn't, like you said, that was just the way to operate and transact, and people understood kind of the technology, but it wasn't a great way to hide, evade. Now there's companies that like, track and trace and see what you can do. Going back to the privacy, which spans across a lot of things. So how do you tackle, go ahead.
Oh yeah, sorry. There's a connection to that older experience I had around file sharing. So like when people started using file sharing networks, they're like, I just run the software. I don't have to sign up. I have no account. I can just share whatever. But of course, it was just out on the internet and totally visible, all of their metadata, even though their name and identity wasn't attached to it. So people will get nailed that way, right? by having that misunderstanding, like, oh, since my name is not there, it's private. That's just not
They
true.
can't find me. Yeah, not true. It's actually more visible. It's actually pretty easy to find. But so how did you guys tackle that problem? Like using zero knowledge proofs, which have been around for quite some time as well. How did you apply that, and how does that keep it private, in your guys' protocol?
Yeah. So so there, zero knowledge proving is this branch of cryptography that's been around a while. So cryptographers had been aware and studying it, and some of the cryptography engineering enthusiasts, like folks on the cypherpunks mailing list, knew about the potential, but there had been no practical applications. And the reason is, with that research, there had always been various practical hurdles, and so a big one would be just performance. And so the Zcash project really got started not by me or Zuko or the initial engineering team, but by researchers. So there was one group led by Matthew Green, who looked at Bitcoin and they're like, this is cool, but there's no privacy on chain. So they did some research and developed a protocol called Zero Coin, which does provide some privacy, but it has some limits and some trade-offs. And they took that to a Bitcoin conference and they're like, check this out, we should add this to Bitcoin to add strong privacy on the base layer. And Bitcoin developers at that conference were like, this is pretty cool, but this cryptography is like pretty new, and we should be really conservative with Bitcoin. Like, we shouldn't introduce like cutting edge technology, because that could disrupt this network that's beginning to blossom. So we should really preserve what we have. And I think that sort of caution has continued in the Bitcoin community. And I think it's a really good instinct, right? Like, Bitcoin is amazing. Let's not do anything too risky with it. And, there's these practical issues, like this research is cool, but to generate these transactions, or the size of the transactions, or issues like that aren't going to work well for Bitcoin. So come back to us after you've done more research, it's more efficient, and what would be best maybe is to see it deployed in a live system elsewhere, and then if it's demonstrated, then maybe it can be integrated into Bitcoin. So that was the message. And then I think also around that time, those researchers led by Matt Green got in touch with some other researchers who, including Eli Ben Sasson and other folks who were the original founding scientists of the Electric Coin Company. And those scientists had been working on zero knowledge proving directly and had made it more efficient. And they got together to improve on the zero coin research, and they came up with something called Zero Cash. And Zero Cash is basically what we took almost wholesale, that research, and just plugged it in to the Bitcoin design in order to launch the Zcash network. So it uses zero knowledge proving technology. What that allows you to do is, if you have a wallet that supports it, you can store your funds at an address, and nobody sees that address on the blockchain. And then you can transmit funds to anyone else's address. That creates a transaction where all of the information is opaque and encrypted, that gets posted to the blockchain. And then the magic of the zero knowledge proving technology is that the full nodes can validate that transaction is following the rules. It's not creating new ZEC, and whoever is spending the funds controls the secret key to authorize that transfer. But they can't see anything else about it, like the amount, who it's going to, who it's coming from. So that's sort of the magic that we got rolling with.
Yeah. And when I think of Zcash and the token and cryptocurrency, people that are trying to understand the space and the different protocols and layer ones, is Zcash like the technology? Can you apply that to anything? One, and then two, or is it for you to transact value as a currency, native digital currency, like literally, amount of value, or can you leverage the technology for other use cases?
Right. Zero knowledge proving is very general.
Yeah.
And it can be used for all kinds of applications, and people are just beginning to wrap their heads around it. And most of those people, I think, are in the blockchain space, but there could very well be many applications even beyond that, like because it's useful anywhere you have two parties and one wants to demonstrate that they're following a set of rules without to the other, without revealing any of the private information that those rules constrain. So that's it's kind of very general, and we see it in blockchain usually where people want to add privacy or where people want to add scalability. There's actually a really interesting and deep connection between those two. So today in blockchains, those are the two areas where zero knowledge proving is sort of taking off.
How are they correlated though? So we're talking about privacy using zero knowledge proofs, and then zero knowledge proofs on like roll-ups in terms of batching transactions. How is that correlated? And does the technology just apply to both issues within the blockchain space of privacy and scalability? And therefore, if you leverage, zero knowledge proofs, you can, kill two birds with one stone on one protocol like yourself?
So I actually think there is a deeper connection between privacy and scalability that's even more general necessarily than zero knowledge proving. So when you think about it, if you want a scalable network, what that means is the network design needs to get the right information to the right participants, and any other information that needs to get spread around or happens to get spread around to other nodes has two problems. One, it's more overhead, so it makes the design less scalable. And two, it can be surveilled, right? So you can kind of solve two birds with one stone if you can design a system where only the people who need the information need to transmit it through the architecture. So that's easier to say than do, and zero knowledge proving is like definitely a key building block for doing that. So when we launched Zcash, and for a long time, especially because zero knowledge is in the name, people think it's about privacy primarily. But there's this other important aspect to it, which is the data you're proving something about might be large, but the proof you make about that data can be very small. And so this lets you do things like, I can prove that I have 10,000 valid transactions, and the end result after applying all of them would be this state change on the blockchain, but the state change is very small and the proof is small, and now I can send that to a validator, and so or a full node, and those nodes don't need to see all of the 10,000 transactions. So that's what rollups are doing basically.
Lighter, compressed. What kind of like governance model do you have, or node validator kind of structure does Zcash have to validate all of these things?
Right. So yeah, when you mention governance structure, there's two sort of layers to Zcash. So the base layer of the technology is very similar to Bitcoin. There's proof of work miners, there's full nodes, and then there's wallets and block explorers and other infrastructure. And that is just like Bitcoin. So if like it could experience a chain split just like Bitcoin versus Bitcoin Cash. And in fact, we already have in Zcash, there's another project called Ycash that didn't like the direction they saw like the main network going in, and they decided to split off. So it has those sort of dynamics, like what I think of as the base network.
Yeah.
But the so the consensus rules are different from Bitcoin because a portion of the newly issued ZEC, instead of all going to miners, a portion of it, about 20%, goes to multiple development orgs. And so they're getting funding from the blockchain. And so those organizations have like an explicit governance structure above sort of that base layer. And so that's like a huge difference from Bitcoin.
Wow. Yeah, totally. And how do you align like engineering and development through this effort? If it's, if there's miners and then there's all of these other funds and, you guys are trying to operate it and build and maintain the community, how do you align like engineering or prioritize development efforts, engineering efforts, upgrades, things of that sort? I think, when people look at communities, blockchain communities or protocols, right? They try to decentralize as much as possible with the DAO governance structure. And you kind of just touched on it. But, it seems like another group, within the community wanted to fork off and do their own thing. How do you prioritize some of the development within Zcash and move forward cohesively?
Right. That's a really great question, because we've prioritized decentralizing. So there's no like blockchain governance. There's no on-chain voting. There's no DAO or anything like that. And so what we've done is just prioritized splitting up where those development funds go. So I think many projects do have something similar, like development funds, and those usually go to either a single organization that's either like a legal entity organization or to something like a DAO. But in Zcash, those funds are going to 3 different recipients that are largely independent. So I think that's good for decentralization, but it makes it very challenging to coordinate, because each of these recipient orgs, we're just figuring out what we think would be good to develop the protocol, like what might users want, what would, would this cause a chain split, or would most users want to upgrade to this? Will miners adopt this change? So on and so forth. And since these organizations are independent, we have like more of a challenge to coordinate between them, and also to like have each of them communicate to the community and the community to know what's going on, right? So I think there's a trade-off there between decentralization and independence versus coordination. But even with that, Zcash has a really steady pace of what we call network upgrades, which are technically hard forks. So the protocol gets changed in a backwards incompatible way. We've done that twice a year for like 3 years, I think, which is a pretty rapid pace of upgrades. And so usually what happens is, if there's disagreement between developers or the community seems to balk at a change, we'll just, my company has in the past scaled back, like proposing multiple features or changes in a protocol upgrade, and then we don't feel like it seems to have sufficient support, and so we might pull out like this feature that people are uncertain about, or that needs more time to bake or whatever, and leave in these other features. So what I think that has done is, most of the upgrades, most of the features are fairly conservative sort of incremental improvements, or some of them are not incremental. We've made some huge improvements, but they're improvements that are like so obviously good to everyone that there hasn't been much pushback. Yeah, so, and those big ones have been usually improvements in the zero knowledge proving. So in November, we're about to sort of ship like the third generation of zero knowledge proving technology in Zcash, which improves a lot. So it works on your smartphone. It doesn't have a challenge that the previous ones had, where we needed to do what's called a parameter setup ceremony, which is like a place attackers could attack to like compromise the whole protocol. So we no longer have that. So yeah, we're incrementally improving even with this sort of decentralization.
How important has it been to engage and be an active like participant? Or I'm sorry, how important is it for you to engage the community? Like, how important is the community to Zcash?
It's huge, and we have a really big challenge around knowing what the community of ZEC users wants, or even who they are, right? Because it's a privacy coin. So we have like user forums, we have open development meetings, there's discussions on Twitter, Telegram, you know, all these different Discord, there's all these different discussions going on. And then there's these organizations receiving development funding. And a lot of people have opinions, but it's hard to ever know, like, what if all of these people are just like one corner of the full ZEC user base and we just don't even know? So in all of my work on Zcash, I've advocating for being somewhat conservative, so a little bit more conservative than Ethereum, which just like, we're gonna reinvent everything and go for it, like try all these new amazing things. In Zcash, we've been kind of middle of the road between Bitcoin and Ethereum. So Bitcoin is very conservative, like, let's not disrupt this miracle, right? Ethereum's like, we're gonna shard, switch to proof of stake, full programmability, whatever, right? So part of that middle of the road philosophy for me had me resisting doing on-chain governance in the past, because it was like new and not proven to me. But as time goes on and I see other projects and like DAOs forming and successfully operating, so like probably one example in my mind would be MakerDAO, which has successfully iteratively decentralized over time. And yet Maker is like a big cornerstone. So that kind of success, it has caused me to lean more and more towards wanting some sort of on-chain governance mechanism, especially so that we can hear from any users we might not be hearing from. So,
and I asked that because, you know, we're talking to a lot of various blockchains and people are tuning in and learning about all these different blockchains and different communities, different technologies, different strategies and methods. And it's just kind of cool to hear everybody's side of how they approach it. You know, everyone's trying to figure it out too. And there's been a lot of talk or lately, like a lot of bridging, you know, interoperability. How does Zcash play into that within the whole blockchain ecosystem? Are you know, interoperable with other chains, compatible?
So my worldview is very much one of many blockchains interoperating, which sort of matches, like, say, the Cosmos worldview. You know, about the Cosmos project is like, you know, let's just make all of the blockchains connect. So I love that idea. And Zcash has some interoperability, but its technology is very similar to Bitcoin. And that poses some challenges for interoperability compared to newer things. So for example, we can't deploy Cosmos inter-blockchain communication protocol as is without making some key changes to consensus. But I would like to do that. So today, there are, like, one example is there's the RenVM project, which is like a network that can custody funds from different blockchains and then issue wrapped tokens in different places. So using that, you can send ZEC through that to get RINZEC on Ethereum, and then you can do stuff with that. Now, Zcash has the strong privacy, and then it has ZEC, and those are like the two things it has. But one thing that's coming that the community is very excited about and that we're like working on is something called Zcash shielded assets, or sometimes people call them ZK assets or user defined assets. There's different names in our decentralized community. And the idea there is that it's very likely we'll upgrade the blockchain to support any number of arbitrary assets. And once we've done that, then bridging to other blockchains starts to become a much different story, right? So like if we can build a bridge to Ethereum, you could bring any ERC20 you want over to the Zcash network. You would have really strong privacy. You would have really good mobile wallet support with privacy, and cheap transaction fees and things of that nature. So that's sort of the direction I see Zcash going. It will begin, or it will continue to interoperate with more and more networks.
And one thing that you brought up, in our discussion was like protocols are only as strong as their front ends.
Mm.
What do you mean by that? By wallets and websites? And obviously, there's some kind of correlation on at what point, because a lot of this is like Web 2.0, 3.0, giving up our data. We're so used to it. You're only as decentralized as probably your least decentralized part, I guess, of whatever part of the stack. And so what did you mean by kind of the you're only as strong as your front ends, I guess, in this discussion?
Yeah, I think that is the for technologists that want to ensure individuals can connect to these free and open and permissionless protocols. The connection, getting like the last mile between the user and the protocol is critical. And I think in blockchain, at least where I sit, a lot of people are focused on the protocol. So if somebody talks about Uniswap, they're talking about like the Uniswap smart contract. Somebody talks about Zcash, they're talking about zero knowledge proofs in transactions on the blockchain. But the protocols aren't going to matter if people don't have access to wallets that can use them. And when I say that, it sounds it's obvious and it sounds kind of goofy, but I'm actually kind of raising the alarm bell because we've seen, so for example, Uniswap is the smart contract is immutable and permissionless and allows exchanging any assets that are ERC20, right? But Uniswap, the organization, decided to remove access to certain assets on their front end, which is the default Uniswap front end.
Just recently, right? You're talking about just recently?
Yeah, just recently. And
like
it's
a few weeks
totally,
ago. Yeah.
It's totally understandable that they would do that. And by they're doing that to comply with regulation or enforcement, or maybe they're doing that sort of preemptively before anything's a problem, just to keep their organization on the right track and in the good graces. But this shows us, like, if you want access to a permissionless decentralized thing, you're going to need to find software, install it, and use it. And to do that, somebody has to develop the software, somebody has to distribute it to you through something like maybe an app store, and then it's got to run on your device. And I see this area as the area things are going to heat up in a lot if there is contention or pushback about like how do we regulate these things. So just now in the infrastructure bill, there's these amendments flying back and forth to fix this problem that's in the infrastructure bill, which has wording that could make software developers, like software developers of wallets, be considered brokers, and that would force them to either stop doing what they're doing or to collect the personal information of everyone who uses the wallet and track their financial information. And that just doesn't, like, that the whole point of cryptocurrency is I can just send you funds if I have your address, and we're just running the software. And so that's like the legislative front. But then we have like the app store. So maybe the legislation, like the better amendments get in, things look good on that end. But then the app stores, like Apple's like, well, this is too risky for us. This makes us nervous. So we're just going to prevent any applications that, hit this checkbox from being downloadable, right? So there's this whole chain of getting software to users that I'm really keen on drawing people's attention to. Like, if you want open permissionless access to these open permissionless protocols, we got to protect getting the software into people's hands.
And I guess that's what you were talking about on the software supply chain, I guess, right?
Yeah. So like the whole,
which I never really thought about. Yeah.
Like software development, I wouldn't be surprised in the future if like bad regulation tries to prevent development of certain software.
Yeah.
And again, with there doesn't need to be bad regulation, but just enough risk. And then GitHub might be like, oh, well, we're going to have to close down repositories that develop this kind of software. I don't know the chance of that happening, but the chance is large enough to make me nervous, to make me want to get people in the blockchain space or any decentralization tech space thinking, oh, well, how are we going to protect people's ability to openly innovate with software and share it with other people, and anyone can run the software that they choose. Yeah.
A lot to think about. I think, time will tell. It's kind of nuts, and there's always these bottlenecks and like central points of failure still. The infrastructure is being developed. We still have some of these hybrid, centralized, decentralized applications to get in and out, on ramps and off ramps. But at some point, there is. One thing that I thought about a couple of years ago was like, why wouldn't Visa and MasterCard and the banks just shut off your card or not allow you to transact to get into crypto, right? Because a lot of these things are like, they put your card up and you can get in. And I'm like, why wouldn't they just stop your, I don't know, Visa, MasterCard, Discover, just put a block to these types of however it plays out on the back end, the APIs and all that, like, just be like, no, you can't buy crypto. And I don't know if that's possible, or maybe all they care about is payments.
That is totally happened. I'm not actually super sure about credit card companies, but definitely banks.
For sure.
Have for crypto people have been like, we're closing your account. We're not going to tell you why. You have 30 days to.
I was at the bank. I was at the bank setting up a crypto account in like 2013, 14. And I was like, what is this? Like, I came across Bitcoin in 2013. And then I started seeing like some companies come in kind of randomly. And then my coworker was buying crypto. It's all a blur, like how this Bitcoin, and then I'm working in it. And when I look back, I'm like, damn, I should have bought like tons of it, back in 2013, 14. But at one point I was like, why wouldn't they? Well, I think Visa and them, they just care about payments. They make money, but the government could, I wasn't sure if they could be like, hey, like you can't allow these types of transactions to these companies or whatever the case is. And now you're like, you can't get from the traditional world to the metaverse and crypto world. But you're talking about the same thing on the development side, the software side, I should say, that there are some bottlenecks where we got to be careful. And all they have to do is tweak the language, like, to put some scare in it. It's so broad, so vague. And, they're, like you said, they can put a real hinder on the innovation side, and just enough to stop the pace of innovation, which hopefully that doesn't happen.
Yeah. I guess I want to say one other thing about that, which is like, I'm not anti-regulation, by the way.
Totally.
I'm just anti-bad regulation.
Yeah.
And as a technologist, instead of like doing policy advocacy or whatever. I'm just going to try to build the tools that help individuals as best I can. But I do think there's sort of like this mindset problem in financial regulation in the U.S. In my opinion, and I'm no expert at all, but it seems it's very based on surveillance, right? Like anti-money laundering requires institutions to like submit suspicious activity reports and whatnot. But the thing is, I mean, I feel like it should be obvious to people eventually, but like I almost want to say we're in a pandemic of surveillance, right?
Yeah,
like,
totally.
I mean, yeah, there's like SolarWinds. There's like the new thing about Apple scanning your personal content, but to protect people. It's always to protect people, but like, so you know, SolarWinds hack. I mean, this all of the Snowden leaks that demonstrated the U.S. government was spying illegally on American citizens with dragnets, and this isn't. It's not a one-way thing either. There's like the Office of Personnel Management breach, where people aren't sure, but maybe like Chinese hackers got personnel records for everyone in the United States government or associated with the United States government. So that's a complete honeypot of information that's totally vulnerable, and it's because we don't have strong privacy protection technology. And so the fact that the folks who want to nominally protect consumers and users try to do that by increasing the amount of surveillance is totally backwards. It's making everyone more vulnerable. So let's really protect people, right? So your mandate's good. Let's just do it the right way. Yeah. So
no, and I know we got to jump off in a minute or two. We're going over, but no, you're totally right. And this has opened my eyes too. I've heard of Zcash, obviously, you know, I got in for a little while. And the point is privacy, it takes, it's a broad range, but the way that you guys are using it, it's not anti this, anti that, you know, the narrative, right? Just in crypto in general was just completely off. And it's coming to light of like what these things are. But no, I was super excited about talking to you about this discussion after digging deep into it. And it just all makes sense on like, you know, you are protecting, you know, well, we have protection now in general from our credit card companies and the banks and all that. And that wasn't in crypto. And you're just bringing what we're used to into crypto for our protection, which goes across foreign, you know, from foreign like attacks and hack attacks. And it's not really anti this or against this. It's just allowing us to control our own data, our own, you know, identities, our own, could just control it all. Because right now we give it up. Our social security is out in the open, right? We have hacks at our credit card companies, all these centralized, you know, institutions and companies. So yeah, no, I think you guys are definitely. So what's on the roadmap? You know, we got a couple minutes here. What's on the roadmap moving forward? And we'll kind of wrap this thing up for Zcash.
Yeah, so I mentioned earlier, like the big thing coming up is our next network upgrade by the end of the year. And we call it Network Upgrade 5. And that's going to roll out a new zero knowledge proving platform called Halo. And we're really excited about this because it overcomes some challenges of older zero knowledge proving systems, and both in Zcash and that we've seen deployed in other cases. So it doesn't require what are called trusted parameter setups. So it's a lot safer. And it works well for sort of doing recursive proving, which is the kind of technique I was describing that allows scalability. So this is our first upgrade with this sort of new platform. And then we also have, we're continuing to improve mobile shielded wallets. So those are the wallets with strong privacy. And we have like some user interface improvements, something called unified addresses, to allow people using the shielded private technology to still interact with others who aren't using that technology more safely. And so that's all like this year. Coming down the pike, I mentioned there's a lot of interest in people working on support for multiple assets in Zcash. We just published a blog post last week, I think, at Electric Coin Company saying we think there are many advantages to switching to proof of stake. So we're starting to like do serious research to see if we can do that kind of transition. Especially since we're watching Ethereum do it. But that's still like up for discussion across the community. Everyone's talking about like, is that a good idea or not a good idea? Different people disagree. So those are big ones. And then down the road, we'll be able to use the Halo platform to roll out more kinds of scalability and programmability on a private platform that's already really well made for just doing safe, private, fast payments. So
and where can our audience like find out more about your guys' updates and what you guys are putting out, newsletters and stuff and forums and all that? Where can they find that?
Yeah, well, they're spread around. If you want to dive into Zcash as a whole, you can go to z.cash, the website. My company is Electric Coin Company. So that's where we're sharing like the kinds of things we're working on. There's one of the other recipient orgs of the blockchain funding is called the Zcash Foundation. So they have a website. There are multiple Discords that you can find, I think, from the z.cash website. There's another website called Zcash Community that can help you get plugged in also. So yeah, check out all these resources.
Privacy and money, right? And in this digital economy and everything's online now. So like this is all super important. It's needed, it's necessary for a variety of reasons. All right, Nate, we've gone like well over our time, but it's been a pleasure talking with you. CTO over at Electric Coin Company. Nate Wilcox, we hope to, if not have you back, at least somebody else on your team to give us updates. We do this every month. So, we'd love to extend another invite and have you guys participate down the road and catch up. There's so much we could be here for days and talk about everything, but we'll go ahead and cut it off here. For everybody tuning in, hopefully you enjoyed the discussion. This will be free on our YouTube channel, so go ahead and check that out. Nate Wilcox, CTO over at Electric Coin Company, thank you for joining, and we'll hope to see you again.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. It was meaningful for me. Thanks.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody. Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell. Roger Vayer. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. Get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Hey, how you doing? It's time for another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Fork. A fork creates alternate versions of the blockchain, and then the split blockchain runs simultaneously on different parts of the network. A hard fork renders prior invalid transactions valid and vice versa. A soft fork renders previously valid transactions invalid, but not the inverse. And that's it. Now I got no more forks to give.
Just caught word of some breaking news. People are outside of Parliament demanding that the High Chancellor answer their questions. The people are chanting, "When Moon, when Lambo." When Moon, when Lambo. Back to you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our virtual blockchain conference series, Reimagine 2021, brought to you by Mousebell. I'm your co-host, Ashley Meredith, and today we're bringing you a very special 10th anniversary event. We have been doing this virtual conference series since May 2020, height of COVID lockdown while everyone was stuck at home, and we're just so grateful that we've been able to continue bringing you community and education virtually, and for the following we've built, and for everyone for tuning in. And today I'm excited to lead and help facilitate this Teller panel where we're bringing in guests from all over the crypto space to talk about their experiences and kind of do a retrospective on how far we've come or haven't come. So I'm pleased to introduce some of our next guests. We've got Nick Fett, the CTO of Teller. How are you doing today, Nick?
Hey, doing great. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. Evan Kuo, founder of Ampleforce. How are you doing, Evan?
Great, Ashley. Great to be on here again. Thanks for inviting me.
Absolutely. And for anyone who's just tuning in, Evan is one of our repeat guests, a friend of the pod or the show, you might say. So definitely head on over to our YouTube channel, smash that subscribe button, check out some of his other interviews and our other Teller panels that we've done in the past. We also have Robert Lauco, CEO of Liquidity. Hey, Robert, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well, and I'm excited to be on your show.
Yes, thanks for being here. And David Goldberg, core contributor at Synthetics. How are you doing, David?
Doing great. Thanks again for having me. Excited to jump into stuff.
Absolutely. And a big thank you to Teller, our sponsor for this event, and for putting this panel together and getting some of these bright minds in the space and people who are working on really great projects. So to get started, Nick, why don't you tell us, we'll do like a retrospective of what the last year has been like in crypto, what the last 10 years have been like. I mean, it's not our 10th year anniversary, but we have done this event 10 times. So a little backwards looking, forwards looking. How did you get started in crypto?
Oh man, I'll try and keep it like relatively short. I always, I feel like everybody always asks you how you get into crypto. It's like such a weird question. Um, but since we're doing the retrospective piece, I can jump into it. So I've been in crypto a while. I got in. I was big into the libertarian movement. Ron Paul 2012. If any of you were into U.S. politics back then. But yeah, so it was. I got into Bitcoin pretty early, and then I ended up working at the CFTC, regulator for cryptocurrencies and derivatives. Was on the blockchain working group there, and then I left in 2017 to do a decentralized derivative startup. I got an Ethereum Foundation grant. That was kind of what got me kicked off, and during that, obviously, since everyone here builds like sort of derivative products, everyone obviously realizes that one of the key components to any derivative product is an oracle. And so this was like in 2017, we were working on the oracle problem, and especially in 2017, there was like really nothing as far as oracles go that was live. It was like really, really just you used a centralized one, or you were an oracle yourself, and that was it. So we started working on the oracle problem. We came up with a solution that we kind of liked, and that became and has evolved into Teller. And that was kind of how we got started. So yeah, that's kind of the retrospective of how I got started. And then, the other question was just like, what's it been like, whatever the past year in the space. And yeah, I mean, the past year has just been wild. It's been awesome to see. I'm sure all these guys know too. Everything's completely changing as far as, just each of these bull markets. You get so many new people in, so many new companies. There's just so much money floating around for people to start new companies. And even just being in for a while, like it's cool to see a lot of this stuff kind of finally coming to fruition. And, I'm sure maybe we'll talk about like the whole US regulation thing, but it's like, like as we're speaking, like literally like US senators are talking about DeFi products, which is, just you wouldn't have even been able to say anything like that, 5 years ago. Like I remember being, at a US regulatory agency, and like we were still learning what Bitcoin was. So it's really cool to see where it's come, and I'm excited to kind of be part of moving it forward. So.
Absolutely. It is always a funny question, like how did you get into crypto? And it's like somehow like it kind of finds us, especially if you're interested in things like libertarianism. And it's really common. A lot of the top people in the space who got into crypto, Charles Hoskinson, Eric Voorhees, that we've interviewed before, have talked about working on the Ron Paul campaign, or getting interested in his ideas early on.
Well, I find it interesting. Like I came from I grew up like evangelical Christian, and that was like, you would always get that question, like, when did you become a Christian? Like it was sort of this, as if when you became a Christian had any sort of like reputation tied to it. And that's like, sometimes I feel like that's what you have now in the space, where it's this, like what clout do you hold because of when you got in the space? But anyway.
Is it the case of like the earlier you embrace Christianity, the more valuable your afterlife coin is worth?
Exactly. Yeah.
Can we just say that?
Well, and then same with like people ask you like when you get in crypto, as if they try and put like, oh, he must be loaded, and it's like, no, man, I sold all my Bitcoin in 2014. Like, what are you talking about? So sorry.
Definitely. And then just how much explosive growth we've seen only in the last year. We also interviewed the VP of markets over at blockchain.com for this series. So anyone just tuning in, check out that interview as well on our YouTube channel. But they reported back in March that their user base tripled in the last year. So just massive, massive growth over last year. It's really exciting to see. How about you, Robert? How did you get into crypto? What's it been like the last year?
Yeah, it's good that you mentioned that oftentimes it's like crypto that finds you, because in my case, it was quite literally true, because I grew up in Switzerland in the canton of Zug, which then later became the crypto valley, so to say. And even though, I mean, I heard about Bitcoin, I think it was in 2013, I found it interesting, but then I didn't really delve too deep. But then a few years later, when Vitalik came to like my hometown, so to say, and founded Ethereum there, I mean, that was the moment when I really got stoked and I got sucked into this whole new like ecosystem. And yeah, I mean, initially my kind of research focus, because back then I just like did it in my free time, not professionally. My research focus was on this kind of distinction or this new concept of proof of stake. Back then, people were like saying, oh, proof of stake will never work because it's like nothing at stake. You have this vulnerability and the rich get even richer. And you had like those initial like concerns. And then I also like chimed in the discussion. I wrote some blog posts and also like put out my own ideas. And that like brought me like with like, thanks to a chain of lucky coincidences, brought me to Dfinity, which back then was like very small. I mean, they didn't even have an office. And so I got into touch with like the 5 or 8 people there. And I basically landed my first job as a blockchain researcher with Dfinity in 2017. And after working there like 2.5 years on things like consensus algorithms and some game theory stuff, I just realized that I was also more and more interested in the whole DeFi space that was unfolding in the Ethereum ecosystem. And then in November 2019, that basically led me to like fully focus on my own thing, because I had ideas like how to make borrowing and stable coins a bit more capital efficient than what was available, like MakerDAO. And yeah, that's how I basically started my own project Liquidity in 1.5 years already ago.
Awesome. So you spent most of the time your company has been around in the last year during the pandemic. How has that been for you?
Yeah, that was a bit interesting because I started and then like 2 or 3 months later, I made it. Like it was really lucky. I was lucky that I made it to Paris, like ECC in March 2020, because that's where I met some of the people there, and I could kind of already like get some important contacts and just like get really started. Because after that, I mean, everything just closed down, and it was really, I mean, our team is like scattered around the whole like globe, and I'm just the only one working from Switzerland. My like team members, they are like in the UK, the US, Vietnam, and other countries. So I mean, given this setup, I mean, it's already clear that we would just communicate over Zoom. So we didn't like really like suffer too much from that. But of course, I guess the whole like project would look differently if we had the chance to just meet physically and set up an office or whatever.
Yeah, we've been a remote first company since our inception. So it wasn't too much of a transition for me. I've been working at home for 3 years, but we did have an office in San Francisco. I miss being able to go into an office, but it seems like over the last year, the adage like crypto never sleeps, like it's not just the markets, it's the people working on this stuff. And because of those principles of decentralization and this collaboration that had already been happening for years all over the world, it's like nothing was going to stop people, and amazing things have been built over the last year. Yeah, thanks for sharing. How about you, David? How did you get started in crypto, and how has the last year been for you?
Yeah, so I got started in crypto. I started a smart contract auditing company, and that was back in ended 2017. So just before kind of the last bull run cycle. And then worked on audits for a while, had some interesting work. After a while, realized that launching a product was also interesting. So started working on some product related startup. And then earlier this year, I joined Synthetics as a core contributor. So that was in January. So it's been an awesome year. I mean, just learning a ton about DeFi and being very deep on layer 2s and what we're doing on optimism. So that led to, some great, just knowledge buildup. And I think like my focus has always been on just like taking a long-term approach to the space. I think it's easy to get caught up in like the excitement of bull runs, and then obviously like if the bear market comes, like it's easy to kind of get a little either down or discouraged or whatever. But I think from what I've seen, it's like if you just think really long term, like it's the early days of the space and it's extremely exciting. So yeah, that's how I got involved in the space.
Yeah, super exciting to be in a really pioneering industry. And finally, like only this year has anyone in my family finally asked me to like explain some of this to them. So I'm like, yay, people are finally interested in this, and my expertise is only becoming more and more valuable, So also encourage, students who are tuning in. We have a robust university program. We interact with students and startups from 100 universities in 24 countries. Adding this domain expertise to something that you're already passionate about, I think will only pay dividends. Like you said, it's early days, and get in early. It's still early.
So when did you join Synthetics, David?
January
this
year.
Yeah, because that's like no, I mean Synthetics. Synthetics is like one of my favorite like rebound stories of all times.
Oh, yeah, I've got a perspective. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
I would love any perspective you have on that, because they like, what were they, Haven before?
Yeah, Haven. Yep.
Haven, and then they like went to nothing.
Exactly. So yeah, so basically, Haven was one of our audit customers.
Yeah.
And so back in 2018, like early to spring of 2018, we had audited Haven, and we really liked the team. And so so basically they had this system where they found that they could use some underlying token, which was called the HAV, which is now, it's basically rebranded as SNX, to allow people to mint a stable coin, right? And then use that stable coin to like do things. And their vision was just kind of like, okay, we see that there's now a bunch of stable coins. Where can we kind of extend this model? And so I think the insight they had was that they were kind of the first protocol to realize you could then use the same mechanism to create like any synthetic asset, which is basically then they rebranded to Synthetics. And it's a great example of like continuing to build during the bear market, right? Because 2018, we all got hit pretty hard with the bear market. I think for me, it showed me if you really believe in a team who's going to just keep building and really believes in what they're doing, that's usually a good strategy, even regardless of market conditions, I guess. And so, then that sort of blew up into Synthetics with derivatives trading. And, one of the other really important, for those who don't know, like Synthetics is a derivatives trading platform. So basically they have this mechanism that used to be like exactly or similar to what Haven had done to create like NUSD, which is called Namens USD. But they applied that same mechanism to be able to create any synthetic asset, and then traders can come on and do leverage trading on chain. So, for example, right now we've integrated with Optimism on layer 2, and we're going to be releasing like futures trading at some point. And so traders will be able to come on, take out leveraged positions against, trades, whether long or short. And that's all happening, via Ethereum, which is pretty exciting. And, it's pretty powerful to be able to get on L2s. Because
you guys were like one of the first people, though. I mean, like, what was the inflation rate on the coin during the rebrand there?
Oh, that's a good question.
They just they just decided to print. We're like, the coin's worthless basically, so we're just going to print out the wazoo and basically give it to stakers. It was like the first yield farming kind of example, or not the first, but like yield farming sort of followed after that in a very similar vein, I would say.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure, like sort of the decision making around some of that stuff, but I do think it was pretty interesting because at first they had no inflationary element to their token, and then they introduced that. And I think one of the things that we've continued to see is that one of the best ways to build community is through incentives and like things like that. And so when you kind of introduce this sort of inflationary element, it gives you a lot of, as a protocol, flexibility to then roll things out that really help build engagement in the community over time. And obviously there's the right balance of like how much inflation, and that's like a difficult token economics decision to be weighing. The other thing that's really impressed me about Synthetics, then maybe don't want to take up like obviously the whole time here or anything. So is just their move. They were really, I think, one of the pioneers of moving to a decentralized governance, like making that a huge priority. And so one of the things there that was really has been exciting to see is, we've got this council. It's called the Spartan Council. There's elections every 3 months where the token holders vote. And there's a lot of, trade-offs that you have to consider. Like people think like, oh, it's really hard to build like a token economics model, which is true. It's also very hard to build like a decentralized governance model that like works and is like,
I think all of us are trying.
I think that's harder. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, it's like a whole science, and there's a whole, you encounter all these edge cases you didn't even think about, right? So
yeah, token economics is easy. The people price adjusts.
And governance is also easy if you just do away with it.
Yeah, true. Rules-based governance and fixed supply. There you go.
Yeah, Kane, the founder of Synthetics, has a pretty interesting. He gave a talk at ECC in Paris, like a couple weeks ago. So you could always, I think it's online. You can check that out. But basically, the big problem that we kind of encountered was like, how do you move from a system of control, which is like how most companies have operated and historically, to a system of coordination, right? Where it's not really control, but then the community as a whole are making good decisions for the community using really effective coordination mechanisms. And so it's obviously very challenging. I think one of the things that Synthetics learned was at first they had basically user or like token holders would just vote on proposals directly, and they would just cast their vote, and then it would either pass or not pass. I think the thing they found was that sometimes it's hard you get people voting who aren't informed, right? Because maybe they just don't pay attention and they're just like, oh, whatever, here's my vote. And you also might get people in the community who maybe aren't engaged, right? And those are two of the big challenges with like the direct voting model that Synthetics experienced. So then
this is democracy problems 101.
Exactly, right. So then they came up with the idea of what if we had like a smaller amount of people, maybe like 8 or so people who are super engaged with the protocol, very deep, very informed on what's going on. So the decision making could be really, good. And those people are elected by the token holders to serve, epochs, which last for 3 months. And then if they don't do a good job, obviously, won't get reelected. As long as you're doing a good job, community is deciding who's to vote. There's other considerations, like how do you avoid whales from controlling who gets on the council? So we've had there's an interesting kind of thing there, which is like, so we only allow each address to make one vote. So that way you can't elect all 8 people. Like if you're a whale, you can't say, I'm going to split up my holdings and vote for 8 people and basically put everyone on the council. You can only vote for one person. Now you could like potentially Sybil attack it, where you spread your whale holdings to many different addresses and then vote for different people.
That sounds pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
But the way Synthetics works is every week you have to claim your SNX when you're staking. And so because of that, if you did that, spread it out to a bunch of different places, it'd be very expensive every week in gas costs. And so people haven't done that.
Yeah, I mean,
that's really interesting because I mentioned like this debate when I joined like the whole like blockchain space between proof of stake and proof of work. And one of my ideas back then was something very similar to what you just mentioned. Like I called it proof of membership, where you have like kind of an incentive not to split up your stake. Like it's kind of like a Sybil protection, because like the number of accounts that you can hold is kind of limited. You just auction them off to the highest bidder, and then you can get some yield or whatever like with your account, but you don't really have an incentive to own more than one account because you have to pay for the account, and you get the same benefit with one account. So it doesn't make sense to own more. So that was kind of a very similar like approach then to yours.
Cool. Move on to Evan, get him out of the way, and then we'll.
You guys, this is going to be kind of awkward, but there's some strange construction going on, and so there's definitely a chance that like an unbearably loud noise is going to kick in for me. So just FYI. Anyways, I guess real quick, since I've been on the show already, feel free to check out my background story there. I did want to kind of throw out something that, just kind of quick remarks on what has changed and what I've observed in this past year. And like many of you guys, like the rise of governance for sure, right? Like a year ago, decentralized governance wasn't like that big a deal. This year, we've already pushed 2 proposals forward, and Aave, we've launched our own governance token. We're kind of working with some of these kind of coordination problems. It used to be the case that, we just wanted to keep things as simple as possible to avoid governance, but, at some point you just need to do a little bit more. And then I think just zooming out a little bit, thinking about how things have evolved, I've actually started to kind of write my thoughts down in an essay on this, but it's kind of a crypto theory of everything. And I am trying to make the case that pretty much everything that's unfolded in the market thus far could be described as kind of the tension between digital cash and digital gold, where digital cash is what was promised in the Nakamoto white paper back at a time when nobody could think that gold was cool, at least not millennials, right? It sounded like inflation. Gold sounded very kind of old. It sounded like the vestige of a flawed past, not the future that ought to be. And we couldn't get excited about gold, and so we couldn't get excited about digital. But then they said digital cash, right? And that all of a sudden started to make sense, where it's like, okay, imagine the internet's this borderless country. Shouldn't there be a borderless currency with which we can spend money? Sure. Suddenly that made a lot of sense to me. And so for a lot of time here, I guess, like, as I've been thinking about crypto over the years, I have been just really unpacking the tension between cash and gold. And I think that, like, the number of people who can appreciate cash is just fundamentally a lot bigger than the number of people who can appreciate gold. So calling Bitcoin a digital cash is kind of an unequivocal marketing win. You can reach many, many more people. Everybody can nod along. Not everybody understands gold. Not everybody wants to. But the fact of the matter is it's much more like a gold, right? And we use cash and gold for very, very different things, right? When you say cash, like, what is cash? It's money in the form of paper notes and coins, but, like, what's a digital cash? Who knows, right? And so I think people just encoded the phrase digital cash in their minds into digital dollar minus the bank. And that carried all these kind of associated expectations, like, oh, I ought to be able to use this to pay for coffee one day, or save for rainy days, or lend and borrow, subscribe to services and utilities using this money, use it as collateral for something, right? Denominate salary and wages for something. We don't use gold for any of this, right? But what was actually delivered was kind of this gold. It's a fixed supply, kind of commodity-like money. And, what are the use cases of that? It's like checking inflation, checking boom bust cycles, speculation, portfolio construction, all things that we don't use cash for at all. And I think, even if people were sold on this cash and they bought this gold, they ended up kind of getting rich off of it if they held on long enough. And so they developed this, like, new appreciation for, like, scarce assets. And so the battlefront between cash and gold always took place in the next cohort of users, the people who had not, the pre-coiners who had yet to join the revolution, so to speak. And they were always
yet to make money off of it.
Right. Well, I mean, it's like, it's just harder to explain. It's like, early days Bitcoin, it's a speculative asset and it goes up with more and more demand, but it's easier to come by that demand by telling people it's like a magic internet money. It's like a digital cash. It was always easier to tell that story, I think.
But I mean, I would argue, I would, like, push back even on the digital gold. Like, I would say, like, even normal gold. Is normal gold any of those things? Like, as far as an
that's what I'm saying.
Hedge,
yeah.
Like, no.
Well, I mean, some people use it that way, right? It's certainly not used for denominating, like, loans, right? Or, like, denominating wages and stuff like that. That's out of the question. But what I was saying is, like, because we promised this thing, delivered this other thing, there's a natural demand vacuum for anybody who can provide more, who can point to Bitcoin and say, like, look, this will never scale to cash. It's got this transaction volume problem, right? Or this will never scale to cash. It's got this volatility problem. Or this will never, scale to cash. Like, cash, as we know today, is more of a system of banking and accounting, right? This doesn't have the infrastructure for that, right? And so anybody who pointed at these problems and said, like, well, we can make it more like this thing that it was originally promised to be, could get some attention, for better or worse. And I think that led to just a number of variants. The first variant being the Bitcoin standard story, right? Which was like, okay, well, we get that this is more like a gold than a cash, but there was once a gold standard. We issued cash on top of that, and therefore there could be this, like, Bitcoin standard and issue cash upon that. And all of a sudden everybody's like, yeah, that's how we get back to what was promised, right? Another variant would be like stablecoins, obviously, right? The decentralized stablecoins. Like, oh, if we have the decentralized stablecoin, then we have the cash. We can build the entire banking system. We can use that as a collateral asset to issue derivatives and recreate all of traditional finance without any reliance on kind of a centralized authority, a non-permissioned cash, right? And another variant of that, even I would say, is like Ethereum, where it's like, hey, look, Bitcoin just doesn't do enough, right? Like it's a simple system. It does what it does very well, but we need something more general, right? Imagine a generalized computer for articulating these contracts. We could use that to create basic banks and far more, right? And then you just get to this point where the reality does battle, like the convenient truth or the convenient lie does battle with the inconvenient truth, right? Whereas like when people actually, try to use Bitcoin, for purposes that are more cash-like, like they try to buy pizza with it, right? Or they try to like, I don't know, do something kind of silly with it that, leads to kind of profound losses. And that's what kind of sparks the next kind of generation of ideas again and again and again. And we see, I kind of see some of the malinvestment cycles taking place, like with all these stable coins, these decentralized stable coins, which have subsequently collapsed for like provable reasons before launch. They're kind of capitalizing on the promise of a digital cash. But at the same time, I'm finally getting to the point where I see a way out where, through the right type of work on these underlying collateral assets, we might actually be able to deliver
but
what
like
was promised.
I would like push back. How much of this is, like whether it's you talking, we go to the Bitcoin standard and moving towards, we can actually create banks, and, David talking about synthetics discovering delegates, like how much of this is us sort of just rebuilding from the ground up what's already built? Because if you have to go back to the gold standard, for instance, and call it the Bitcoin standard, like, aren't we going to just hit the same problems? And aren't we going to just like, if we get to, like you're seeing that with the regulation?
So I guess I wouldn't call that pushing back so much as agreeing with me in a way where I think a lot of these variants are false promises, right? That either go nowhere or cannot be delivered. And these false promises can capture a lot of market demand because they're telling people what they want to hear. Now, I do think it still continues to kind of, spur innovation. And now I'm starting to think that it's actually getting us a little bit closer. I think that if we can simply recreate the traditional system without reliance, right, in kind of a permissionless way, then we've gotten somewhere. If we end up recreating the entire, traditional system except for digitized, right, we have, say we have like a representative democracy and a central bank digital currencies, and we're just taking everything that was already done, right, and creating the mirror image of that with legal enforcement on ledgers. I don't really think we've gotten that far, right? But I think if an alternative financial ecosystem can be created that is not reliant, that is politically independent and functional, then I think we've created a little bit of optionality and gotten somewhere.
And I think this is really interesting. I think it's not only about like coming up with like crazy innovative things that have like no predecessor in the traditional finance, but just making sure that some of the institutions that we already have just work the way they should work, like become more transparent and more efficient, and also be more open to like a broader public. I think even with like reaching those goals would be like a big step or big leap forward.
I agree.
And then we haven't even like talked about like the really innovative things that nobody has really thought of before. But I guess like we still have like enough like concrete issues to solve, like of the traditional finance, so that there's plenty of stuff you can do. Just the fact that trading venues are not open during like a weekend, for example. You cannot trade stocks on a weekend. Why? Once you've tokenized
I think I would push back on you and say, like, I think that there's a great deal of innovation taking place, right? And a lot of this kind of Cambrian explosion of ideas is because folks are operating in a kind of regulatory gray area, right? So I think that eventually, if you think about blockchain technology, a big kind of the part of the value proposition there is kind of centralized, or basically censorship resistance as a function of decentralization. And there's like a marginal utility to kind of wanting to use a system that's not quite as kind of efficient as a centralized system. And I think that marginal utility will come at a trade-off against like the need for censorship resistance. So where there was previously no opportunity to compete whatsoever, like monetary assets, like you couldn't really just kind of issue and create them. That sort of platform is a hugely enabling platform, because you go from like not being able to compete at all to suddenly having a horse in the race, right? And the same could be said for some of the more innovative stuff that we're seeing today, where like they seem to be like minor optimizations on top of traditional finance. But if you had to go through the normal regulatory hoops, I don't think you would have gotten away with creating like a compound in the kind of period of time that they did, right? And all the kind of fancy things that we see from it, or even like a Uniswap, right? You would typically require a great deal of licensing, or certainly with like a derivatives exchange, I would imagine you have to go through a lot of kind of burdensome regulatory hurdles to even kind of start to experiment with things. So I think even a lot of this transparency and innovation is kind of taking place because of kind of the permissionless nature of these decentralized blockchains. So I guess it's a long way of saying, like, I think there is going to be a lot that can be done on these chains, but I think the things that really succeed will take advantage of the core proposition of the underlying change, which has something to do with being kind of censorship resistant, and also the ability to articulate scarcity in a purely digital context. And so I think, monetary assets and banking services are a very natural fit. Even NFTs, I would say, like you've been able to create scarcity in a digital context. And there's a precedent for thinking about works of art as kind of monetary instruments as well. So it's not like something I would point to as evidence to suggest that everything will one day run on a blockchain moving forward, just as I don't really believe in the thin client kind of ideology of cloud computing either.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it also comes down to, whenever you guys are talking, like, I would say like there's like two different ends here, like as far as like there's the synthetics, more community based, and then like Liquidity, where a piece of code on the blockchain running, and you guys probably have very similar views on it, but there's like the innovation of you can be censorship resistant code versus, we can be a community and actually not be a community that's based on normal laws and like sort of redo the whole law thing. Because, like whenever you think about like what are the big gripes with our current financial system, there is like the whole, they're printing money and we don't agree with it, but it's more so like the community aspect of like, I don't feel like I'm part of, like, appreciated as part of the community. They're bailing out the big banks but not the little guy. And you can fix that with crypto, is making these DAOs and making these, almost adding more of the human element into it. So
you can, but we don't know that kind of these governance systems are going to end up being more efficient than like the direct or the representative democracies that we have right now. And like right now we have like a very good way of verifying like identity in the centralized world, whereas like we have to rely on things like game theory, for example, to prevent somebody from Sybil attacking and just buying, literally.
But I think that's the difference, though. Like, like I think that's, there's like two things. Like you can either make things really, really hyper efficient. There's like that hyper efficiency push in blockchain. And then there's also the things that aren't making things hyper efficient. Like Bitcoin, for instance, is not making things more efficient in any way. It's
correct.
Like really, but it serves its purpose.
Yeah, it's a rules-based kind of currency, which stands in opposition to a discretionary currency, right? And so I think that's another thing, that when you point at gold and you're like, there's something, we need to make a better gold. Gold was never tasked with being a caretaker of the people. If you point at cash or like US dollar, for example, and say we need to make a better dollar, well, I mean, like the Fed has a very clear mandate. It is a caretaker of the people, right? It has to kind of look at price inflation and interest rates and employment rates. And so to complain about the dollar is to actually rage against government. To complain about gold is actually not about raging at government whatsoever. And so when you start to kind of confuse those two things, then kind of the prerogative of blockchain as a solution to all government problems starts to emerge, and there's an opportunity to capitalize on demand by promising, that the little guy will be better off, right? That these other people can stop making. I mean, name your conspiracy theory becomes a valid way of gaining traction.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to one thing you said, because Nick brought up in the beginning, and as we're wrapping this up, maybe we can talk about some current events with regulation in the US, the infrastructure bill yesterday, which is that regulation stifles innovation. But I also think that there's a lot of innovation that isn't happening because we're in regulatory gray area and entrepreneurs don't have the confidence to move forward with ideas and not worry about having to spend millions of dollars in legal fees to get an opinion from a lawyer. That's just, I don't know, you might not get sued. So I think it can go a little bit both ways. And I think that regulation doesn't necessarily have to be all bad, but maybe since it's a current event, we can have a couple of your thoughts on some of the things going on around regulations in the US or elsewhere. Nick, you brought it up, so maybe you have some thoughts, or you want to respond, Evan, first to my point.
No, I think I've talked enough. I think we should have Nick go.
Sure. I mean, yeah, like on the regulation, like we just, we've been asking for regulatory clarity. We obviously didn't want it. I think some of the bigger issues just come in like, don't worry about it. We've likely been pretty illegal in gray area now for quite some time. Add another registration requirement to some of these things that should have had registration requirements from the beginning. It's not that big of a deal. Eventually they're going to come after us, but I'm trying to look at it on the bright side. It's going to make some protocols better. Like there's been a lot of really bad centralization and pretend protocols out there. Like I wish there was like, part of me, the selfish part of me wishes there was somebody with a big ruler that was slapping all of these protocols who pretended to be decentralized and were just, completely centralized shit coins. So it would be nice, like if you could just weed those out and the regulators would go take them out for us. But at the same time, like, yeah, like it's,
I mean, that's what they claim they're doing, right? It's like protecting consumers, but
yeah, I mean, but there's been a lot of bad stuff in the space. So, we'll see how it gets enforced. A lot of people so I worked at a regulatory agency, and so what's going to happen, like, let's say this passes, and then they're going to have to push it to a regulatory agency to actually get it enforced. So like if you remember like Dodd-Frank, when it passed after the last financial crisis, that got pushed to the CFTC and the SEC, and they're like, hey, like we don't have resources to enforce this. We need more resources. Then they got more resources, and then 2 or 3 years later, they figured out how to actually enforce it, and they clarified what all of this stuff actually meant, and there were court cases after court cases, and then 5-6 years later, it started getting enforced. So we're not really in a rush. So.
But speaking of like consumer protection, I think there's one important question there, which is kind of like, I see like that some regulators are maybe a bit misguided in thinking that we need to protect the consumers against like basically the entities that are providing a financial service or providing like, or controlling some financial institution. Because with blockchain, at least, it's not so much about control, because at least if you're really trying to be decentralized, it's then about like a whole network that is running a software that is kind of trying to achieve some goals, or even like through game theoretic means or whatever. So I think rather than like trying to make the developer responsible for all the like actions that normally like a centralized entity would be responsible for, you should try to set the responsibilities in a way that's more appropriate to the whole software. Like, I mean, if you have defects, I mean, if you don't do your audits, if you just put out something crappy, I mean, I can see that like a regulator would want to hold you responsible for that, but it shouldn't be about like about the control that you don't have, because the whole point of your software is to give up control. So I think
but I mean, regulators don't do things that make sense. And then, I mean, that's like one of my biggest fears actually, is that what's going to happen is like, let's say we are successful, we start the DeFi fund, and we start lobbying Congress and get really good at it. That's probably a worse outcome for the space in the long run. Yeah. If we all are all friends with regulators in Congress, like that's like not the outcome we want for sure. So anyway, David, any thoughts? You've been quiet.
Yeah, just I mean, I think the exciting part about that I think more and more people are realizing in crypto is that things that were reserved for just a few people previously, right, are being opened up, and that's kind of a blanket obvious statement. And I think as far as governance goes, that's really interesting because if you just think about like who, like, politicians profit off of being politicians, right? Like, there's a certain element that then like I don't know. It's become so like there's so much selfish kind of behavior in terms of politics that it's interesting to think about like how do you do politics where you kind of preserve and when I say politics, like like I used as an example, you get elected onto a council that's a governance council, right? Like how do you actually avoid going down this path of a similar situation where like people are acting selfishly for their own incentives based on lobby groups paying them or things like that, which is like pretty interesting. So I think that's one thing that's interesting, but it does give people now a chance to also like I think the other inflection that I've been seeing a lot is sort of the creator or the freelancer economy kind of working its way into crypto. So like we have a grants DAO, right, that's giving out grants for things, right? We've actually had several people we've hired from the grants DAO who came on as full-time core contributors. You have people who are starting to make a living on those types of things, which is pretty interesting. And then you have people who get elected onto these councils who are also earning stipends to be on the council to ensure that like the incentives are aligned and that they want to do a good job to get reelected because they're getting paid to be there, right? And so it's interesting to me to think about this like kind of new world where like prior to crypto, there's no way I could have gotten paid to be on a council that makes decisions for some community, right? So that's very interesting to me. And then even like what we've been seeing with NFTs around like artists, right? Like in the past, it was always very difficult for artists because they, all these different companies take stuff off the top from them, and it's just so hard to be like profitable. But now it's opening it up so that artists are a little bit more empowered and have more control over like the distribution of their art and their monetization. And then I guess the same thing in terms of like providing liquidity places, right? So you have like, I could go on Uniswap, I could provide liquidity for, small amount of money, whereas before it was kind of reserved for the Wall Streets and everyone. So I think just all these things kind of combined is really interesting. And I still think not enough people are aware of like this sort of democratization of things that's coming. So
I think that it's really important to kind of baby step into it and try to limit the scope of decentralized governance to the extent possible. I mean, one example of this would be like, imagine you're decentralizing control over your car, right? You could decentralize control over the steering wheel, right? And have like folks on crypto Twitter steering you left and right as you kind of sit in this car. Or you could decentralize how tight the gas cap is after you fill up the tank each time, right? One has the potential to be, a huge disaster, and the other is kind of, limited. And so, I mean, I think constrained discretion is a good way to move forward. I do think that like one interesting paper that people should check out if they haven't is Rules Rather Than Discretion, the Inconsistency of Optimal Plans by Kidlin and Prescott. So this is a Nobel kind of winning paper, and it's not even that old, but a lot of people kind of use optimum control theory as a way of modeling out these systems. And what's interesting to see here is that that will never be optimal. So that's what they're able to prove, because the game is actually a game against like rational economic actors. It's not really a control system if there's an actual social agenda. So I wouldn't say that Bitcoin has an actual social agenda so much as it's just preserving this one scarcity profile. But if there's like a social agenda, like eliminate wealth inequality or create more jobs or anything a little bit more fancy than that, then these discretionary systems, man, they get complicated so fast. And I just think that the huge opportunity here is to kind of build up some rules-based systems, and then we can layer discretion on top of that. But we can shore up the foundation a bit, I think.
Absolutely. Well, great chat on where y'all got started in crypto, regulation, some of the exciting things that your projects are working on. And I think what came out from this conversation, where we're going or what's been the most exciting thing in the last year, DeFi, governance, NFTs, these new ways of organizing ourselves, of creating and receiving value is all really exciting. So thank you all so much. Thank you, Nick, for inviting everyone, and Teller for sponsoring. And thank you all for joining. Evan, David, Robert, Nick. And for anyone just tuning in, this has been a Teller-sponsored panel for Reimagine 2021. Stay tuned for more.
I'm Robert Davi, and you're tuned into Coins, the only podcast that might literally set you free.
Welcome to the podcast Coins. I'm your host, Patrick McLean, and I'll be joined by a panel of experts. Sitting here today with Eric Voorhees.
I'm Sheila Warren.
Happy to be here with Dave Jevons.
I'm Asif Herji.
My name is Bill Barheit.
We have Paul Brody. Whitfield Diffie. Mark, how you doing today? Kosala Hemachandra. Sitting here today with Dan Hell.
My name is Luke Kerner.
My name is Bruce Fenton.
I'm Nick Carter.
Melton Damaris.
Raoul Powell.
Roger Vayer. Lynn Ulbrich. Anthony Scaramucci. Alex Mashinsky. I get to sit here today with Charles Hodgkinson.
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Nathaniel Popper.
Paolo Ardoino.
Could we define this as a war?
Hello, Old Man Monkey here with another crypto vocabulary lesson brought to you by Reimagine 2021. Multi-signature, multi-sig. A crypto asset wallet that requires multiple keys to access. Typically, a specified number of individuals are required to approve or sign a transaction before they're able to access the wallet. This is different from most wallets, which only require one signature to approve a transaction. You know, the missus and I once went to a party that required multiple keys to access. Ooh, crazy times.
Welcome to the 10th anniversary of Reimagine 2021. Presented by Mousebelt. Coming up next.
Hi, Ross. It's Peter from Bitcoin Magazine.
You good to go?
Yep.
All right. Hello, this is Ross Ulrich. I'm calling you today from prison, from a maximum security federal penitentiary. We don't have much time together today, and I don't know if I'll get another chance to talk to you like this say as much as I can, but when it's time to go, I'll have to hang up and go back to my cell. I have lost my freedom. That's what I want to talk to you about today. I want you to understand what it means to lose your freedom. But first, let's talk about Bitcoin. I was there during Bitcoin's early days. Back then, Bitcoin made me feel like anything was possible. Bitcoin was open to everyone, right? That's what I love so much about it. It was like it leveled the playing field. When the idea of Bitcoin really clicked for me, I got so excited. I thought, with Bitcoin, I can try to do something that actually makes a difference. And by the way, before I was put in prison, we didn't have all these different cryptocurrencies and tokens and everything. I missed all that. So to me, it's all one thing. The forks, the new blockchains, all of it. So when I say Bitcoin, I'm not making those distinctions. To me, it may sound kind of corny, but to me, we're all one big family. So I was excited back then, but I was also very impatient. I saw what Bitcoin could do for freedom and equality, but I didn't take the time to really understand it. I didn't fully appreciate the principles it's based on. Things like immutability and consensus, and of course, decentralization. I had so many big dreams for Bitcoin, and what's so beautiful is slowly, those dreams are coming true. That's because of you. You are making those dreams a reality. You are doing what I didn't have the patience for. These last 8 years now in prison, over and over, I've been so impressed with how far we've come. But back then I was impatient. I rushed ahead with my first idea, which was Silk Road. Silk Road was a website I made when I was 26 years old, more than a decade ago now. It used Tor and Bitcoin to protect people's privacy. I called it an anonymous market. At the time, I thought, if Bitcoin makes payments anonymous and private, then what are we waiting for? Why are we sitting around talking about it? Let's put it into action. That's impulsive. That's a 26-year-old who thinks he has to save the world before someone beats him to it. I had no idea if Silk Road would work, but now we all know it caught on. It was used to sell drugs, and now I'm in prison. I was given 2 life sentences without parole, plus 40 years. I'm a nonviolent, first-time offender, but if nothing changes, I'll spend the next few decades in this cage. Then, sometime later this century, I'll grow old and die. I'll finally leave prison, but I'll be in a body bag. I got a letter the other day. It was from someone I hadn't met before. He was thanking me. He was grateful I had put Silk Road online all those years ago. He believed that Bitcoin wouldn't be where it is today if it wasn't for Silk Road. I'm not sure. For better or worse, Silk Road is part of Bitcoin's history now, but I worry that by putting Silk Road online, I made things harder for us. There's no way to know how things would have turned out differently, but I just want to say, to the extent that I made things harder for us, I'm sorry. To the extent that my actions led to drug abuse and addiction, I'm sorry. I was trying to do something good. I was trying to help us move toward a...
This call is from a federal prison.
Sorry, this is prison. I was trying to help us move toward a freer and more equitable world. But we all know the road to hell is paved with good intentions, right? And now here I am. I'm in hell. I want you to understand what it means to lose your freedom. Let me start by telling you about the hole. It goes by many names. The shoe, segregation, the box. But for me, it's the hole. The hole is the prison within the prison. I once spent 4 months straight in the hole. Not easy for me to talk about, but I will. The hole can make you or break you, and there was a time when it broke me. It started with my mind racing out of control. I felt like the walls were crushing in on me, like I just had to get out of that cell. This lasted days. Then I started beating the walls and kicking the heavy metal door. Something deep inside me cried out for freedom. I couldn't accept where I was or what had happened to me. But eventually I realized I had to get a grip. The stress was destroying me. It may sound strange, but what saved me was gratitude. But what could I be grateful for in that little cell? Well, I had to start small. I had air, right? Maybe it was stale and foul, but I had air. I had water that didn't make me sick. Food came through the slot in the door every day. I knew I wasn't forgotten. My family, I knew someday it would be over and my family would still be there. I forgave all the people involved in putting me in prison. I had to. The anger I felt wasn't hurting them, but it was hurting me. So, for the sake of my sanity, I had to let it go. I had a dream while I was in the hole, and in the dream I was free. I was in a park, and I felt this huge relief. I wasn't in prison anymore. But then I got worried. Am I out on bail or something? Or are they going to put me back in? Are they after me right now? And I started trying to get away, and the anxiety, it woke me up. And there I was again, in the hole. And it was like everything that had happened to me over all these years, it all came slamming down on me at once, like life without parole, maximum security. I've been in the hole for months, and there's no end in sight. I want you to understand what it means to lose your freedom. My mother, this was after I was sentenced, my mother was invited to give a speaking tour in Europe. She was raising awareness about what had happened to me and was looking for help. At a talk in Poland, she started to feel a bit sick and had to fly home early. So the next morning, I called my sister from the prison, and the first thing she said was, "Has anyone told you about Mom yet?" I said, "What about her?" And she said to me in this voice, she said, "Oh, Ross. And I knew her mom had been feeling sick, and in that moment, I just knew my sister was gonna...
This call is from a federal prison.
My sister was gonna tell me our mom was dead. But she said, Mom's in the hospital. And I was like, oh, thank God, she's not dead. But then I was like, wait, the hospital? That's not good either. Technically, our mother had died. Her heart stopped at the breakfast table that morning. My uncle kept it going with CPR, and she was rushed to the hospital. She was unconscious in the ICU when I called. It was a long time before I was able to talk to her, and I didn't know if she would live. We didn't know if there would be brain damage. No one would say it, but I knew it was my fault. She had been redlining for 2 years, since the day I was arrested, pushing every moment of every day for my freedom. Stress-induced cardiomyopathy. They call it broken heart syndrome. I broke my mother's heart, and it nearly killed her. The pain I've caused my family. I didn't think of them, not as much as I should have, when I was taking those risks, when I was risking my freedom. My mom made a full recovery, thank God. 8 years later, she still pushes for me every day. But the whole ordeal, my imprisonment, has been devastating for her. And not just her. My fiance, my father, my sister, everyone. They're all hurting. I want you to understand what it means to lose your freedom. There's more to losing your freedom. It's more than being locked in a cage and the devastation that brings to your family. Locking someone in a cage until they die, it's such a horrific thing to do to a person. To lock someone in a cage until they die, the public, you have to be convinced that person is evil, that they are somehow less than human. After I was arrested, another prisoner came up to me, a young man. He had a magazine, and he said, Ross, they wrote an article about you. So I flipped to the article, and I'll never forget what I saw. It was an illustration of me. And what was so strange was the face had my features and proportions, but the skin had a putrid color. The eyes were bloodshot. I was hunched over like some kind of ghoul. I pushed the magazine away. I just couldn't handle it. I couldn't face what I was seeing. It felt like I could feel physical pain in my chest, like claws were tearing through me. The young man, he said, at least read what they're saying about you. And I said, why? Why listen to someone badmouth you and lie about you if you can't say anything back? It got quiet. Later that day, he told me they had done the same thing to him, not on national news, but in his local paper. They do it to all of us. So, after I said I didn't want to read it, he tore out the article and he shredded it right into the trash. Then he said, I don't want to read it either. That meant so much to me. I don't want to read it either. You see, he gave me hope that you wouldn't look at me like I'm some sort of monster. The caricature they created was a violent drug lord. That is not who I am. That is a lie. It's a lie that was carefully crafted to justify keeping me in this cage until I die. It's a lie designed to turn you against me, to turn your heart off. They lied. It's on the record. They cheated. That's on the record. They stole. 2 of them went to prison over the stealing. They hid evidence. That's on the record. They destroyed evidence. That's on the record. They planted evidence. That's on the record. At one point, they were looking into how they could give me the death penalty. They wanted to inject chemicals into my veins that would stop my heart. I had this dream where one of them was pointing a syringe at the soft spot of my neck, just under my chin. He kept getting closer and closer, and I backed away, but my back was against the wall. Every muscle in my body was tensed as I strained to get away. I was practically climbing the wall as the tip of the syringe came right next to my skin. I woke up in that exact same position. I was hyperventilating, my heart was pounding. I could still feel the needle coming toward me. Are you starting to understand what it means to lose your freedom? It means living in constant fear. Why has it taken me all these years to finally talk to you? I've been afraid. Even now, I was strongly warned against talking to you. You'll only anger the authorities even more. You'll ruin what little chance you have left in the courts. Well, it's not my intention to anger anyone, and yes, I'm afraid. I'm afraid of retaliation. I'm afraid that because of what I'm saying to you today, I'll be thrown in the hole, or worse. But I've learned that listening to your fears can be just as dangerous as ignoring them. Somehow 8 years have slipped by. It's been easier to ignore the lies and everything else, to just focus on getting through each day and trying to be strong for my family.
This call is from a federal prison.
But today, right now, I have a message for those that have been lying about me and those that have been thoughtlessly repeating those lies. Please stop. You are hurting me. Please stop. You know what you're saying isn't true. You are hurting me and you're hurting my family. Please stop. I want you to understand what it means to lose your freedom. The irony is that I made Silk Road in the first place because I thought I was furthering the things I cared about. Freedom, privacy, equality.